Chapter 1530. This was how he had dealt with the Firebird artifact spirit just now. In order to capture Yang Kai alive, Chi Tianche had put in a lot of effort. From the information he had gathered, he knew that Yang Kai had many terrifying helpers around him. However, he had full confidence in the Sealed World Bead. The Sealed World Bead was one of the 2 Emperor artifact beads, and after refining it, Chi Tianche was able to control some of the Sealed World Bead's principles. As long as Yang Kai's helpers were excluded, a trivial first-order origin returning realm was nothing in his eyes. Once he captured Yang Kai alive, not only could he learn the mysteries of Space Force from him, but he could also force Yi Shiyun into a desperate situation and even force her back to Supreme Profound Sect's ancestral land, killing several birds with one stone. From the very beginning, Chi Tianche had never intended to fight to the death with Yi Shiyun. His goal had always been Yang Kai. The vortex that had appeared before appeared again, releasing a terrifying suction force that attempted to swallow the stone mongoose. Wishful thinking. Yang Kai roared angrily as he stretched out his hand and grasped towards the vortex. Rich space force surged out and shattered the vortex, allowing the stone mongoose, whose movements had been affected, to recover. Yang Kai laughed. "Old man, it seems your grasp of the world principles here isn't enough." Chi Tianche's face sank as a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He had not expected that Yang Kai could even break through his means. In terms of mastery of Space Force, even after refining the Sealed World Bead, Chi Tianche was no match for Yang Kai. The stone mongoose moved like the wind, and the moment it broke free from the suction force, it took a step forward and swung its stick fiercely. Chi Tianche did not dare take this attack head-on and hurriedly dodged. The heaven-shaking pillar brushed past his body, numbing his waist and ribs. Before Chi Tianche could regain his balance, though, a strong wind blew over his head and Yang Kai's shout reached his ears. "Old dog, try taking a punch from me." Good timing. Chi Tianche looked surprised, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. He didn't summon his artifact or use his secret technique, he just wanted to fight Yang Kai with his physical body. First, because this place didn't allow him to do so, and second, because he was full of confidence in his physical fitness. Now that he saw Yang Kai act recklessly, he was naturally overjoyed. He thought that Yang Kai was getting carried away. He was deeply afraid of the stone giant's strength, but that didn't mean that he was afraid of a mere Yang Kai. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian threw a punch forward. The 2 fists collided, and a loud boom rang out. Yang Kai's figure was sent flying like an arrow from a bow. Chi Tianche couldn't help but groan as he was struck by a huge force and sunk 3 feet into the ground. His face changed color in spite of himself. Although it was only a head-on collision, with his experience and knowledge, it was not difficult for him to see that Yang Kai's physical fitness did not seem to be inferior to his at all. In that blow just now, both of them had suffered some losses, and neither of them had gained the upper hand. How is this possible? Chi Tianche had lived for hundreds of years, and from the moment he stepped onto the martial Tao, he had always focused on tempering his physique. With his body-tempering secret technique, his body was now several times stronger than any other cultivator in the same realm. He could even take on an ordinary origin-grade high-rank artifact head-on. But how old is this little brat? How did he do it? How can he have such a strong physique? The astonishing vitality coming from his body was simply unbelievable to Chi Tianche. Before Chi Tianche could think of anything else, the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar swept over again. This time, Chi Tianche couldn't avoid it, and his entire body sank into the ground. Seeing the black stick flying towards him, Chi Tianche took a deep breath, and the faint light that was originally blooming from his body suddenly became brighter. In an instant, his body seemed to be covered in a layer of inexplicable metal, giving off an indescribably hard luster. Clenching his fists, Chi Tianche raised his arms to block his face. In the next moment, the heaven-shaking pillar arrived. Hong. Chi Tianche was sent flying by a huge force until he hit the edge of this mysterious small world and landed heavily. His face paled as he coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered to his feet, staring forward with a dignified expression. This time, he had suffered a big loss. The heaven-shaking pillar was forged from heavenly crystal profound iron, an ancient artifact that Yang Kai had brought out from the Emperor Garden. Heavenly crystal profound iron was a top-grade origin king-grade material, a palm-sized piece weighing over 10,000 kilograms. If it was fused into an artifact during the refinement process, it would make the artifact extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. The heaven-shaking pillar was completely forged from this strange material and was extremely heavy. Yang Kai could barely pick it up, but it was impossible for him to swing it. Only a strange creature like the stone mongoose could use this kind of strange artifact. Even with Qi Tianque's hundreds of years of body-tempering secret techniques, he was unable to resolve the violent blow of the heaven-shaking pillar. How does it feel? Yang Kai flicked his wrist as he stood not far away. Just now, he had exchanged a punch with Qi Tianque, so his hand was a little sore. Not bad. Qi Tianque forced himself to remain calm and gently nodded. Sect Master Yang is truly amazing. In the future, you will definitely become the most dazzling star on Shadowed Star, and may even unify it. Unfortunately, you met this old master, so you won't have such an opportunity. His body flashing with a metallic light, Qi Tianque rushed towards Yang Kai with a dignified expression. A round sun suddenly appeared above his head and bloomed with dazzling light. Origin King Great Artifact, Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. From the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel, wisps of light overflowed, radiating a blazing heat that seemed capable of incinerating everything in the world as they shot towards Yang Kai. At the same time, Qi Tianque also released his grand accomplishment Shi and covered the entire mysterious small world. The already narrow space suddenly became thick and sticky, giving one the illusion that they were stuck in a swamp, as if the more they struggled, the deeper they would sink. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he knew that this old man was going to go all out against him. He could not defeat the stone mongoose in terms of strength, so he could only choose himself as a target. Not daring to show any neglect, Yang Kai also released his Shi. Space suddenly became distorted, and in places visible to the naked eye and invisible to the naked eye, small void cracks began to appear, as if they had been cut by a sharp weapon. But they were immediately repaired by the small sealed world's world principles before reappearing, repeating the process over and over again. Yang Kai's Shi was condensed from Emperor pressure and integrated with his own proficiency in the Tao of space, making it far stronger than the Shi of an ordinary cultivator. Once released, it was enough to affect the surrounding space. The collapsed areas and the small cracks that appeared were the best evidence. However, this alone was not enough to compete with Qi Tianque's grand accomplishment Shi, which had already touched the threshold of territory. A sizzling sound rang out. Hundreds of golden blood threads shot out and hovered around Yang Kai's body, constantly cutting through the suppression of Qi Tianque's Shi. Yang Kai's golden blood thread secret technique had the effect of breaking Shi. So now that he had released over 100 of them, its effect was naturally remarkable. With this two-pronged attack, the pressure on Yang Kai suddenly disappeared, and he instantly lifted the constraints of his grand accomplishment Shi. Under his control, the golden blood threads flew around Yang Kai, intercepting all the incoming Great Sun's divine light, preventing them from causing any harm to Yang Kai. Qi Tianque was deeply shocked. He had never imagined that the situation would develop to this point. All of the trump cards, and means he was so proud of, were not able to play much of a role in front of Yang Kai. At this moment, Qi Tianque felt a little uneasy. But now that the arrow had been knocked, he had no choice but to release it. Yi Shiyun was still waiting for him outside, so if he could not capture Yang Kai in this mysterious small world, even if he managed to escape, he would not be able to obtain any benefits. Only by capturing Yang Kai here could Qi Tianque regain control of the overall situation. Making up his mind, Qi Tianque flew in front of Yang Kai and sent out a barrage of punches and kicks, carrying with them an unstoppable force. Yang Kai did not dodge at all, and instead punched out with his fists, pushing his Saint Qi as his muscles trembled, and he engaged in a fierce battle with Qi Tianque. All of Qi Tianque's plots and schemes were futile at this moment. Only by overwhelming the other party with strength could he win the final victory. The two of them were like two boorish men from the depths of the mountains, their fists and feet clashing. This was a collision of pure, direct, barbaric, and bloody. Pung 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 sounds rang out incessantly as the sound of metal colliding rang out from the two of them, mixed with occasional muffled groans. In this clash of physical strength, the two sides were actually evenly matched. Fong Peng was dumbfounded as he watched from the sidelines. He had been brought into this mysterious small world by Qi Tianque and thought that he could easily capture Yang Kai by joining forces with Qi Tianque. Fong Peng believed that Qi Tianche had planned to do the same, but now, to his dismay, he found that he couldn't intervene in this battle at all and could only stand in place and watch anxiously. Even the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao was waiting for an opportunity to strike, not attacking rashly. It also couldn't intervene. Peng Peng Peng, Qi Tianche's body, which he was so proud of, was bombarded by Yang Kai's fists during the battle. His physique, which was comparable in strength to an origin-grade high-rank artifact, was unable to withstand his opponent's tremendous strength. The violent bombardment shook his physique and stimulated his meridians and bones, making him feel as if he couldn't bear it any longer. Qi Tianche didn't suffer much damage, but he was bleeding from his mouth and nose, making him look extremely ferocious. The same was true for Yang Kai, but the blood flowing out of his body was golden and filled with powerful self-healing and restorative abilities. The vitality contained in this golden blood was astonishing. This battle seemed to have aroused the ferocious nature in the depths of Kai Yang's heart. His eyes also became cruel and bloodthirsty. His eyes were crimson red, and his demeanor was ruthless. He was like a beast that had been released from its cage and was about to devour its prey. Time passed by slowly. The two of them were covered in blood and cracks, but the strength of Yang Kai's punches didn't decrease in the slightest and instead became heavier and heavier, each blow causing Qi Tianche's body to tremble violently. Qi Tianche's momentum, on the other hand, was gradually weakening. The difference in strength was clear. Perhaps the two of them were evenly matched in terms of physical tempering and strength. However, Yang Kai had an advantage that Qi Tianche didn't, and that was his golden blood. Yang Kai could recover from his injuries in a very short time, but Qi Tianche couldn't, so naturally, the two of them gradually fell into a disadvantage. Chapter 1531. A centipede dies but never falls down, let alone a master like Qi Tianche who had touched the threshold of the Origin King realm. Even though he was at a slight disadvantage, Qi Tianche was not discouraged and simply wanted to do his best to defeat Yang Kai. Old dog, choosing to compete in physical strength with this sect master in this kind of place is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Now it's time to pay the price for your choice. Yang Kai was bathed in blood, but he was still fighting to his heart's content. With a loud roar, a five-colored brilliance suddenly burst from his body. Gold, blue, white, red, and yellow intertwined and fused together, creating a brilliant and domineering five-colored light that lingered around Yang Kai's body. 5 elements indestructible soared Qi. Yang Kai's aura, which had already reached its peak, soared once again, followed by an even more frightening and violent aura. A kind of power that seemed capable of splitting the heavens and earth burst out from Yang Kai's body. Qi Tianche was horrified. He had been fighting Yang Kai in close quarters all this time, so he could clearly see the changes in Yang Kai's body more clearly than anyone else. When this five-colored brilliance appeared, Qi Tianche's strength increased by more than 30%. 30% might not seem like much, but it was enough to expand his originally weak advantage to the limit. Hong. Yang Kai punched out, and Qi Tianche raised his hand to block, but he was unable to resist this devastating blow, and even his palm was sent flying back to his chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out as Qi Tianche's chest caved in and his raised hand drooped down. Qi Tianche's physique and bones, which had been tempered for hundreds of thousands of years, could not withstand such a blow and directly burst apart. The clear sound of bones breaking rang out one after another from Qi Tianche's body as Yang Kai's fists rained down on his opponent again and again. Fong Peng's face twitched as he watched from the side, his eyes twitching wildly. Qi Tianche screamed in horror, his liver and gall splitting as he no longer dared to confront Yang Kai head-on, subconsciously trying to dodge and retreat. But how could Yang Kai allow him to do as he wished? Like a crazed beast, he pounced on Qi Tianche and continued to bombard him. Qi Tianche's extremely sturdy body was beaten into a bloody mess. There was almost no part of his body that was intact. His flesh was cracked, his flesh was exposed, and his bones were broken. White bone stubble poked out, visible to the naked eye. He kept screaming, but he couldn't dodge, and was hit by Yang Kai until he spat out blood. He had purposely chosen this battlefield, which had become his fatal restriction. It made it impossible for him to move his body and execute his movement techniques. Bang! Yang Kai punched out again, hitting the bridge of Qi Tianche's nose. Under the powerful force, Chi Tianche's nose was smashed crooked, making his already ferocious face look even more frightening. His eyes were dyed red with blood, and his vision blurred as he was sent flying backwards by the force of this blow. Xiao Xiao! Yang Kai roared. The stone mongoose brandished the heaven-shaking pillar and took 2 steps forward, swinging the black rod in its hand. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the heaven-shaking pillar smashed into Chi Tianche's back. His spine seemed to have been shattered, and Chi Tianche was sent flying back. Yang Kai looked at him coldly and did not try to kill him again. He felt that Xiao Xiao's blow had almost completely destroyed Chi Tianche's ability to resist. Like a dead fish, Chi Tianche fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and lay there, seemingly unable to even move. Kai Yang walked over and stood beside him, looking down at him condescendingly, his eyes like an ice-cold blade, flashing a cold light. Chi Tianche opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Don't worry, take a deep breath. I still have something to ask you, Yang Kai grinned, his white fangs stained with his golden blood shining brightly. Chi Tianche closed his eyes, as if he had accepted his fate. Yang Kai then looked up at Fong Peng not far away and grinned meaningfully, his eyes filled with malicious intent. Being stared at like this, Fong Peng felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, his hands and feet trembling as he panicked and hurriedly shouted, Sect Master Yang, please show mercy. Last time on Fallen Emperor Mountain, this Fong was just following orders. If this Fong has offended you in any way, this Fong will apologize to you here. Apologize? Yang Kai curled his lips. Why would I need you to apologize? As he spoke, he pointed at him and growled, Kill him. The stone mongoose rushed out and rushed towards Fong Peng. The next moment, a shout and the sound of battle rang out. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention. If this were outside, the stone mongoose might not be able to kill Fong Peng. After all, he was a third-order origin returning realm master, so even if he couldn't defeat him, he could still run. But here, things were different. With a radius of 300 meters, Fong Peng had no chance of escaping. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Chi Tianche again and waited for a while before asking, How do you want to die? Chi Tianche seemed to have caught his breath and chuckled. If Sect Master Yang really wanted to kill this old master, he wouldn't have asked such a question. Do you think I won't kill you? Yang Kai's expression became cold. At the very least, Sect Master Yang won't kill this old master before we leave this place. You're worried that if you kill this old master, you won't be able to leave this place. You're smart enough to know what I want, Yang Kai smiled. If I didn't know this, then this old master wouldn't have lived all these years in vain. Sect Master Yang has a request, and this old master wants to live. How about we negotiate? What kind of negotiation? Let's hear it, Yang Kai gestured. After this old master recuperates here for a while and recovers from his injuries, I'll let you go. Of course, Sect Master Yang must not find trouble with this old master again in the future, and this old master can also promise to live in seclusion and never become your enemy, Chi Tianche proposed while gasping for breath. Wouldn't that be a great bargain for you? Yang Kai sneered when he heard this and said sarcastically, Old dog, aren't you mistaken about something? What is it? Chi Tianche asked leisurely. I'm the knife and you're the fish. Now, whatever I want you to do, you'll do it. With a low shout, Yang Kai stomped his foot towards one of Chi Tianche's hands. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and Chi Tianche's hand immediately changed shape. Chi Tianche's face twisted in pain, but he didn't make a sound, simply glaring at Yang Kai with hatred. Let me out and I'll leave your corpse intact. This is this sect master's biggest concession. Haha, if that's the case, this old master would rather die here. Chi Tianche slowly shook his head and said calmly, This old master also knows what Sect Master Yang is thinking. Do you think your attainments in the Tao of space are far more profound than this old master's? Since this old master can refine the sealed world bead, you must be able to as well. So even if you kill this old master, you'll only need to spend some time to leave here, right? Correct, Yang Kai nodded. If that's the case, Sect Master Yang can give it a try. It's not that this old master is looking down on you, but even if your attainments in the Tao of space are profound, wanting to refine the sealed world bead here. Haha. Chi Tianche smiled mysteriously. This old master has been in retreat for several dozen years before he was able to refine the sealed world bead enough to open this small mysterious small world. Now that Sect Master Yang is inside, if you want to refine it from the inside, I'm afraid it will be hundreds of times more difficult than this old master trying to refine it. If you are willing to be trapped here for hundreds of years, feel free to kill this old master, and this old master will have nothing to say. Yang Kai's face sank. He couldn't tell whether Qi Tianche was trying to intimidate him, or if he was telling the truth. If Yang Kai was really trapped here for several dozen years, or even 100 years, by the time he left, the outside world would likely have changed greatly. Sect Master Yang should consider this carefully. This matter is of great importance and cannot tolerate the slightest carelessness, Qi Tianche added. Qi Tianche added, putting pressure on Yang Kai. His life was now hanging by a thread, and only a single thought from Yang Kai could decide whether he lived or died, so naturally he didn't dare relax. Yang Kai looked at him, not saying a word. After a long time, he suddenly grinned. Does Senior really want to do this without any room for negotiation? Qi Tianche shook his head and insisted. If not, this old master would rather die here. Good, then die. Yang Kai gently nodded before lifting his foot again and stomping down towards Qi Tianche's head. With a loud bang, like a watermelon bursting, Qi Tianche's head burst apart, blood and brain matter flowing all over the ground as his two eyes rolled to the side, seemingly still filled with disbelief. Ridiculous. Yang Kai coldly snorted. He had really been deceived by Qi Tianche just now. This old man was not to be trifled with, and if he hadn't been caught in his own trap this time, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill him. How could Yang Kai release such an enemy? Regardless of whether he was telling the truth or not, Qi Tianche had to die. Since that was the case, there was no need to hesitate. He would kill him first. As for being trapped inside the sealed world bead, it wasn't a big deal. Even if what Qi Tianche said was true, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. With his mastery of the Tao of space, it wasn't impossible for him to find a way to leave this place. With Qi Tianche dead, Fang Peng, who was struggling to resist the stone mongoose's attack, was in an even worse state. Originally, he had no intention of fighting here, but now seeing Yang Kai act so ruthlessly, he was scared out of his wits. While fighting with the stone mongoose, Fang Peng loudly begged for mercy. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to his pleas. Not only did he not show any intention of sparing him, but he also became impatient with Fang Peng's noise and rushed over, joining forces with the stone mongoose to kill him. Even Qi Tianche wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, so in this special environment, how could Fang Peng survive? In less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, Thunder Typhoon Sect's sect master died tragically under the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar. He didn't have Qi Tianche's powerful physique, so the heaven-shaking pillar was enough to smash him into a meat patty. With two great enemies dead, Yang Kai tidied up his loot, sat down cross-legged for a moment, and immediately began to study a way to leave this place. Tearing space was undoubtedly Yang Kai's biggest advantage. When he was experimenting with it before, he had been interrupted by Qi Tianche, so he didn't know if tearing space would have any effect. Now that there was no one to disturb him, he could naturally experiment. Chapter 1532. Making up his mind, Yang Kai got up, stretched out his hand, and waved it forward, causing a long and narrow void crack to immediately appear in front of him. However, compared to the ones he usually tore through space, this one seemed to be smaller. The world principles inside this sealed world bead seemed to be quite powerful. Yang Kai showed a surprised look, but he didn't delve too deeply into it. Stretching out his hands, he tore the void crack apart and pushed his space force madly, silently widening the long and narrow void crack. Releasing his divine sense for a moment, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that this void crack was extremely stable. Was that old dog Qi Tianche really just spouting nonsense? Yang Kai became suspicious as he dove into the void crack. When he reappeared and looked around, his face couldn't help sinking. This small space, which was less than 300 meters in radius, was a complete mess with traces of a great battle everywhere. Two incomplete corpses lay on the ground, blood and internal organs splattered everywhere. Coming out of this void crack was actually this strange, small, sealed world. Frowning, Yang Kai couldn't help tearing space again. After repeating this a dozen times, Yang Kai didn't continue and instead sat cross-legged on the ground and fell into contemplation. After tearing space more than a dozen times, Yang Kai still couldn't leave this small sealed world and could only move within a 300-meter radius. This result surprised him a little. It seemed that Qi Tianche wasn't spouting nonsense. This sealed world bead really had a mysterious side to it. Even after tearing space, Yang Kai still couldn't escape. Although he didn't succeed in leaving, Yang Kai didn't gain nothing. After tearing space more than a dozen times, he vaguely felt that there was a vague barrier around this small space that isolated him from the outside world. This barrier was inexplicable, but it was precisely because of its existence that this small sealed world was able to form its own world and trap him here. This should be the world principles of this small sealed world. If he could tear apart this barrier, Yang Kai was confident he could leave this place. But how could it be easy to break through the world principles of this small sealed world? Chi Tianche had spent several dozen years refining the sealed world bead, and only then was he able to control a little bit of the world principles that allowed him to enter and leave this place. He didn't have that much time to waste here. But now, besides refining this sealed world bead, there was no other way. How could he refine the sealed world bead? Refining it was tantamount to refining this world. Yang Kai was completely confused, like a dog trying to bite a hedgehog, but he didn't know where to start. He sat upright on the spot and began to think hard. Not knowing how much time had passed, Kai Yang's confused eyes suddenly blossomed with a glimmer of light. That glimmer of light was like a spark that could start a prairie fire. Very quickly, his eyes became clear. He seemed to have understood something, and couldn't help but become spirited and radiant. Previously, he had entered the wrong line of thought. He thought that if he wanted to leave, he had to refine this world. That was why he was at a loss. But in the end, this world was sealed inside the sealed world bead, and the sealed world bead was an emperor artifact, an artifact. He didn't know how to refine heaven and earth, but refining artifacts was a walk in the park for him. Since Chi Tianche had spent several dozen years in retreat to refine the sealed world bead, this emperor artifact must have been contaminated with his aura. As long as Yang Kai could trace his aura to its source, erase it, and refine it again, he would be able to do so. Comprehending one method, comprehending 10,000 methods, Kai Yang suddenly understood. Getting up, Yang Kai summoned 2 demonic flames and burned the nearby corpse. Only then did Yang Kai release his divine sense and begin to scan the surrounding 300 meters in an attempt to find the traces he was looking for. The result was very smooth, and Yang Kai did find Chi Tianche's aura in this space. It didn't take him much effort to erase it. However, when Yang Kai wanted to leave his aura in this space, he encountered great resistance. Chi Tianche wasn't wrong about one thing. Refining the sealed world bead from the inside was extremely difficult, far more difficult than refining it from the outside. The difference in time and strength required to refine it was hundreds of times greater. Even if Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space were countless times more profound than Chi Tianche's, this kind of refining was not something he could complete in a short time. Yang Kai calculated a little, and the results he obtained gave him a fright. It would take him at least 10 or 20 years to refine the sealed world bead and escape. Kai Yang suddenly felt some regret. He regretted killing Fong Peng so quickly. If Fong Peng was still alive, Yang Kai could have beaten him up to vent his anger. After frowning and pondering for a long time, Yang Kai calmed his irritation, but he didn't immediately refine the sealed world bead. Instead, he poured out a large pile of crystal stones from his space ring, placed them in front of him, and madly absorbed the energy contained within. Space spirit crystals. Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space, surpassing both Mo Shaosheng and Chi Tianche in this territory, was all thanks to space spirit crystals. This kind of strange crystal stone had always only been used as a material for refining space rings. But Yang Kai had taken a different approach and absorbed the energy contained within it to enhance his control of the Tao of space. Space spirit crystals were extremely rare, so even if others had this idea, it would be extremely difficult to realize. However, Yang Kai was different. The stone mongoose Xiao Xiao had found a space spirit crystal mine under Dragon Cave Mountain many years ago, gave him the capital to squander without any worries. The number of space spirit crystals he had mined back then was not small, but after so many years, Yang Kai would absorb the energy contained within these space spirit crystals whenever he had free time, resulting in a huge consumption. Now, only less than half of what he had originally mined remained. If a worker wanted to do his job well, he must first sharpen his tools. If Yang Kai wanted to shorten the time it took to refine the sealed world bead, he could only improve his comprehension of the Tao of space and use it more smoothly. As such, Yang Kai planned to use the Tao of space first. One by one, the space spirit crystals turned into dust in Yang Kai's hands. As the sun rose and the moon rose in the outside world, the passage of time inside the sealed world bead was undetectable. After an unknown amount of time, a thick layer of space spirit crystal powder had accumulated around Yang Kai, almost drowning him. After absorbing the energy of space spirit crystals for a long time, coupled with his own insights, Yang Kai vaguely felt that his attainments in the Tao of space had deepened. But he also found that as his mastery of the Tao of space improved, the effect of absorbing the energy from space spirit crystals seemed to be getting smaller and smaller. Perhaps one day, no matter how much energy he absorbed from space spirit crystals, he would not make any progress. Yang Kai stopped for a while and released his divine sense again to refine this sealed world bead. After a while, his brow rose as a look of joy appeared on his face. The process of refining this sealed world bead was much easier than before, and Yang Kai could clearly feel the barrier between this sealed world bead and the outside world. As long as he could break through this barrier, he would be able to leave this place. Integrating his space force into his divine sense, Yang Kai began spreading it out like a tide. Yang Kai attempted to leave his mark on this sealed world bead, carving his own soul mark and making it his own. A scene that stunned him suddenly appeared. When his divine sense spread out, this sealed world bead, which originally only occupied a radius of about 300 meters, suddenly became a little larger, and the scenery he could not see before was also imprinted in his eyes. This result surprised Yang Kai. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai understood. Although Qi Tianche had refined the sealed world bead slightly and was able to enter and exit this sealed world bead, his grasp of the Tao of space was still very shallow, so he could only open up a radius of about 300 meters. Yang Kai was different. His attainments in the Tao of space were much more profound than Qi Tianche's, so he was able to expand this sealed world bead. Kai Yang's interest was piqued. He wanted to know what this sealed world bead would look like when it was fully opened and how large it would be. His original intention of refining the sealed world bead to escape this sealed world bead quietly changed, and Yang Kai began exploring this sealed world bead enthusiastically. Madly pushing his divine sense and mobilizing his grasp of the Tao of space, Yang Kai began expanding the sealed world bead bit by bit, revealing fascinating sceneries he had never seen before. During this process, Yang Kai found that all kinds of magical insights and mysterious powers were pouring into his heart and fusing into the depths of his soul, allowing his understanding of the Tao of space to become clearer and clearer. This was countless times more effective than absorbing the energy of space spirit crystals. Expanding the small sealed worlds heaven and earth and absorbing space force had inadvertently formed a virtuous cycle. Yang Kai was overjoyed and became more and more diligent. Inside the sealed world bead, the sealed world bead was expanding every day, and Yang Kai was also growing every day. With him breaking through the shackles of the first-order origin returning realm, Yang Kai broke through to the second-order origin returning realm in the sealed world bead. After all, he had already reached the peak of the first-order origin returning realm in Fallen Emperor Mountain, and if he had not deliberately suppressed it, he would have broken through at that time. Still, Yang Kai did not stop his pace of exploration, repeating the same process all the time. As his strength increased, his Saint Chi became purer, and his spiritual energy soared. Yang Kai's overall strength improved. Even that wisp of divine clone was strengthened and nourished. Feeling tired, Yang Kai decided to take a short break. With no one to relieve his boredom, Yang Kai released the stone mongoose and talked to it for a while. The stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao, was still very interested in the second stone mongoose. Even if this stone mongoose's sentience was incomplete, and it could only be controlled by Yang Kai's soul clone, it was still the only member of Xiao Xiao's race. Xiao Xiao attached great importance to the stone mongoose, so whenever it found something good, Xiao Xiao would share it with it. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai did not know how long he stayed in this sealed world bead, but he had consumed all the space spirit crystals he had. He had also expanded this sealed world bead from its original 300-meter radius to a 100-kilometer radius, and he was making new progress every day. Within this 100-kilometer radius, there were mountains and rivers, and the scenery was beautiful. However, this was far from the end of the sealed world bead, and in this unknown place, there were more secrets that made one's heart itch. One day, Yang Kai stood up and expanded his divine sense outwards. In an instant, Every blade of grass and tree within a 100-kilometer radius was imprinted on his divine sense. Grinning, Yang Kai stretched out his hand in front of him, and a vortex suddenly appeared, spinning rapidly as a huge suction force emerged from it. Yang Kai did not resist, allowing the vortex to suck him in, and in the next moment he disappeared. Chapter 1533. Star Emperor Mountain, Absolute Sky Peak. White clouds floated halfway up the mountain, and at the top of the quiet peak, an unusual energy fluctuation suddenly appeared. The surrounding world energy madly converged towards a certain point, gradually forming a vortex. At first, this vortex was very small, but as more and more world energy poured in, it grew larger and larger until it was only a few dozen meters in diameter. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the vortex. It was as if he had traveled through space and stood proudly in midair. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai didn't find any trace of anyone, only an altar standing alone not far away, completely exposed to the sun and wind. Yang Kai's expression remained calm, not surprised by this scene. Although he did not know how long he had been in that mysterious small world, it was certainly not 10 days or half a month, but at least a few years. After such a long time had passed, it was naturally impossible for Yi Shiyun and the others to have been waiting here for him. Most likely, they had already returned to High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai tried to sense the dragon bone sword and firebird artifact spirit, but there was no trace of them, so they had probably been taken back by Yi Shiyun. Qi Tianche and Fong Peng were dead, and on Shadowed Star, the three behemoths that dominated all the great forces had fallen, so no one could stop High Heaven Sect's advance. With Yi Shiyun presiding over the sect, Yang Kai felt very relieved, so he did not have much to worry about. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai found that all of Star Emperor Mountain was silent, without the slightest aura. It seemed that the cultivator on Star Emperor Mountain had also evacuated, but Yang Kai did not know if they had followed Yang Xiuzhu and the others to High Heaven Sect, or if they had dispersed. The former was more likely to be the case. With no one here, Yang Kai naturally did not want to stay any longer. Turning around, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed towards the vortex, causing it to shrink rapidly and disappear in the blink of an eye, replaced by an inconspicuous bead. One of the two Emperor artifact beads, the Sealed World bead. This was an incredible treasure. Inside it was a world of its own. With it, a problem that had been lingering in Yang Kai's mind for a long time could be easily solved. Moreover, Yang Kai felt that if he could completely refine this Sealed World bead and complete its world principles, he could even allow a third-order origin returning realm cultivator to break through to the Origin King realm. The reason why a cultivator on Shadowed Star could not break through to the Origin King realm was because of the suppression of its world principles. However, the Sealed World bead was an independent world with its own world principles that were not bound by Shadowed Star's laws. This was definitely a feasible method, but it was still too early to think about it. Although Yang Kai's study of the Tao of space had expanded the small sealed world to a radius of 100 kilometers, he was still far from being able to completely unseal and refine it. After observing for a while, Yang Kai put the Sealed World bead back into his body and casually stepped forward. A moment ago, he was still at the top of Sky Soaring Peak, and the next moment, he was halfway up it. Taking another step, Yang Kai arrived at the foot of the mountain. His speed was unimaginably fast. The Tao of space was infinitely mysterious, and during his time in the Sealed World bead, Yang Kai's control of this power had grown tremendously. This kind of rapid movement was no different from the legendary teleportation, and it was impossible to track. It was as if he had broken through the shackles of space. Compared to Yang Kai's initial mastery of tearing space, this was much more profound. Tearing space was a process that could easily be interfered with by the power of a master. But now, Yang Kai's movements were as smooth as an antelope's horns, no longer hindered by his previous movements. If there was a flaw, though, there was one. It was better to tear space and run as far as possible. With Yang Kai's current strength, tearing space once was enough for him to cross 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. But this kind of movement would only allow him to cross a dozen kilometers at most. Between the two, there were advantages and disadvantages, and it was impossible to say which was better. But at the same time, both consumed a great deal of Saint Qi. Yang Kai continued to move, familiarizing himself with his mastery of the Tao of space, and only after running a few 100,000 kilometers did he summon his star shuttle and continue on his way. Continuously using the Tao of space to travel was a bit of a burden on him, so it was better to use his star shuttle instead. On a vast and boundless plain, the roars and cries of beasts resounded through the sky. A group of 4 or 5 cultivators, old and young, male and female, were jointly besieging a huge and ferocious monster beast. This monster beast had a tiger's head, elephant feet, and a leopard tail, giving it a majestic appearance. The tiger's head was copper in color and seemed to be extremely sturdy, and there were some strange lines on its body that gave it a mysterious appearance. The cracked copperhead tiger was an 8th-order monster beast with thick skin and thick flesh. The cultivator who had surrounded it was an old man at the 2nd-order Saint King realm, while the rest were only saints. From the way these people addressed each other, it was obvious that they were cultivators from some small family who had come to this plane to hunt the monster beast to earn Saint crystals. An 8th-order monster beast was equivalent to a cultivator's Saint King realm. However, this cracked copperhead tiger was at the peak of the 8th order, so even if it was besieged, it was still able to display its ferocity, constantly spitting out powerful energy balls from its mouth, preventing the cultivators from the small families from approaching. However, the old man was an experienced cultivator, so even in this dangerous battle, the cultivators from his family did not suffer any fatal injuries. As long as there was enough time, this group of cultivators might have a chance to kill this cracked copperhead tiger. All of a sudden, an energy fluctuation rushed over from the distance. In the crowd, a young girl in green clothes looked up and suddenly called out, "Second uncle, someone's coming." The old man heard the shout and looked up, his eyes narrowing. He was older and could tell at a glance that this person's strength was not low. Otherwise, they would not have been able to move at such speed. Just as he was wondering whether this person was friend or foe, he let the cracked copperhead tiger break free from his grasp. This 8th-order monster beast had been besieged for a long time and had already displayed its ferocity. After it broke free, not only did it not run away, it instead pounced directly towards the young girl in green clothes, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards her neck. The young girl was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale. For a moment, she panicked and hurriedly summoned an artifact, but it was unable to stop the other party's attack. Seeing the other party's fangs getting closer and closer to her, a trace of horror flashed across the young girl's eyes. Shouts and shouts came from all around as the young girl saw her second uncle desperately rushing over, trying to save her life from the tiger's mouth. But it was obviously too late. She could see death beckoning to her. At that moment, a breeze seemed to blow past her, and in a flash, a figure appeared in front of her. This figure was like a towering mountain, blocking the incoming storm and giving her an inexplicable sense of security. Guangdang. A loud bang rang out, mixed with the whimper of the monster beast. The young girl clearly saw the person in front of her throw a punch, and the cracked copperhead tiger, which she and her group had been besieging for so long, was sent flying like a sandbag. Its head seemed to have been deformed by the blow. After falling to the ground, it only bounced a few times before falling completely still. As the wind blew, the plains fell silent. 4 or 5 pairs of eyes stared straight at Yang Kai, unable to recover from their shock for a long time, their faces filled with disbelief. Although the cracked copperhead tiger was only an 8th-order monster beast, its head was notoriously hard. Even if an origin-returning realm master were to face it, it would be impossible for them to deform its head with just a single punch. Looking at this sturdy figure, for some reason, the young girl in green's heart beat violently, and her nose twitched slightly. She smelled a scent from this person that made her feel extremely comfortable. Secretly glancing at this person, the young girl was surprised to find that he didn't seem to be very old, just a young man. This discovery made her even more inexplicably happy. "Sorry, I seem to have ruined your loot." Yang Kai rubbed his nose awkwardly. He also recognized what this monster beast was. It was a cracked copperhead tiger, and the 2 most valuable things on its body were its monster core and its head. The former was highly sought after by alchemists, while the latter was sought after by artifact refiners. Now that he had deformed this monster beast's head with a single punch, its value would definitely decrease. The old man suddenly returned to his senses when he heard Qinshi speak, and his expression turned solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, little brother." "Little brother, you're too serious. If it wasn't for you making a move in time, Faye would have probably lost her life a long time ago. This old man still has to thank little brother for your help," So how could I dare blame you? Old sir is too polite. You seem to have been distracted by my sudden arrival, Yang Kai chuckled. If we really want to talk about it, it's my fault. Seeing him act so amiably, the old man also relaxed. After all, they were in the middle of nowhere, and the strength of the other party seemed to be quite high. If he really had any malicious intent, the old man would have no way to resist. Fortunately, the other party didn't have such thoughts and was actually quite open-minded. The old man couldn't help but have a good impression of Yang Kai. I just came here to ask where this place is. Yang Kai looked at the old man. This is Blue Wave Plain, the old man replied. Blue Wave Plain. Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of this place before, so he didn't know where he was on Shadowed Star right now. After leaving Star Emperor Mountain, Yang Kai had been familiarizing himself with his mastery of the Tao of Space, but as a result, he had lost his way. Where is the nearest city from here? Yang Kai asked again. 50,000 li to the west from here, there's a Jade Wave City. That's the nearest city. Is there a space array there? As far as this old man knows, there is one, but that space array doesn't seem to be open to outsiders and is only for internal use. If little brother wants to use that space array, he can set out from Blue Wave City and go to Heaven Battling City, 200,000 kilometers away. There is a space array there that is open to the public. Oh, Heaven Battling City? Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a look of surprise. He had not expected that he would actually end up in the vicinity of Heaven Battling City. And, strictly speaking, Blue Wave City can be regarded as a subsidiary of Heaven Battling City, so there is some connection between the two. The old man, as the cultivator of a small family here, naturally knew this information in detail. Chapter 1534. Heaven Battling City now belongs to High Heaven Sect. The girl in green, who had been standing behind Yang Kai, suddenly interjected. She seemed to want to attract Yang Kai's attention. Just now, Yang Kai had descended from the heavens to save her life, so at her age, she was most sensitive to scenes of a hero saving a damsel in distress. What's more, from the side, Yang Kai's face was hard and firm, his back was sturdy, and he was quite young. The aura he gave off made her feel very comfortable, so of course she wanted to highlight her existence and attract his attention. High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai smiled and glanced back at her. The girl's face blushed slightly, but she quickly explained, you must have heard of it. It's a sect that has risen in recent years. I heard that their headquarters is in the Lu Yen Desert. Even Star Emperor Mountain, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect were destroyed by them. Now, on Shadowed Star, High Heaven Sect is the most powerful sect. She chattered endlessly, seemingly having an endless amount of things to say. Her temperament was quite lively. The old man glared at the girl, secretly scolding the little girl for not understanding the gravity of the situation. It's fine, I've heard of High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai chuckled, but I didn't expect it to be so famous. You can continue. I won't disturb you any longer. He had come here to inquire about the location of the nearest city, and now that he had obtained the information he needed, he naturally had no intention of staying any longer. But just as he was about to leave, the girl in green suddenly called out, "Wait! What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. "Second uncle, we've been out for a while now, shouldn't we go back? Otherwise, father and the others will be worried. What's more, third brother and the others are all injured, so it's not suitable for them to stay here any longer." The girl in green looked at the old man and said, What you said makes sense, it's time to go back." The old man gently nodded. "Then let's go with him. We can take care of each other along the way," the green-clothed girl suggested. The old man looked at Yang Kai awkwardly. To be honest, he certainly hoped to go with Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai had just shown his strength. Although there was no great danger on the way back, it was better to be safe than sorry. With Yang Kai's help, the return journey should be very safe. He agreed with the girl's suggestion, but he didn't know what Yang Kai meant. "All right, it just so happens that I don't know the exact location of Blue Wave City, so I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." Yang Kai smiled and nodded in agreement. Since it was on the way, Yang Kai was not in a hurry. "Thank you, little brother." The old man was overjoyed. "I'll go collect the materials." The green-clothed girl cheered and ran towards the dead, cracked copperhead tiger. The old man smiled bitterly, secretly shaking his head, and said apologetically, "Little brother, please don't blame her. Faber is born like this, but don't worry, little brother, I'll give you the materials later." No need, you can keep them. These things are of no use to me. Yang Kai waved his hand. The body of an 8th-grade monster beast was indeed of no use to him. The wealth Yang Kai possessed was unimaginable for ordinary people. Hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up. After confirming that Yang Kai didn't need those materials, he couldn't help but feel grateful. The inner core and head of the copperhead tiger were good profits for them. Soon, the green-clothed girl, with the help of the others, finished processing the monster beast's body. It could be seen that these young people were familiar with this and were familiar with it. It was obvious that they often did this kind of thing. After a simple tidying up, Yang Kai set off with these people, rushing towards Blue Wave City. The green-clothed girl's temperament was indeed lively and full of curiosity. Once a chatterbox was opened, she couldn't stop asking questions and chattered on endlessly. What was Yang Kai's name? Where did he come from? Where did he come from? She didn't seem to know how to avoid the taboo questions at all and asked logically. Anyway, they were in a hurry, so Yang Kai chatted with her as a way to pass the time. After all was said and done, she didn't get much information about Yang Kai, but she explained her own background thoroughly. The old man was embarrassed as he listened. Fortunately, he could see that Yang Kai wasn't a person with ulterior motives, so he let it go. He secretly decided to teach the girl a lesson when they returned to the family, to let her know that people were sinister and that she shouldn't talk about these things with strangers in the future. Along the way, they occasionally encountered monster beast blocking the way, but the old man and the others didn't have to worry at all. They were easily dealt with by Yang Kai. It was a big gain for them. Below the old man, several young people worshipped Yang Kai. Everyone seemed to be about the same age, but in terms of strength, Yang Kai surpassed them by a large margin. Worship and respect for the strong was a cultivator's innate nature, and Yang Kai's performance had completely conquered these young people. The distance of tens of thousands of miles, if Yang Kai were to travel alone, it would only take him 1 or 2 hours, but with the old man and the others, it took him a whole day. A day later, a city standing on the edge of the plain came into view. Everyone walked to the city gate and handed over some crystal stones before smoothly entering the city. Many thanks for your guidance, we will part here. Please take care of yourselves. Kai Yang cupped his fists and with a flicker, he dove into the crowd and disappeared without a trace. The green-clothed girl called out a few times, but seeing that Yang Kai didn't turn around, she couldn't help but pout unhappily. Let's go, let's sell this time's harvest first. I wonder what kind of price we can get, the old man sighed before leading the way. Yang Kai walked through the spacious streets of Blue Wave City, looking around with great interest. He wasn't in a hurry to find Blue Wave City's space array. Since this place was a subsidiary of Heaven Battling City, it was also a subsidiary of High Heaven Sect. As the sect master of Blue Wave City, it was not a problem for Yang Kai to use the space array. Yang Kai believed that the city lord of Blue Wave City would not be so blind. However, after being in retreat in the small sealed world for several years, now that he was free, Yang Kai wanted to relax. Along the way, enjoying the local customs and walking around the shops, Yang Kai felt both physically and mentally comfortable, his state of mind unconsciously stabilizing. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Kai had broken through to the second-order origin returning realm, so he had to stabilize his state of mind. Naturally, he wouldn't neglect this task. Half a day later, he entered a restaurant. Going up to the 3rd floor, Yang Kai ordered the waiter to bring him some good wine and dishes while he sat down by the window and looked out at the scenery below. Not long after, the table was filled with precious delicacies. Kai Yang tasted the strong wine while eating the delicious food, feeling content and contented. Suddenly, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced faintly at the 2 cultivator at a nearby table, a look of interest flashing across his eyes. On the 3rd floor, there weren't many guests, and these 2 were talking loudly just now. Yang Kai seemed to have heard these 2 mention High Heaven Sect. High Heaven Sect's rise had been rapid, and although he had inquired a little about High Heaven Sect's recent situation from the girl in green and knew that the sect was now quite famous, Yang Kai didn't know the specifics. Now that he heard someone talking about his sect, he naturally wanted to hear more. But to his disappointment, the 2 didn't seem to have any intention of continuing the conversation and instead changed the topic to something irrelevant. Yang Kai shook his head secretly and stopped paying attention. A moment later, the 2 men finished eating and one of them, a burly man with a fierce face, shouted, "Shopkeeper." His voice was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention, But after seeing this man's face, everyone quickly averted their eyes, seemingly not daring to provoke him. Asterisk deng deng deng. Asterisk the sound of footsteps came from downstairs, and an elderly man quickly ran up from downstairs. When he arrived in front of the two people at the table, he nodded and bowed with a face full of smiles. "Two sirs, are you satisfied with the food?" "It's just so," the burly man replied casually while picking his teeth. "Two master, please forgive me." The shopkeeper bowed and said, Next time this old man will definitely provide more delicious food to satisfy two masters." "Good, at least you have some eyesight. I'll let you off for today, but where are the things?" The burly man glanced sideways at the shopkeeper. "This old man has brought them. Would two master like to count them?" The shopkeeper said as he put a package in his hand on the table. The burly man didn't act polite and opened it directly. A large bag of high-rank St. crystals suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The burly man swept it with his divine sense and immediately knew how many St. crystals there were, causing his face to sink as he shouted, "Why is there so little? Old dog, do you not put this king in your eyes? Is this all you're supposed to pay this month?" The shopkeeper suddenly panicked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he cried out, "Master, please understand, this old man's restaurant's business hasn't been very good recently, so there is a shortage of St. crystals. This old man asks two master to forgive him for a few days. This old man will definitely make up for it when the time comes." "Forgive you for a few days?" The burly man coldly snorted. "If this king forgives you, who will forgive this king? If this task is not completed, the one who will be punished is this king." Saying so, the burly man slammed his hand on the table, causing it to immediately turn to dust. The shopkeeper's face turned pale with fright as he knelt down and cried out, "Master, please don't be angry. This old man only needs a few days, just a few days. Please allow this, master." "Humph. Don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll give you 3 days. I'll come back here in 3 days. If you still dare to be wishy-washy at that time, I'll tear down your restaurant and twist your head off." Yes, I will not disappoint master when the time comes," the shopkeeper said repeatedly. "Let's go." The burly man stood up impatiently, stuffed the bag of St. crystals into his space ring, and left. It wasn't until they left that the shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief, a sorrowful look on his face, and began to clean up the mess on the ground. The waiter also came over to help. After a while, after cleaning up, the shopkeeper bowed again and apologized to the surrounding guests before letting out a deep sigh, appearing even more senile than before. Chapter 1535. "Shopkeeper, come over here," Yang Kai beckoned to him. He had been watching from the sidelines just now and didn't know what was going on, so he wanted to inquire. After all, this place was somewhat related to High Heaven's sect. "What orders does honored guest have? Would you like some wine and food?" The shopkeeper came over to Yang Kai and asked with a forced smile. "Wine and food are not urgent." Yang Kai smiled lightly before glancing suspiciously towards the stairs. Who were those two people just now? Why did they come to this restaurant to eat and drink? But not only do they not have to pay, they even want you to give them St. crystals. This. The shopkeeper looked stunned as he glanced around and found that the other guests were all drinking and enjoying themselves, not paying any attention to what was happening here. So he lowered his voice and asked, "Is honored guest new to Blue Wave City?" Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then you should leave early. Blue Wave City is not a place to stay for long," the shopkeeper said with a secretive look on his face as he waved his hand repeatedly. "Not a place to stay for long." Yang Kai frowned. Could it be that something bad is about to happen here? He saw that the city was bustling with people coming and going, and the situation inside was calm, as if there were no signs of something big happening. Haha. The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. "Honored guest, please listen to this old man's advice. If you want to leave, you should leave quickly. If you stay here for too long, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." "What do you mean? Please explain clearly, shopkeeper." Yang Kai stared at him with scorching eyes. "I heard that this place is a subsidiary of Heaven Battling City, a property of High Heaven sect. How could there be someone who dares act against this city?" I can't say. Although this old man doesn't have many years left to live, he doesn't want to die so early." "Honored guest, please help yourself." The shopkeeper kept shaking his head, his expression ugly as he turned to leave. "I am from High Heaven sect," Yang Kai quickly said. "What? The shopkeeper's face changed drastically as he stared at Yang Kai in astonishment. Don't be so nervous. Yang Kai chuckled. I am a disciple of High Heaven Sect and have received orders from the sect master to come here to investigate. If Senior has something to say, please speak frankly. I would like to know if there is someone who doesn't want to live and dares not put my High Heaven Sect in their eyes. You're from High Heaven Sect? Are you really from High Heaven Sect? The shopkeeper looked both excited and suspicious as he leaned over and asked in a low voice. Yes. Don't worry, Elder. Your words may come out of your mouth, but they enter my ears. I won't go around talking nonsense. Yang Kai comforted him in a soft voice. The shopkeeper's expression changed, as if he was hesitating about something. After a while, he gritted his teeth and sat down across from Yang Kai. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and poured a glass of wine for the shopkeeper, who took a sip. Strong wine bolstered one's courage and brewed his mood before he said, Honored guest may not know, but the reason I asked you to leave quickly is not because someone wants to harm High Heaven Sect, nor is it because something bad is about to happen in Blue Wave City, but because this is not a place for people to stay. Oh, then please tell me in detail what happened. Junior will be grateful. Yang Kai smiled lightly. It's a long story. The shopkeeper sighed deeply. Honored guest, you saw the attitude of those two people just now. Yes, who are they? City Lord's mansion. City Lord's mansion? Yang Kai was stunned. Honored guest also finds it strange, right? The City Lord's mansion is supposed to protect us. So why would they come to this small shop to extort St. Crystals? The shopkeeper's tone was low, because this is a tax collected by the City Lord's mansion. Yang Kai frowned. Any shop that operates in Blue Wave City must turn over at least 70% of its income to the City Lord's mansion. The remaining 30% is barely enough to cover all kinds of expenses. But that's not enough to stop these people from finding all kinds of excuses to extort it. This small shop is alone and can't resist. A few days ago, someone even died in this shop. The shopkeeper complained. It seemed that because he had drunk some wine, his courage had grown a lot, and as he spoke, his expression became resentful. Is this the City Lord's mansion's intention? Yang Kai asked coldly. Yes. Otherwise, how could those people have the courage to act like this? Those two people just now came to collect taxes. Since the taxes here are so high, why doesn't Old Sir leave Blue Wave City and find another way to make a living? The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. Who can leave? No one can leave. Once the City Lord's mansion discovers anyone trying to escape, they will be killed without mercy. The heads hanging on the city walls are a bloody lesson. Not only are small businesses like us bound here, but all the small families and cultivator living in the city are also like this. The various benefits they obtain from their adventures outside must also be turned over to the City Lord's mansion. As long as there is resistance, they will be targeted. Several small families have already been destroyed. Saying so, the shopkeeper glanced at Yang Kai cautiously and asked softly, Little brother, may this old man be so bold as to ask, is this an order issued by High Heaven Sect? How could High Heaven Sect issue such an order? Yang Kai's face turned ugly as he coldly snorted. My High Heaven Sect would never do such a thing. And what about Heaven Battling City? Does Heaven Battling City not care? This old man doesn't know, but if Heaven Battling City were to care, this shouldn't have happened. I just don't know if this is the intention of Heaven Battling City or Blue Wave City's City Lord's mansion. However, I heard that since Heaven Battling City changed hands, the taxes there have been particularly low, which has attracted many people, but now it is overcrowded. Many people were attracted by the name of High Heaven Sect and wanted to join, but they couldn't find a way to do so. Unable to enter Heaven Battling City, they could only settle for the next best thing and go to places related to High Heaven Sect, Blue Wave City being one of them. Outsiders may not be able to see the insidious darkness hidden under Blue Wave City, but this old man is more than clear about it, which is why I want you to leave as soon as possible. If you live here for too long, you will be added to the register and won't be able to leave even if you want to. Interesting. Yang Kai sneered. Little brother, since you have come here to investigate openly and secretly under the orders of High Heaven Sect's sect master, you should quickly pass on this news. This old man hopes that someone from your High Heaven Sect will come soon and remove this malignant tumor from Blue Wave City, so this old man can spend the rest of his life here in peace. The shopkeeper looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Old Sir can rest assured, my High Heaven Sect will not sit back and watch. Yang Kai grinned. In any case, many people here have come here for the name of High Heaven Sect, so I can't allow them to be bullied. Otherwise, the reputation of my High Heaven Sect will be tarnished. Little brother, don't be impulsive. The shopkeeper saw the fierce glint in Yang Kai's eyes and couldn't help being startled. Rest assured, I have a sense of propriety. Yang Kai's eyes became cold. This time, if it weren't for a coincidence, he wouldn't have known that someone was using High Heaven Sect's name to commit such shady acts. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that on the way back from Blue Wave Plain, the girl named Faye had hesitated to speak about the situation in Blue Wave City. It turned out that this was the reason for her hesitation. High Heaven Sect's rise was too short, and with its small number of disciples, its foundation was unstable. Now was the time to win over people's hearts, but the situation in Blue Wave City was smearing High Heaven Sect's name. So Yang Kai naturally couldn't sit back and do nothing. At this moment, a clamor suddenly sounded from the street below. Immediately, a wave of energy fluctuation rose, followed by exclamations and miserable cries. Yang Kai looked down towards the source of the sound and immediately saw a young girl in green clothes, causing him to let out a light sigh. "Old sir, here's the money for the wine." Yang Kai casually threw down a few pieces of high-rank St. Crystals, grabbed a wine jar, and jumped out of the window. In the middle of the street, in front of a general store, 3 or 4 young men stood there with angry looks on their faces, staring at 2 people with bloodshot eyes. Circulating their Saint Chi, they were secretly on guard, not daring to act rashly. Behind these young men, a young girl in green clothes was supporting an old man. This old man seemed to have suffered some serious injuries, his face pale and blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Countless people were watching. "Second uncle, are you okay?" The young girl in green clothes asked nervously, a worried look on her pretty face. "I'm fine." The old man slowly shook his head and spat out 2 words with difficulty. "How could you hit someone?" The young girl in green clothes turned her head and shouted at the 2 cultivators who had just attacked. "Hit someone." One of the burly men heard this and grinned meaningfully. "So what if we hit someone?" Who told this old dog to not know how to appreciate kindness. Father here didn't want to take his life. That's already showing mercy. A little girl like you not only doesn't appreciate father's kindness, but also dares to criticize me. Do you believe I won't kill him right now? You. The young girl in green clothes' pretty face paled. After all, her strength wasn't high and she was still young. So after being threatened by the other party, she didn't dare say anything, fearing that this man would really become angry out of humiliation and kill her. "Humph, the city lord has ordered that all St. Crystals obtained from transactions must be paid to the city lord's mansion." "What's wrong, old dog? Are you deaf or blind? You actually dared to secretly trade with others. If father hadn't caught you red-handed, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known you were so bold. Daring to ignore the orders of the city lord's mansion, old dog, you must be tired of living." The other man also laughed sinisterly. The old man's face was livid, but he didn't dare to refute. Although there were many onlookers, none of them dared to make any moves, but when they looked at the old man and the young girl, they all showed looks of sympathy. Blue Wave City's taxes were so high and the exploitation was so heavy that almost everyone could barely keep themselves fed and clothed. Moreover, they couldn't escape from this place, so when people went out for adventures, if they had any gains, they would find familiar and reliable shops to secretly trade them without being discovered, avoiding the harsh taxes. This kind of phenomenon was commonplace in Blue Wave City. The old man and his group had been unlucky this time, accidentally bumping into someone from the city lord's mansion, causing them to suffer a big loss. Taking a deep breath, the old man cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Two friends, it's not that we ignored the orders of the city lord's mansion, but we were originally going to pay the St. Crystals after this transaction. But we didn't have time to do so. Old dog, your words sound good. Haha, I wonder what you're really thinking." The burly man obviously didn't believe such words. Chapter 1536. Since I've run into the 2 of you here, this old man won't have to make a trip himself. Please accept these St. Crystals and don't refuse. The old man said as he winked at the girl in green. The girl in green clutched her space ring and shook her head repeatedly, obviously unwilling to hand over the gains from this adventure. These were gains they had risked their lives to obtain. "Take them out," the old man shouted. Under his dignified gaze, The girl in green reluctantly took out a package from her space ring and handed it to the old man. The old man squeezed out a smile and said humbly, "These are all the Saint crystals we obtained. I hope the two master will kindly accept them." Saying so, the old man tossed the package over. The big man opposite him reached out and caught it, weighing it for a moment before his eyes couldn't help lighting up. "A good harvest, old dog." "Haha, our luck was quite good this time," the old man chuckled. In the past, they hadn't obtained so many gains during their adventures, but this time they had followed Yong Kai, so their gains had indeed been much greater. "Two master, we'll take our leave first." The old man cupped his fists slightly, not intending to stay here for long. "Wait, I didn't say you could leave. Which one of you dares?" The big man threw the package to his companion and shouted, "What other advice does master have for us?" The old man clutched his chest and asked in a panic, "This time, you secretly traded with father here, and now you've been caught red-handed. What about before? Where did all the Saint crystals go before father here?" The big man asked with an unfriendly look. "Master, we've always paid Saint crystals according to the rules of our previous transactions. Never once have we missed a single payment. I ask the master to judge clearly." The old man was shocked. "Heh, judge clearly or not, I have my own judgment. Today, either you hand over all the Saint crystals you obtained in previous transactions and I'll spare your lives, or all of you will remain here." The big man coldly snorted. "Master, you're making things too difficult for us," the old man said anxiously. "We've never done this kind of thing before. How can we hand over all these Saint crystals?" "Yes, almost all of our Saint crystals have been taken away by you. Where can we find any extra to give you?" The girl in green also shouted. "Little girl, your courage isn't small." The big man glanced at the girl gloomily, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he stared more intently at the girl's exquisite body, a lustful light flashing across his eyes as he chuckled to himself. The old man noticed this and knew that's not good, so he quickly pulled the girl in green behind him. "Master, I'll let you go this time." The big man stroked his chin and pretended to ponder. After a while, he nodded and said, "All right, this king is not an unreasonable person. In fact, I'm very easy to talk to. Since this is your first offense, it's not impossible for me to let you go this time." "Master, don't be in such a hurry. I haven't finished speaking." Chuckling meaningfully, the big man pointed to the girl in green behind the old man and said, "If you don't have any Saint crystals, you can hand her over. Leave this little girl behind and everyone else scram." As soon as this remark came out, the girl in green's pretty face immediately paled. The old man also panicked and hurriedly said, "Master, Faber is still young." "Young? This king doesn't think she's young at all." The big man chuckled, and his expression changed as he fiercely shouted, "I'll give you one last chance. Leave the little girl behind, and the rest of you scram. If you dare to be long-winded again, I'll kill all of you." The old man and the others kept silent out of fear, not daring to show the anger in their hearts. They could only cast pleading eyes around, hoping that the onlookers would speak up for them or help them. But when they met his gaze, everyone turned away. The old man's heart sank, never having expected that things would develop to this point. The girl in green also showed a look of despair. "What's so lively here? I'll also take a look." An abrupt voice suddenly called out from behind the crowd. Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man in robes striding over. He had a stalwart figure and a strange smile on his face as he carried a wine jug in his hand. His eyes were arrogant and domineering, and his demeanor was unrestrained, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. While striding over, he gulped down a mouthful of wine and grinned meaningfully. "Why? I heard someone wants to kill someone." "Oh. Big Brother Yong." The girl in green cried out, like a drowning person who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. The old man and the others also wore strange expressions. The crowd parted on their own accord, and Yong Kai walked straight to the old man and the others, sweeping them with his divine sense before gently nodding. The old man's injuries weren't too serious, otherwise, with his second-order Saint King cultivation, he would have been killed in one move by this big man. After all, this big man was a cultivator of the first-order origin returning realm. "Little brother." The old man opened his mouth and looked at Yong Kai gratefully, but he still said, "Why did you bother to wade into these muddy waters?" He sighed slightly, a look of guilt filling his face. He knew that Yong Kai must have taken the initiative to show up, because they had traveled together before and had formed some kind of friendship. He also knew that Yang Kai's strength was unfathomable. But this was Blue Wave City, and Yang Kai was one person with two fists. If he really intervened, it was likely he wouldn't be able to protect himself. "Old sir, you don't have to worry about me," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help smiling bitterly and didn't say anything more. "Boy, who are you?" The big man's face sank as he stared coldly at Yang Kai. "I'm just here to watch the fun," Yang Kai grinned at him. "Boy, you court death," the big man shouted angrily. Ever since Blue Wave City and High Heaven Sect became involved, no one dared to act presumptuously here. As a member of the City Lord's mansion, he was respected wherever he went. But today, a young man who didn't know the meaning of death dared to ridicule him. Naturally, he was furious. With a shout, the big man rushed in front of Yang Kai and summoned a hammer-like artifact that flashed brilliantly as he viciously smashed it towards Yang Kai. The onlookers exclaimed, and the old man's heart also jumped. The green-clothed girl screamed. It seemed that in the next moment, that artifact would smash Yang Kai's head to pieces. Yang Kai threw out a punch to meet the hammer. Asterisk Guang Dang. Asterisk a loud bang rang out, but Yang Kai remained unscathed. Instead, the hammer artifact was sent flying by a powerful force and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai raised the wine jug in his hand and slammed it down on the big man's head. With a loud crash, the wine jug shattered and the strong wine splashed all over the big man's face. Before he could recover from his shock, a big foot flew towards him and kicked him in the face. A blood-curdling scream rang out as the big man was sent flying like a paper kite. His face was covered in blood, giving him a terrifying appearance. His nose, which had been kicked by Kai Yang, had been smashed into smithereens. Countless of his teeth had been knocked out. The audience was shocked. Everyone looked at Yang Kai with strange eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. What shocked everyone was not Yang Kai's strength, but that he dared to attack someone from the City Lord's mansion in Blue Wave City. Feeling a sharp pain, the big man howled and shouted, "You dare hit me? So what if I hit you? Who told you to be an idiot who didn't know how to appreciate kindness? Not only did father not want your life, but you even dared to accuse me. Do you believe I won't kill you right now?" Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically, a mocking expression on his face. These words sounded familiar, as if the big man had just ridiculed the girl. The big man's face was dull. His companion's expression also changed as he stared at Yang Kai with eyes full of horror. To be able to defeat the burly man in an instant, the other party's strength was not something he could contend with. Even if he wanted to regain face for the burly man, there was nothing he could do. Thinking of this, he retreated quickly, wanting to report this matter to the City Lord's mansion and ask for help. "I didn't say you could leave, so how could you?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and shot a golden blood thread towards the big man. A golden light flashed, and in the next moment, the man who was running away screamed and fell to the ground. There were no wounds, but his vitality was quickly being extinguished. He was dead. Everyone's eyes bulged. If Yang Kai daring to attack the City Lord's mansion's people just now had shocked the onlookers, then this scene made them feel like their guts were about to explode. Someone from the City Lord's mansion had been killed. How could this be? In the past few years, no one had ever dared to oppose the City Lord's mansion. Anyone who had such thoughts had been destroyed. But today, there was a young man who killed a martial artist from the City Lord's mansion under the watchful eyes of so many people. It was easy to imagine that he would face the wrath of the City Lord's mansion. Even if he had great ability, he would not be able to escape from Blue Wave City. He would die without a doubt. A series of gasps rang out as everyone's gazes towards Yang Kai changed, becoming filled with fear and horror, all of them subconsciously distancing themselves from him, so as not to be misunderstood as having anything to do with him and be implicated by him. "Little brother, you." The old man also looked incredulous. On the other hand, Fei and the other young people looked excited, looking at Yang Kai with worshipful eyes, as if he was their idol. Young people were always hot-blooded. "I just killed a piece of trash. Old sir doesn't need to be so nervous," Yang Kai chuckled, looking indifferent. "Little brother, you should leave quickly. It's not good to stay here for long. Take advantage of the fact that the news hasn't spread. Leave now and you still have a chance to live. If you're late, I'm afraid it'll be too late," the old man hurriedly shouted at Yang Kai. "Leave? Why should I leave?" Yang Kai shook his head. The old man looked at Yang Kai with a dull gaze. "You're not leaving? Do you still want to stay?" "Yes." The old man was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Do you know who you just killed? Do you know how much trouble you've caused? You still want to stay? Have you never died before? Haha. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Old sir, don't be impatient. Since I'm staying, I'm definitely not afraid of them. If they can really kill me, they can do it. Chapter 1537. Yang Kai had a fearless look on his face as he spoke in an arrogant tone. The old man stared at him as if he had seen a ghost. After confirming that he was not drunk, he could not help shaking his head. I really don't know what you young people are thinking. Don't worry, since I've run into you today, it's time to clean up the garbage in Blue Wave City. Old sir, you just need to watch. This old man doesn't know what you're relying on. But this matter is still caused by us, so this old man will follow little brother. As for the rest, we'll leave it to fate. He obviously did not have a good opinion of Yang Kai, thinking that Yang Kai was a little too hot-blooded and impulsive. Even so, he chose to stay, not letting Yang Kai fight alone. Many thanks, old sir. Yang Kai smiled silently. Big brother Yang, we will also live and die with you. The green-clothed girl's face was flushed red as she shouted excitedly. Her fellow clan members all nodded, their eyes showing a kind of courage to face death with equanimity. Good. Yang Kai nodded. You can just stand by for me. Nonsense. The old man was so anxious that he stomped his feet. You're too much. He was willing to stay with Yang Kai because he was prepared to die so that the young people in his clan could escape. But how could he have known they would make such an impulsive choice? He flew into a rage. Old sir, you can rest assured that they will be safe and sound, Yang Kai said casually, his face full of confidence. Young people really don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. Does he not know how big of a mess he's made? Does he not know who he has killed? This is interesting. Someone actually dares to oppose the City Lord's mansion. This is going to be a good show. How could the City Lord's mansion let him off so easily? What a pity, such a good young man will die in Blue Wave City today. What a pity. The whispers of the onlookers came from all around. Many people were pointing at Yang Kai. There were more cultivator who heard the news and came here to join in the fun. For a moment, the street was packed with people. Yang Kai and the others were surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The previously arrogant burly man had a dull look on his face. He watched as his companion was killed by Yang Kai with a raise of his hand, dying a tragic death not far away. A chill ran down his spine, and his expression became one of fear. He had never thought that there would really be someone who would dare to kill people in Blue Wave City, let alone someone from the City Lord's mansion. The sunlight in front of him seemed to be blocked. Looking up, he saw Kai Yang standing in front of him with his arms crossed, looking down at him condescendingly. His eyes were like a dragon overlooking an ant, disdainfully disdainful. Little brother, please spare my life. The burly man struggled to get up and suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Little brother, please spare my life. I was a snob and unintentionally offended little brother. I ask little brother's master to be magnanimous and not bother with me. Compared to his own life, this little bit of shame was nothing. He no longer had the courage to challenge Yang Kai. You want to live? Yang Kai smiled at him. The burly man nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai nodded, his expression becoming soft. I can also spare your life. Many thanks, little brother, many thanks. The burly man cried bitterly. I wonder what little brother's orders are. He was not stupid, knowing that Yang Kai was willing to let him go for a price. Is your city lord still in the mansion? Yang Kai asked. Yes, the city lord's master is in the mansion. Good, lead the way. Yang Kai motioned. The burly man was stunned, his expression becoming extremely strange. Hurry up. Yang Kai kicked him and shouted. Yes. The burly man quickly got up, not daring to delay any longer, quickly leading the way. Fei, come with me. We're going to the city lord's mansion to make a scene. Yang Kai beckoned to the green-clothed girl and the others. The several young people immediately followed. The old man was in a daze until Yang Kai and the others squeezed into the crowd and disappeared. Only then did he snap back to his senses, stomping his feet, and hurriedly followed. The onlookers were in an uproar. That young man really seemed to have a death wish. After killing someone from the city lord's mansion in Blue Wave City, instead of running away, he actually wanted to go to the city lord's mansion to make a scene. There was actually such a bold person in this world. What kind of background did he have? Did he really have someone to rely on, or was he just acting recklessly? With great curiosity, everyone wanted to know what the final fate of this young man would be, so naturally they all followed. For a time, the entire Blue Wave City was in a state of turmoil as a large number of cultivators rushed towards the city lord's mansion under the leadership of Yang Kai, creating a grand scene. However, they were just here to watch the fun. If they really wanted to oppose the city lord's mansion, none of them had the guts. In the center of Blue Wave City, in front of a magnificent palace, several dozen cultivators stood guard. With such a big incident happening in the city, naturally news had been sent back to the city lord's mansion. Blue Wave City's city lord was furious and immediately ordered the army to meet the enemy. He wanted to see which bastard had eaten the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard, daring to provoke him. Blue Wave City was a subsidiary city of Heaven Battling City, so there were a large number of cultivators in the city lord's mansion. It was not a weak force, and there were also a large number of cultivators scattered throughout the city to deal with unexpected events. The city lord himself and the members of the Elder Council were all origin returning realm masters, with 2 of them having reached the 3rd order. In terms of the strength of a single city, such a lineup was not weak. At this moment, City Lord Dan Ing was standing outside the City Lord's mansion with his hands behind his back, staring at the bustling crowd in the distance. His gaze soon settled on a young man. He could tell at a glance that this young man was the one leading the trouble. One of his subordinates, his face covered in blood, walked in front of him humbly, seemingly leading the way for the young man. The sound of gulping could be heard as the City Lord's mansion cultivator looked at the countless cultivators following the young man and felt a little uneasy. "What are you panicking for?" Dan Ing shouted. "These people are just going with the flow. They don't have the guts to oppose my City Lord's mansion. As long as we kill the leading young man, the others will be nothing more than chickens and dogs." "City Lord's master is right, don't panic," someone from the Elder Council echoed. Hearing this, the cultivator was secretly relieved. After a while, Yang Kai and the others arrived outside the City Lord's mansion, but except for him and a few people from the old man's family, the rest of the onlookers had already stopped 1,000 meters away. This was also the rule of Blue Wave City. No one was allowed to set foot within 1,000 meters of the City Lord's mansion, otherwise they would be killed. The onlookers were afraid of the City Lord's mansion's prestige, so naturally, they did not dare to cross the line. "Is that your City Lord?" Yang Kai turned his eyes to Dan Ing and asked the big man in front of him. The big man's eyes flickered as he nodded slightly. "Deacon Liu, what happened? Why did you bring so many people to make trouble in front of the City Lord's mansion?" Dan Ing stared at the big man majestically and asked. The big man raised his head and glanced at Dan Ing, his eyes flashing. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, he circulated his Saint Chi and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived beside Dan Ing. Yang Kai sneered but did not stop him, as if he had expected this scene. "City Lord Master, please forgive me." The big man shouted. "This subordinate did not bring people to make trouble. This subordinate was simply forced." "Who dared to force you?" Dan Ying's expression became cold. "It's that little brat." The big man turned back and pointed to Yang Kai, freeing himself from Yang Kai's control. Standing next to Dan Ing, the big man felt a sense of security and no longer had any scruples. Pointing to Yang Kai, he grit his teeth and said, "This subordinate was with Deacon Zhou just now and was collecting taxes, but that little brat didn't put us in his eyes and killed Deacon Zhou. In order to survive, this subordinate had no choice but to compromise and lead that little bastard to the City Lord's mansion to be dealt with by the City Lord's master." Obviously, this subordinate was trying to live a humble life, but in the big man's mouth, he had turned into someone who was willing to endure hardships and wait for a tiger. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this and could not help looking at the big man in a new light. "And well done." Dan Ing nodded lightly. "Idiot, do you think you're safe standing next to your City Lord? If I wanted to kill you, even your City Lord wouldn't be able to protect you." Yang Kai sneered. "Presumptuous." Dan Ing shouted, "Little brat, you're too arrogant. Don't think that just because you have some ability you can look down on everyone in the world. This City Lord would like to see how you can kill Deacon Liu in front of me. Then watch carefully." Yang Kai grinned and a golden light suddenly appeared in his left eye, followed by the appearance of a budding lotus flower. As soon as the lotus flower appeared, it disappeared in a flash. A scream rang out as the big man standing next to Danning clutched his head and fell to the ground, rolling on the ground. The scream was extremely tragic, as if the man had suffered some kind of unimaginable torture, causing everyone who heard it to be greatly shocked. No one knew what the big man had suffered to cause him such pain. In less than 3 breaths, a muffled bang rang out. The big man's head burst open like a ripe watermelon, blood and brains splattering all over the ground, and he was no longer breathing. Gasps could be heard from all directions. Dan Ing and the other cultivator from Blue Wave City's Elder Council all trembled as their faces turned pale, their eyes filled with fear. The green-clothed girl standing behind Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. She didn't seem to be able to react to what had happened, but soon, her pretty face turned white and she ran to the side to retch. It was so difficult that she seemed to have vomited bile. Did you see it clearly? Yang Kai looked at Dan Ing contemptuously and chuckled mockingly. Dan Ying's face was extremely ugly as he remained silent with a gloomy expression. He didn't know what kind of trick Yang Kai had used, but with his third-order origin returning realm cultivation, he was able to see some things. Being able to kill Deacon Lu silently without moving, it was clear that the other party had used some kind of divine sense secret technique. But how powerful was his spiritual energy to be able to cause Deacon Lu's head to explode? Danning asked himself if he could do such a thing. A great enemy. Danning no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, his expression becoming extremely dignified. Chapter 1538. May I ask who your excellency is and why you have come to my Blue Wave City to cause trouble? Danning asked with a cold expression. Is that important? Yang Kai curled his lips. Danning frowned. This city lord and your excellency have never met before, yet your excellency is so unreasonable as to kill 2 of my city lord's mansion's deacons. Isn't that a bit too much? He had seen that Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, so he didn't dare to offend him easily. With such strength at such a young age, it was likely that this young man had some backing behind him, so before he figured it out, Danning didn't dare to act rashly. Too much. Yang Kai grinned. I don't think it's too much. Today, I came here not only to kill your 2 deacons, but also to take your life. Anyone who dares to oppose you will die. The city lord's mansion's cultivator felt a chill run down his spine. Dan Ying's expression froze for a moment, but soon he laughed. Interesting. This city lord hasn't seen such an interesting young man for a long time. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame this city lord for being impolite. Kill him for me. Danning couldn't bear Yang Kai's shamelessness any longer. 2 deacons had died. If he were to swallow this insult, he would no longer have the slightest dignity in the future. No matter what kind of backing this young man had, it couldn't be bigger than the one behind him. So Danning was fearless and didn't want to waste any more time with Yang Kai, waving his hand and shouting. Dozens of City Lord's Mansion's cultivator received the order and, with ferocious expressions, turned into beams of light and rushed towards Yang Kai. Although the tragic death of the burly man just now made everyone fear Yang Kai, he was just one person after all. So the City Lord's Mansion's cultivator didn't put the green-clothed girl and the others behind him in their eyes. With so many people, they were confident they could take down Yang Kai. Their figures flashed one after another as the light of their secret techniques and artifacts bloomed, enveloping Yang Kai. The green-clothed girl and the others all turned pale, feeling the huge chaotic energy fluctuations, their eyes filled with despair. They thought they were dead for sure. Yang Kai remained motionless, and the smile on his face grew colder. It was only when the overwhelming attacks were right in front of him that he stretched out his hand and a purple shield slowly appeared. The shield was originally only the size of a wash basin, but after it appeared, it suddenly expanded and covered an area of more than 100 feet. All the attacks hit the shield. Ding ding dang dang dang. A series of clanging sounds could be heard. Light splashed everywhere, but Yang Kai was completely unharmed. An origin-grade high-ranked defensive artifact. Dan Ying's eyes narrowed as he recognized the grade of this shield. He couldn't help but reveal a burning light in his eyes. Origin-grade high-rank artifacts were already extremely rare on Shadowed Star, not to mention that this was a defensive artifact, far more valuable than ordinary artifacts. With this artifact, anyone's strength would rise to a whole new level. Danning was more and more certain that Yang Kai had a backer behind him. Otherwise, how could he have obtained such a good thing? Suddenly, a golden light bloomed from behind the shield, and golden threads shot out. Roughly counting, there were at least 100 of them. Those golden threads contained a heart-palpitating power of blood chi and an energy fluctuation that made people feel uneasy. It was almost as if they were alive. The golden threads flew back and forth, cutting through the crowd. No cultivator's St. Chi barrier could withstand the cutting and piercing of these golden threads. The thick protective auras of these cultivators were like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Even ordinary defensive artifacts could not withstand the sharpness of these golden threads and were cut in half, losing a great deal of their spirituality and becoming completely useless. Screams rang out endlessly. Blood splashed as severed limbs and flesh scattered all over the ground. Heads flew into the air as corpses fell one after another. The cultivator in the city lord's mansion screamed in horror. Those who were still alive saw that the situation was bad and hurriedly retreated, trying to escape from Yang Kai. You think you can run away? Since you've come, there's no need for you to leave. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a faint sneer appearing at the corners of his mouth. Under the control of his divine sense, the golden blood threads flew faster and faster. It was like a dance of demons. Everyone only saw a flash of golden light and heard blood-curdling screams. As for what was happening on the battlefield, only a few people could see clearly. Quick, send a message to Heaven Battling City and have City Lord Liang come quickly. Dan Ying's face turned pale as he hurriedly shouted to a person next to him. He faintly felt that even he was not this young man's opponent, so he did not hesitate to call for reinforcements. Hearing this order, the man did not hesitate to turn around and rush into the city lord's mansion. The tragic screams still continued, but they gradually weakened compared to before. Gradually, no one screamed anymore. The golden light slowly converged, revealing the area of territory. Everyone looked over, and after seeing the situation clearly, their feet began to cramp, with Yang Kai as the center. There was not a single living person within a 10-meter radius. All the enemies who had just swarmed up to attack him had died tragically on the spot. The scene was extremely bloody and cruel, and a strong smell of blood filled the air, making everyone feel nauseous. 1,000 meters away, the onlookers' cultivator were stunned, some of them constantly rubbing their eyes, subconsciously rejecting what they had just seen. Behind Yang Kai, the old man, the girl in green, and the others were also stunned, staring blankly at Yang Kai's back, their mouths wide open, unable to close. The girl in green's tender body was trembling, half out of fear and disgust, and the other half out of excitement. Just now, Yang Kai had asked her to come to the city lord's mansion to cause trouble, and she had agreed. But now she knew that Yang Kai did not need anyone to help him. He could destroy the entire city lord's mansion by himself. The scene became eerily quiet, and a breeze blew past, carrying the smell of blood to every corner of Blue Wave City. Almost no one had ever seen such a large-scale massacre. Broken limbs and flesh flew everywhere, and organs and blood covered the ground. It could no longer be described as bloody and cruel. Dan Ying and the members of the Elder Council almost collapsed. Kill him. Kill them all. Little brother, you've done well. Don't let these people go. Kill them all. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the crowd 1,000 meters away. With one call, hundreds of people responded, and the whole city echoed with this cry from the bottom of their hearts. The cultivator population of Blue Wave City had been very unhappy in the past few years. They had been exploited by the city lord's mansion and wantonly humiliated. Even if they wanted to leave the city, they could not find another way out. Many people had been killed, many small families had been destroyed, and some young and beautiful women had been raped and taken away without daring to resist. They had suffered enough. A trivial Blue Wave City's city lord's mansion was not something they could take seriously. But they did not dare to disobey High Heaven Sect. 3 years ago, Shadowed Star's 3 top forces, Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Mountain, were crushed under the iron hooves of High Heaven Sect. High Heaven Sect had become the most powerful force on Shadowed Star. This was a sect that struck fear in people's hearts. Blue Wave City had the shadow of High Heaven Sect behind it, so even if the cultivator here did not have a good life, they did not dare to openly resist. Anger and hatred were like fine wine. The longer it was bottled up, the richer it became. Today's scene caused the dissatisfaction in everyone's heart to erupt, and they began to support Yang Kai, venting the anger in their hearts, wanting to see Dan Ying and the others get their just retribution. Some people bravely stepped forward and walked over, standing behind Yang Kai and glaring at Dan Ing and the others. More people came over. Within 1,000 meters of the city lord's mansion, the rule that no one was allowed to set foot inside was broken. The dense crowd shouted the word "kill" in unison, and the murderous aura they released soared into the sky, forcing Dan Ing and the others to retreat again and again, their faces filled with shock. Even if an Origin King Realm Master stood here, they would not be able to face such a scene. Dan Ing never thought that these people who had always been obedient to him would actually dare to shout at him like this, causing his legs to tremble. "City Lord, is it Master? Do you want to commit suicide, or do you want me to take action? I'll say this first, if I take action, you may suffer some torture, but you won't die so easily." Yang Kai sneered as he looked forward. The corners of Dan Ying's eyes twitched as he tried to put on a strong front and shouted, "Boy, do you know who you have offended today? I am a subordinate of Heaven Battling City's city, Lord Liang Yong. My Blue Wave City is under the jurisdiction of High Heaven Sect. No matter what your background is, no matter where you come from, daring to offend my Blue Wave City today, you will not have a good end. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly and this city lord will let bygones be bygones, otherwise you'll suffer." "High Heaven Sect?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Don't tarnish the reputation of High Heaven Sect. High Heaven Sect won't let you do such a thing. You don't believe me?" Dan Ing grit his teeth. "Do you think I don't believe you?" Yang Kai sneered. Who is so bold as to not put High Heaven Sect in their eyes? An angry shout suddenly came from the city lord's mansion. This king would like to see, with the example of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, who still wants to be an enemy of High Heaven Sect. Hearing this voice, Dan Ing, who was originally pale, suddenly became overjoyed and quickly turned his head to look inside the city lord's mansion. Like a drowning person grasping at a life-saving straw, his previous fear and uneasiness swept away. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a gloomy light as he turned his gaze towards the source of this voice. After a short while, a man walked out of the city lord's mansion with a majestic gait. Behind him, one Origin returning realm master after another appeared, all of them wearing arrogant expressions. Dan Ing greets City Lord Liang. Dan Ing hurriedly cupped his fists and saluted. He had just sent a message to Liang Yong, but he hadn't expected the other party to rush over through the space array so quickly. Now they were saved. The masters of Heaven Battling City were far more powerful than those of Blue Wave City. So no matter how strong that little brat was, he would have no choice but to surrender in front of City Lord Liang. Liang Yong nodded lightly, glanced at Dan Ing, and coldly snorted, "You're becoming more and more useless as a city lord. I heard that someone was causing trouble here, but you couldn't solve it? City Lord Liang, please forgive me." Dan Ing broke out in cold sweat as he hurriedly apologized. The strength of that little brat who caused trouble is truly extraordinary. Several dozen of this one's subordinates were brutally killed by him. I ask City Lord Liang to uphold justice for this Dan Ing. Since this city lord has come, naturally I will not sit idly by. Who is the one causing trouble here, not giving my High Heaven Sect face? Liang Yong coldly snorted. Chapter 1539. It's that little brat. Hearing Liang Yong's question, Dan Ing pointed and grit his teeth. It's him. He doesn't put our High Heaven Sect in his eyes at all. This Dan has clearly told him that Blue Wave City is under the jurisdiction of High Heaven Sect, and that this Dan is also City Lord Liang's subordinate. But this little brat is so arrogant and daring that he doesn't believe me at all. This Dan asks City Lord Liang to teach him a good lesson. After saying so, Dan Ing turned to look at Yang Kai triumphantly, his eyes filled with satisfaction and expectation. He was looking forward to seeing Yang Kai kneel and beg for mercy, allowing him to vent the anger in his heart. But to his disappointment, Yang Kai did not show any signs of panic at all and still stood there calmly, his arms crossed over his chest, an inexplicable sneer on his face as he glared at Liang Yong arrogantly. This little brat really has guts. City Lord Liang had personally come here, yet he showed no fear. At this moment, Dan Ing could not help admiring Yang Kai. However, acting so arrogant would only anger City Lord Liang even more, and his end would definitely be even worse. Dan Ing sneered in his heart as he glanced over at Liang Yong, only to see him stride forward and quickly rush towards Yang Kai. Dan Ing couldn't help but stare, secretly looking forward to the show. The green-clothed girl and the others also began to sweat profusely as panic filled their faces. The countless cultivators who had just stood behind Yang Kai and supported him saw Liang Yang's aggressive stance and subconsciously took a few steps back, putting some distance between them and Yang Kai, for fear that the fire at the city gate would affect the fish in the moat. Some people were already secretly regretting being so impulsive just now. They had long heard of Liang Yang's name. Since the destruction of Heaven Battling Union, he had become the city lord of Heaven Battling City and was directly under the administration of High Heaven Sect. Although High Heaven Sect had become famous in recent years, they seemed to be very low-key, and no one had ever heard of a High Heaven Sect disciple appearing outside. And Liang Yong seemed to have become the spokesperson of High Heaven Sect. Now that he had come here, no matter what his strength was, he represented the behemoth that was High Heaven Sect. Even though he was an ordinary person who had never cultivated before, no one dared to lay a hand on him. What's more, he was a top master in the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. In terms of strength, he was even stronger than Dan Ing. This brat is done for. Many people looked at Yang Kai with a trace of sympathy on their faces. No matter how powerful this little brat's backer was, even if he died here today, no one would dare to avenge him. In the blink of an eye, Liang Yong had closed the distance between them. Liang Yong rushed in front of Yang Kai, and without any hesitation, he reached out and swung his sleeves behind him. Kneeling on one knee, he bowed his head and said in a deep voice, "Subordinate Liang Yong greets Sect Master." His movements were clean and nimble, as if he had practiced it countless times, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. Yang Kai's expression was cold and indifferent as he looked down at him condescendingly. The sneer at the corner of his mouth was as unfathomable as before. Everyone's eyeballs were jumping around. Everyone who saw this scene opened their mouths and eyes wide, almost thinking that they had seen or heard wrong, as if they were in a dream. The scene was silent, but there seemed to be a chill hanging in front of the city lord's mansion, making many people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Danning was stunned as he stared at Liang Yong in a daze. He suddenly realized that Liang Yong's forehead was covered in fine sweat. The sweat condensed together and turned into beads of sweat that slid down his face from his forehead. Asterisk drip, drip. Asterisk Dan Ying's body shook violently as a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He suddenly remembered a piece of information he had heard before. It was said that the sect master of High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai, seemed to be a young man, and according to the various descriptions he had heard, he was vaguely similar to the troublemaker in front of him. And just now, Liang Yong seemed to have addressed him as Dan Ying's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Subordinate greets Sect Master. We did not know Sect Master would be honored with our presence and failed to welcome you. We beg Sect Master's forgiveness. A chorus of shouts came from the mouths of the cultivator Liang Yong had brought with him, shaking the world and shaking everyone's hearts. The green-clothed girl was once again stunned as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, only seeming to understand after a long time, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Liang Yong. Yang Kai called out faintly. Subordinate is here, Liang Yong replied quickly, his voice trembling slightly. After not seeing you for a few years, it seems you've grown up, Yang Kai sneered softly. Subordinate doesn't dare. Cold sweat continued to drip from Liang Yong's forehead, as if he had just been fished out of water, his clothes soaked in sweat. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Yang Kai's words, he hurriedly said, Subordinate has failed to properly manage his subordinates and has caused Sect Master to suffer. Please punish me, Sect Master. Good, your punishment can wait, but this Sect Master is curious. When did you join High Heaven Sect? Without this Sect Master's permission, who accepted you? Liang Yong's body trembled as he shot a vicious glare towards Dan Ing, the hatred in his heart difficult to describe with words. He had just received news in Heaven Battling City that someone was making trouble here, so he immediately brought a group of people to this place through the space array. But how could he have imagined that as soon as he walked out of the city lord's mansion, he would see the person he feared the most in his life? He could not wait to tear this blind idiot Dan Ing into 10,000 pieces. Sect Master is wise. Subordinate has always admired the sect's magnificence and has always wanted to join it, to shed his blood for the sect, but has never been able to do so. Subordinate is highly regarded by Sect Master and is now the city lord of Heaven Battling City, helping Sect Master and the sect collect supplies. However, Subordinate is just a survivor of Heaven Battling Union and was afraid he would not be able to convince the public, so he had no choice but to announce this to the public. Vice City Lord Ge is also aware of this matter, Liang Yong thought for a moment before quickly reporting. Is that so, Shaoqi? Is this true? Yang Kai looked up at a buck-toothed cultivator in the crowd. The latter nodded. Good, in that case, let's forget about this matter. Yang Kai gently nodded. Hearing this, Liang Yong could not help breathing a sigh of relief. But before he could relax, he heard Yang Kai say, let's talk about Blue Wave City again. Liang Yong's heart clenched as a bad feeling spread from head to toe. I heard that Blue Wave City is affiliated with Heaven Battling City? Yang Kai looked at Liang Yong and asked. Reporting to Sect Master, this is indeed the case. Not only Blue Wave City, but all the cities within a few million kilometers are affiliated with Heaven Battling City, a total of about 9 large and small cities. Good job, Yang Kai grinned. Many thanks for Sect Master's praise. It is subordinate's honor to serve the sect. So, all the measures in Blue Wave City are dictated by Heaven Battling City? Yang Kai looked at Liang Yong with a smile. Liang Yong looked flustered and quickly said, that's not the case. Subordinate simply asks these affiliated cities to pay some materials or Saint crystals every year. As for everything in the city, subordinate does not interfere. All of it is managed by their respective city lords' mansions. Good answer. Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. Sect Master. Gucci looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Did something happen in Blue Wave City? I only came here today, so I don't know much. If you want to know more, you might as well ask these people. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed to the countless cultivator. Gucci pondered for a moment and vaguely felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. So he quickly walked over to the front of the crowd, cupped his fists and said, everyone, this one is Gucci, Vice City Lord of Heaven Battling City and a disciple of High Heaven Sect. If you have something to say, you might as well tell this Gu. This Gu guarantees on the reputation of the sect that no one will embarrass you. The scene was silent as no one spoke, all of them just staring at Gucci in a daze. They were afraid and didn't trust Gucci, so naturally, they didn't have the courage to expose the secrets of Blue Wave City's City Lord's mansion. The girl in green opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end swallowed the words back down. Fei-er, if you have something to say, as long as I'm here, no one will dare do anything to you. Yang Kai observed her expression and comforted her. The girl in green seemed to have received encouragement and courage as she took a deep breath and said softly, Fei-er's fourth uncle was beaten to death by the City Lord's mansion 2 years ago because he was unwilling to pay Saint crystals. And today, the benefits we worked so hard to obtain were all snatched away by the City Lord's mansion's people. Not only that, even Fei-er wanted to snatch them away. If Big Brother Yang hadn't acted, the consequences would have been unimaginable, another young man shouted. Gucci's face sank. Blue Wave City is not a place for people to live in. We have to pay 70% of all profits to the City Lord's mansion. How can we live like this? There is a list in the City Lord's mansion. Those who are listed on this list are not allowed to leave Blue Wave City, but if they are found, they will be killed without mercy. Many people who wanted to leave Blue Wave City have already died. Sporadic shouts began to come from the crowd, and soon, countless people began to shout. Gucci's face became colder and colder, while Yang Kai's expression also became more and more gloomy. After a while, the noise gradually subsided and Yang Kai and Gucci exchanged a glance, both seeing the anger in each other's eyes. Blue Wave City's vicious actions were not a big deal. Shadowed Star was so big that it was bound to happen somewhere. But what annoyed Yang Kai was that Blue Wave City was acting under the name of High Heaven Sect. Otherwise, the City Lord's mansion would have been razed to the ground by countless cultivators. The great prestige of High Heaven Sect made even if Blue Wave City was filled with complaints, no one dared to resist. This was smearing High Heaven Sect's name, and in the long run, High Heaven Sect would no longer have a foothold on Shadowed Star. There were 9 cities within a few million kilometers of Heaven Battling City. If Blue Wave City was like this, what about the other cities? Shaoqi, you're not qualified to be Vice City Lord. Yang Kai glanced at him. Gucci looked ashamed. He did not expect the situation outside to be like this. Since 3 years ago, when Yang Kai asked him to stay in Heaven Battling City as Vice City Lord, he had not left Heaven Battling City, living in seclusion and occasionally paying attention to the situation in Heaven Battling City. The other side strictly followed the measures Yang Kai issued to win people's hearts when he left, and the tax was so low that it was almost negligible, attracting a large number of cultivators to settle down there. Today, Heaven Battling City was overcrowded and thriving. However, the other cities under Heaven Battling City's jurisdiction were not the same. Under the cover of that glamorous appearance, there were some people who were secretly doing some vicious things that would cause people to lose their hearts. Fortunately, Yang Kai discovered this early, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking of this, Gucci broke out in a cold sweat and became angry. Chapter 1540. Liang Yong, Liang Yong, don't tell this sect master that you didn't know anything about what happened here. Yang Kai sneered as he stared at Liang Yong. The latter's body trembled as a look of horror appeared on his face. Sect master is wise. Subordinate really didn't know anything about this matter. This was the first time Subordinate heard about it today. Only now did he realize the situation in Blue Wave City was so bad. How could Liang Yong dare admit it? He had seen Yang Kai's methods before, so if he really admitted it, this place would be his burial ground today. No matter what, he couldn't admit it, so Liang Yong denied it. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin? Must I find evidence before you give up? Since that's the case, this sect master will fulfill your wish. Give me your space ring. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he shouted. Liang Yong's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. How could he agree? He could only open his mouth and say, Sect master, I beg sect master to reconsider. This subordinate is completely loyal to sect master, and will definitely not disobey sect master's wishes or do anything that would tarnish the sect's reputation. This space ring is subordinate's secret. Even if sect master requests it, subordinate cannot agree. Please understand, sect master. Enough nonsense. Yang Kai coldly snorted before reaching out and grabbing the ring on Liang Yong's hand. A look of struggle flashed across Liang Yong's face before his eyes filled with determination. Seeing Yang Kai reach out, Liang Yong pushed his Saint Chi violently to resist. How could he have known that just as he moved, the surrounding space would suddenly solidify and a violent pressure would press down on him from all directions, making it difficult for him to even move. With a loud crackling sound, tiny void cracks visible to the naked eye began swimming around Liang Yong like fish. Liang Yong was so frightened that he didn't dare to move, for fear that he would be swallowed by these void cracks. In a flash, his space ring fell into Yang Kai's hand, causing Liang Yong's face to suddenly turn pale. Grabbing Liang Yong's space ring, Yang Kai sneered softly, sweeping the contents of the ring with his divine sense, his face gradually becoming gloomy. Immediately, Yang Kai waved his hand, and a series of clattering sounds rang out. In front of the city lord's mansion, a small mountain of high-rank Saint crystals immediately appeared. The onlookers stared at this huge number of Saint crystals and couldn't help gulping as a burst of exclamations rang out. When had they ever seen such a large amount of wealth? Although no one knew exactly how many Saint crystals there were at least hundreds of millions of them, and if one could obtain them, they wouldn't need to worry about cultivation for several lifetimes. In addition to Saint crystals, there were also various boxes. Yang Kai didn't know what was inside these boxes, but the boxes themselves were carved out of valuable materials, so it wasn't hard to imagine what was inside. Where did you get so many good things? Yang Kai looked at Liang Yong with a dark expression. Give me a reasonable explanation, and I won't kill you. Liang Yong's face turned ashen. He had no way to explain himself. The evidence was right in front of them. If Yang Kai hadn't plundered the wealth of the 9 cities under Heaven Battling City, how could he have amassed such a huge fortune by himself? No one had the ability to do that. Sect master, please spare my life. Sect master, please spare my life. Subordinate knows his wrongs and asks sect master to give subordinate a chance to redeem himself. Subordinate will definitely not disappoint sect master, Liang Yong shouted. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice. Liang Yong, this sect master spared your life in Fallen Emperor Mountain and didn't take your life in Heaven Battling City because you were still a useful person. But now, you can rest in peace. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Liang Yong. Liang Yong seemed to want to dodge, but for some reason he couldn't and had his head grabbed by Yang Kai. Pushing his Saint Chi fiercely, Liang Yong screamed as a series of violent bursts rang out from his body. Along with this sound, Liang Yong's vitality rapidly disappeared. By the time Yang Kai withdrew his hand, Liang Yong had lost all vitality and collapsed to the ground, dark red blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Everyone was silent as they stared towards Yang Kai with complicated looks. Many of them knew Liang Yang's strength well. He was a peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and even if he wasn't as strong as the late heaven-battling Union's Union Master, he wasn't too far off. But such a master had been crushed to death by Yang Kai with a single hand. It wasn't any different from crushing an ant. Although most people had long heard that Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, in the end, those were just rumors. Only after seeing it with their own eyes did they realize that the rumors were true and that his strength was even more terrifying than the rumors said. Danning was dumbfounded and fell to the ground, his eyes glazed over. He had pinned all his hopes on Liang Yong, thinking that City Lord Liang would stand up for him and teach Yang Kai a lesson. But the development of the situation made him tremble in fear. First, Liang Yong addressed this young man as sect master, allowing Danning to vaguely guess his true identity, and then Liang Yong, who he regarded as his pillar of support, was crushed to death. Danning had always regarded High Heaven Sect as his backer, a fox exploiting the tiger's might, but how could he have known that he would inadvertently offend the sect master of this backer? How could he survive now? He saw Kai Yang's gaze sweep over him, but it didn't linger, as if he was completely ignoring his existence. It was as if he wasn't a threat to Kai Yang at all. "Heh, I don't know how many of you are related to this matter, but don't be too nervous. Liang Yong is dead, and this sect master doesn't want to kill anymore, so this matter will end here. If you want to live, you should know what to do." Yang Kai looked at the cultivator who had followed Liang Yong. Most of these people were originally cultivators of Heaven Battling Union, but some were later recruited by Liang Yong, all of them origin returning realm masters. Subordinates thank sect master for not killing us. Everyone responded in unison, immediately turning around and glaring at Danning. "No!" Danning shouted in horror. But it was too late. These people swarmed over and directly drowned Danning, bombarding him with various secret techniques and artifacts, killing him on the spot. "Shao Qi, take care of this matter and report back to me as soon as possible." Yang Kai looked at Guqi and ordered. "Yes. Where is Blue Wave City's Vice City Lord?" Yang Kai looked forward again. "Subordinate is here." A wretched-looking old man hurriedly walked out, his legs still shaking as he bowed to Yang Kai. "Good, take me to Blue Wave City's storehouse." "Sect Master, this way please." The old man did not dare to neglect and quickly led the way. A moment later, Yang Kai stood in Blue Wave City's storehouse, looking at the dazzling array of materials and a large number of Saint crystals, clicking his tongue constantly. The so-called wealth of the people was probably referring to these things. "Empty the storehouse and hand everything to Guqi. He should know what to do with it," Yang Kai ordered before turning around and leaving. The old man bowed respectfully behind him. 3 days later, in the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai sat in a chair, listening to Guqi's report. "Sect Master, Liang Yong, Dan Ying's space rings, and everything in Blue Wave City's storehouse has been dispersed." Subordinate asked the cultivator in Blue Wave City to report the amount of Saint crystals he had paid, and after verification, returned everything, informing them that what happened here was not instructed by my High Heaven sect, but was instead Dan Ying's own initiative. Everyone who heard this news applauded and praised Sect Master's great kindness. Enough flattery. Yang Kai shot him a disdainful glance. He didn't know why, but the more he looked at Guqi, the more he felt this guy was wretched. He couldn't help wondering how Yi Shiyun had adopted this guy in the first place. Guqi smiled awkwardly. "Liang Yong is dead, so Heaven Battling City is now leaderless. You'll have to work hard for a while and stay there. If you can cultivate a capable and reliable person, you can let him take over the position of City Lord. At that time, you can return to the sect and no longer have to worry about these trivial matters." "Yes, that's what I plan to do," Guqi nodded. "What about the other cities under the jurisdiction of Heaven Battling City? Is the situation the same as here?" Yang Kai asked again. "It's not quite the same. The severity of the situation varies. Some are more serious, some are fine, but the most serious one is Blue Wave City." "Good, that's good. In any case, how to deal with it is up to you. Sect Master, don't worry. Little Seven won't do those outrageous things. By the way, Sect Master, I have sent news of your return back to the sect. Great Elder wants to know how you're doing now." "Me? I'm doing very well. Tell her I'll be back soon so she doesn't need to worry." "Yes," Guqi nodded. "There is one more thing I need to tell Sect Master." "Speak." "Outside the City Lord's mansion, there are a few people who have been asking to see you, saying they know you, Gucci looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and immediately knew who wanted to see him, nodded, and said, "Let them in." Gucci took the order and left. A short while later, an old man let a few young people in. Yang Kai got up and greeted them with a smile. "This old man greets Sect Master Yang." The old man quickly saluted. "Old sir need not be so polite." Yang Kai chuckled as his eyes swept behind the old man and landed on the green-clothed girl who was staring at him with a pair of big eyes, her face filled with curiosity. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and salute, show some respect," the old man scolded. Yang Kai waved his hand. "No need, this is fine." The old man smiled bitterly. "Sect Master Yang, please don't take offense. These young people have not seen much of the world. If they have offended you in any way, please forgive them. This old man came here to thank Sect Master Yang for upholding justice for all the Blue Wave City abbots and avenging the death of my family's fourth brother. I hope Sect Master Yang can accept this old man's bow. Old sir need not be so polite. If we really want to talk about what happened here, my High Heaven Sect also has some responsibility. If it weren't for High Heaven Sect's negligence, you would not have ended up like this. Fortunately, this matter was discovered not too late, so I hope it can be made up for in the future. It is an honor for us to live in Blue Wave City and be governed by High Heaven Sect," the old man said solemnly. Yang Kai gently nodded and grinned at the green-clothed girl. "What are you looking at me for? Don't you recognize me?" The green-clothed girl blushed and stammered. "Are you really High Heaven Sect's sect master? You're not lying?" Chapter 1541. Fair. The old man was taken aback and quickly glared at her. The girl couldn't help pursing her lips. Yang Kai chuckled and nodded. I am High Heaven Sect's sect master. There's no need to pretend, right? I was just asking." The girl stuck out her tongue and suddenly seemed to make a great decision, biting her red lips and saying, "You are High Heaven Sect's sect master, so your words should be very useful, right? They should be useful. Then can you accept me into High Heaven Sect?" As soon as this statement came out, the old man was shocked and quickly apologized. He knew that High Heaven Sect never accepted anyone. A master like Liang Yong was only the city lord of Heaven Battling City and had not really become a member of High Heaven Sect. His Faber was just a Saint Realm cultivator, so how could she join such a sect? Although he was apologizing in fear, the old man still had some expectations. If Faber could really join High Heaven Sect, her future would be limitless. Currently, on Shadowed Star, High Heaven Sect was the dominant force, and no other sect could compete with it. How could one enter such a sect be lacking? Yang Kai stopped the old man's chatter and looked at the girl calmly. "Do you want to join High Heaven Sect?" The girl nodded. "Why?" Yang Kai asked. "It's cool under a big tree." The girl replied immediately without thinking. The old man's face twitched as he listened to this. Yang Kai was also stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. "If I become a disciple of High Heaven Sect, no one will dare bully my family's disciples in the future," the girl added with a blush. Yang Kai smiled even more happily. "Good, although you have some selfish motives, you are also a straightforward person. Since you want to enter High Heaven Sect so much, this sect master will accept you." "Ah." The girl's expression froze, seemingly not having expected happiness to come so suddenly. She thought she would definitely be rejected and had mentally prepared herself. "Stupid girl, quickly thank Sect Master for his kindness." The old man quickly signaled to the side. Only then did the young girl come back to her senses. She hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. The several young people who came with her all looked at her enviously. "All right, get up. I'll give you 1 day to deal with your family affairs. After 1 day, I'll return to the sect. You'll come with me then." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Yes." The young girl bit her red lips. Her face flushed red as she excitedly replied. There was no need for Yang Kai to worry about Blue Wave City, and Heaven Battling City didn't need him to deal with it. A day later, Yang Kai took the green-robed girl through Blue Wave City's space array, directly to Heaven Battling City, and from there, to Demon Blood City. The current Demon Blood City had already been renamed to Firmament City. It was the bridge between High Heaven Sect, which lived in the Luyen Desert, and the outside world, and a city directly under High Heaven Sect's jurisdiction. A few years ago, during the trip to the Emperor Garden, Demon Blood Temple's great elder and the beautiful temple master had both died at the hands of Yang Kai. As a result, Demon Blood Temple's internal strife continued, resulting in countless casualties among its elders. After a few years, this sect had nearly collapsed. Seeing this situation, Yi Shiyun took her people to occupy Demon Blood City, the closest city to the sect, and renamed it Firmament City. Not to mention that Demon Blood Temple was now in decline and did not dare to resist, even when Demon Blood Temple was at its peak. With High Heaven Sect's strength, if they wanted to occupy Demon Blood City, Demon Blood Temple would not have dared to resist. Demon Blood City was so easily obtained and became High Heaven Sect's property. All supplies and cultivator traffic were transferred through Firmament City. Although today's High Heaven Sect was still located inside the Luyen Desert, its communication with the outside world was much more convenient. As soon as he appeared on the space array, Yang Kai heard a thunderous roar in his ears. Subordinate welcomes Sect Master back to the sect. The orderly voices frightened Lu Fabe, causing the green-robed girl to hurriedly hide behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and found that almost all of High Heaven Sect's elders were here, led by Great Elder Yi Shiyun. Obviously, they had heard the news and were waiting here. Seeing that Yang Kai was not missing an arm or a leg, Yi Shiyun could not help breathing a sigh of relief. After the Battle of Ling terminating peak, Yang Kai, Qi Tianche, and Fong Peng suddenly disappeared for 3 years. All of High Heaven Sect had been worried about Yang Kai and had been inquiring about him everywhere, but unfortunately, nothing had been found. It was as if Yang Kai had simply disappeared from this cultivation star. Now that he had finally returned safely, Yi Shiyun was naturally happy. At first glance, her beautiful eyes could not help narrowing as she discovered that Yang Kai's cultivation had actually reached the second-order origin returning realm. Even Yi Shiyun, who had experienced countless storms and waves, could not help being shocked by this discovery. In just a few years, he had actually taken another step forward in the origin returning realm. Wasn't Sect Master's cultivation speed a bit too exaggerated? Great Elder has worked hard. Yang Kai gently nodded to Yi Shiyun. Everyone has also worked hard. Sect Master, you're being too serious. There's nothing for us to work hard for. Instead, it's the Sect Master who has been tired these past few years. Thank you, Sect Master. Yi Shiyun smiled as her beautiful eyes swept over Lu Fei, before shooting a curious glance towards Yang Kai, wondering why he had brought a Saint King Realm girl with him. This girl wanted to join High Heaven Sect, so this Sect Master decided to accept her, Yang Kai explained casually. So that's how it is, Yi Shiyun nodded. Come, don't hide, greet the elders first. Yang Kai pulled Lu Fei out from behind him. Lu Fei's face flushed red as she swept her eyes over the faces of everyone present, a look of worship and reverence filling her beautiful eyes. These people were the strongest masters from the strongest sect on Shadowed Star. Any one of these people could easily cause Shadowed Star to tremble with a single stomp of their feet. Lu Fei had never seen such a grand spectacle before. After calming her mind, Lu Fei hurriedly bowed. There's no need to be so polite. Since Sect Master has accepted you, you will be a disciple of my High Heaven Sect from now on. Cultivate well in the sect, and if your performance is good enough, you may be able to become a disciple of these people in front of you. Yi Shiyun looked at her kindly. Yes. Lu Fei nodded excitedly. Let's go back first, Yang Kai gestured. Half a day later, in the conference hall of High Heaven Sect's headquarters, the elders gathered to report to Yang Kai the situation of High Heaven Sect over the past 3 years. The best way to describe it was by leaps and bounds. Without mentioning anything else, with the addition of more than 200 cultivators from Star Emperor Mountain, High Heaven Sect's overall strength had leapt to become the #1 sect on Shadowed Star. This was indisputable as no other sect could compare to the current High Heaven Sect. In addition, with Heaven Battling City taking the lead, the various cities under its jurisdiction also received a large amount of income every year. Today, High Heaven Sect no longer needed to worry about cultivation materials. There weren't many people to begin with, but supplies were constantly being transported in from all directions. Now, High Heaven Sect had 3 large warehouses, each of which was filled to the brim, but it still wasn't enough, so Yi Shiyun planned to open up more. On top of that, Clear Sky Sect and Shadow Moon Hall were allies. These 2 forces had always had a good relationship with Yang Kai, and in the 3 years that Yang Kai had been missing, both forces had provided great help to the development of High Heaven Sect, so Yi Shiyun had decided to form an alliance with these 2 sects. Under such a strong alliance, they could mutually benefit each other. There were countless forces that wanted to ally with High Heaven Sect, but none of them had a way to do so, so they could only covet the opportunities of Shadow Moon Hall and Clear Sky Sect. Yang Kai listened for a long time before nodding with satisfaction. Today's High Heaven Sect's development was on the right track. When he founded the sect, he had never imagined that it would reach its current scale. Back then, he had only brought Wu Yi and the others here on a starship to settle down. It could be said that the destruction of Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Mountain had provided unimaginable help to the rapid rise of High Heaven Sect. Without the destruction of these three forces, there would be no High Heaven Sect today. They had all become stepping stones to High Heaven City's fame. Half a day later, the elders dispersed, leaving only Yang Kai with Yi Shiyun. Great Elder also knew that Yang Kai must have something else to ask, so before Yang Kai could speak, Great Elder took the initiative to say, if Sect Master wishes to ask about Master's situation, subordinate can only say that everything is the same as before. Everything is the same as before. Yang Kai murmured. Sect Master does not need to worry. Since Master said that he would sleep for 10 or 20 years, we only need to wait patiently. Yang Kai nodded, not asking any more questions. In addition, Sect Master's artifact spirit is now recuperating in the 5th layer's Earth Lung Fire vein. Subordinate has also brought back the green sword and placed it in Sect Master's first heavenly palace. I understand. In fact, there was no need for Yi Shiyun to say anything. As soon as Yang Kai returned to the Luyan Desert, he sensed the location of his two great helpers. After all, whether it was the Firebird or the Dragon Bone Sword, they were both connected to his soul. When he was dragged into the mysterious small world by Chi Tian Che with the sealed world bead, the verdant Dragon Bone Sword was still outside. Later, during the battle, the Firebird artifact spirit was also banished, leaving only the stone mongoose with Yang Kai. Naturally, Yi Shiyun would bring them back. Back then what happened? Why did Sect Master suddenly disappear? Is it related to that Emperor artifact? Yi Shiyun pondered for a moment before asking solemnly. She only knew that the sealed world bead was an Emperor artifact, but she did not know what kind of power it possessed. 4 generations on Star Emperor Mountain, no one had ever been able to refine it, so Yi Shiyun had no clue about its power. I was dragged into a mysterious small world by Chi Tian Che, Yang Kai replied. A mysterious small world. Yi Shiyun's eyes shrank. Fortunately, after spending 3 years inside, I was finally able to escape, so Great Elder doesn't need to worry too much. Seeing that he had no intention of talking more, Yi Shiyun naturally did not ask any more questions. After thinking about it for a moment, she suddenly took out an item and handed it to Yang Kai. Master sent me a message while he was asleep and asked me to give this to you. He said he wanted you to take good care of it. Star Emperor token. Yang Kai looked at the thing Yi Shiyun handed over and shouted. Reaching out and taking it, Yang Kai gently stroked the Star Emperor token as a dignified look appeared on his face. He now had 4 of these tokens. The first was given to him by Gui Zhu and contained the divine technique of the great emperors. The second was found in the loft on the 6th floor of Luyan's sand field. The third was brought to him by Gu Qi, and the 4th was the one in front of him. Chapter 1542. Yang Yun had said before that the great emperors had produced a total of 10 Star Emperor tokens, each of which was sealed with a divine technique belonging to the great emperors. Now that she wanted him to take good care of them, could there be some kind of secret hidden in these Star Emperor tokens? However, no matter what it was, he would need to collect all 10 of them to reveal it. Of course, collecting 10 was easier said than done. It had been many years since Yang Kai entered Star territory, and through various opportunities and coincidences, he only had 4 Star Emperor tokens. As for the remaining 6, who knew where they were? The only thing Yang Kai knew was that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had a Star Emperor token on Water Moon Star, something he had inadvertently learned while chatting with Shuiyu. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it though, and after carefully putting away the 4th Star Emperor token, he asked Yi Shiyun to send a message to Qian Tong, Fei Ji Tu, and Clear Sky Sect, informing them that the time had come before leaving the hall. 3 years ago, Yang Kai had been planning a voyage. If not for the previous incident, he would likely have already entered Star territory by now. Because of the provocation from Star Emperor Mountain, Yang Kai had no choice but to delay his plans. Now that he had escaped, It was time to set sail and find a way home, where he didn't know where his beloved had fallen in star territory. On the way to First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with Su Yan's face and his eyes softened. Back on Tong Xian realm, more than 20 years had passed. Over the past 20 years, through many ups and downs, Yang Kai's cultivation had climbed from the Saint realm to the Origin returning realm, more than 100 times stronger than when he had rushed into star territory without hesitation. However, there was no such thing as a peak in the martial Dao, and the higher his cultivation, the more Yang Kai found his shortcomings. He desperately wanted to become stronger, to climb to the peak of the martial Dao, to stand atop it and overlook all living beings. Suddenly, cheers and shouts rang out in his ears, pulling Kai Yang out of his reverie. Turning his head, he saw a group of people gathered together. He didn't know what they were doing, but it seemed to be very lively. These people were all disciples of the Hai Ke family who had left the family with Wu Yi and followed Yang Kai. Although their cultivations were not at the same level back then, over the years, with the help of various cultivation resources and a good cultivation environment, all of them had advanced by leaps and bounds. Most of them had already reached the Saint King realm. Yu Feng and Wu Yi were only one step away from breaking through to the Origin returning realm. Cultivating in High Heaven sect, as long as one's aptitude wasn't too bad, there was no need to worry about breaking through. There were all kinds of pills to assist one's cultivation. The 10,000-year incense from Ascending Dragon Palace to dispel heart demons, and the 9-branch jade crystal tree to help a cultivator comprehend the heavenly way and martial Dao. Every cultivator did not feel any difficulty when they broke through. Everything happened naturally. At this moment, more than 20 people had gathered together and were shouting at the center of the field. There seemed to be 2 people sparring with each other, as the sound of fists and feet colliding could be heard. It was a good thing for disciples to improve their strength and examine their own shortcomings through exchanging pointers. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not intending to join in the fun, but when his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a figure in the middle of exchanging pointers, he couldn't help letting out a light sigh and quickly walked over. Everyone's attention was attracted by the battle in the field, so Yang Kai's arrival did not alarm anyone. At the center of the field, there were indeed 2 people sparring, but unlike what Yang Kai had imagined, they were not competing with secret techniques or artifacts, nor were they competing with Saint Qi. Instead, they were simply competing in terms of strength and reflexes. One of them looked familiar to Yang Kai, but he couldn't name him. He was a burly man with a strong body and bulging muscles. At first glance, it was obvious he was a man who possessed great brute strength. His cultivation was also not bad, a first-order Saint King. What caught Yang Kai's attention was this burly man's opponent. It turned out to be a little girl. She looked to be only 10 years old, but her petite body was as agile as an ape, and her movements were extremely fast as she flew around the burly man. The little girl's hair was still a bit light yellow, and she had tied it up casually with 2 strands of hair that hung over her shoulders. Her facial features were delicate and pretty, giving her a very cute appearance. As she flew about, her hair fluttered just like her. Although she was young, she was already a beauty. While dodging the burly man's attacks, she would often find an opportunity to throw out her small fists and land a few punches on the burly man's body. These seemingly light punches actually contained astonishing power. Even with the burly man's physique, being hit by these punches caused him to tremble violently, causing him to grimace in pain. Yang Kai found that both of the burly man's eyes were bruised, obviously because he had been hit by the little girl. The burly man didn't seem to show the slightest mercy as he threw out punch after punch, the sound of his punches causing Yang Kai to feel a little nervous, fearing that the little girl wouldn't be able to withstand his blows and would be smashed to pieces. However, his worries were superfluous as none of the onlookers showed any concern for this little girl. Instead, everyone was shouting and cheering, some making fun of the burly man's strength while others cheering for the little girl, creating a lively scene. Lin Yuner. Yang Kai suddenly recognized the little girl's identity. She was the little girl Yang Kai had brought back from Seaside City. She was the one adopted by Huang Wan. When Yang Kai brought her back, the little girl was only 7 or 8 years old. Now that 3 years had passed, she was about the same age. Yang Kai had long known that Lin Yun'er's small body could erupt with great strength, but after seeing her today, he realized that he had underestimated her potential. At just 10 years old, She had already surpassed the burly First-Order Saint King Realm man in terms of pure strength, perhaps even a little, otherwise her opponent wouldn't have fallen into such a disadvantage. What kind of freak is this? Yang Kai couldn't help marveling. Just as he was looking at Lin Yun with great interest, the little girl's figure flickered, and she suddenly slipped under the burly man's crotch, leapt up high, and delivered a beautiful uppercut to the burly man's chin, sending him flying. Asterisk pung. Asterisk the burly man fell to the ground, his face red, and struggled for a while before getting up. The onlookers burst into laughter, with Yufeng laughing the most heartily. After defeating her opponent, Lin Yun seemed to be very happy, jumping up and down excitedly, shouting and yelling. Yang Kai stared at her, a pensive look on his face. If it was a real life or death struggle, the little girl would definitely not be the burly man's opponent. After all, the gap between their cultivations was too great, but in terms of physical flexibility and strength, the little girl had an absolute advantage. She was only 10 years old and had infinite potential. If she could be taught according to her aptitude, her future achievements would be limitless. Interesting, really interesting. Kai Yang's interest was piqued. Hey, you're that uncle. Lin Yun suddenly discovered Yang Kai and pointed her finger at him. Yang Kai's face went black. Ah, it's Sect Master. Yufeng turned his head and exclaimed, quickly covering his eyes with his hands, as if he was trying to hide something, his eyes darting around. Yang Kai glanced around and found that most of the people gathered here had dark circles under their eyes and ashamed looks on their faces. They've all been knocked out. Kai Yang asked curiously. Haha. Yufeng was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He was now a Third-Order Saint King, only one step away from breaking through to the origin-returning realm. But in the competition with Lin Yun he had still accidentally taken a punch from her, resulting in his current state. This was the greatest shame of his life. How disgraceful. Yang Kai spat disdainfully before beckoning to Lin Yun Yun come here. The little girl was very obedient and quickly walked over to Yang Kai, thought about it for a moment, then said in a crisp voice, Disciple Lin Yun greets Sect Master. Uncle. Yang Kai nodded, showing a harmless smile. You don't need to say the last two words next time. Yes. The little girl nodded. Yi Shiyun's teachings are quite good. Yang Kai looked at the little girl with satisfaction. After bringing her back, Yang Kai had asked Yi Shiyun to teach her, and now she was so mature. Obviously it was Yi Shiyun's credit. Do you like it here? Yang Kai asked happily. I like it. Lin Yun replied immediately. There's food here. No one bullies Yun Auntie Yi and the other uncles are very good to Yun Good. Yang Kai grinned. Did your Auntie Yi find a master for you? Lin Yun slowly shook her head. Why? Yang Kai was stunned. Although Lin Yun was young, she was obviously a rare genius. Yang Kai found it hard to imagine that Star Emperor Mountain's masters would not fight to the death for such a person. Although they were strict about accepting disciples, Lin Yun definitely met the requirements, so no one had accepted her as a disciple. This was a bit strange. Auntie Yi said that they have no one to teach me, Lin Yun replied clearly. Tilting her little head, she said happily, Yun is now cultivating with Auntie Yi, so there's no need for her to worship any other master. Your Auntie Yi's strength is outstanding, so if you cultivate well with her, you'll benefit greatly. Yes. Good, you may continue. Yang Kai waved his hand, turned around and left. Behind him came a respectful greeting, but Kai Yang fell into deep thought. Yi Shiyun actually said that no one could teach Lin Yun which was a bit strange. Although there were only about 200 cultivators on Star Emperor Mountain, each of them had their own territory they were proficient in, so it should not be a problem to find one of these elites to teach Lin Yun Since Yi Shiyun said so, there was only one possibility. She was very optimistic about Lin Yun and did not want her to act carelessly, so she probably wanted to teach Lin Yun the best. Yang Kai would have to ask Yi Shiyun about this matter. He was really curious as to why this little girl possessed such amazing strength at such a young age. Presumably, Yi Shiyun had been with her for 3 years and should have some understanding of her strength. With his mind drifting, Yang Kai returned to First Heavenly Palace. Just as he stepped into the palace, a low and deep dragon roar vaguely sounded from the depths of the palace. Immediately, a green light shot over from that direction. Yang Kai grinned, stretched out his hand, and grasped the green light in the palm of his hand. When the light dissipated, it was revealed to be a bladeless green sword. Dragon bone sword, verdant. A sense of connection and bloodline fusion arose spontaneously, and the green dragon remnant soul swimming around the sword seemed to become happier. After 3 years, the aura of the dragon bone sword seemed to have become stronger. After all, in the battle 3 years ago, Yang Kai had killed a lot of people, and the dragon bone sword had devoured a lot of their flesh and blood essence. 3 years of accumulation had indeed caused some changes. After carefully examining it and confirming that he was not mistaken, Yang Kai happily put away the dragon bone sword. Chapter 1543. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that everything in First Heavenly Palace was the same as before. Although Yang Kai had been missing for 3 years, no one dared to disturb this place, as it was the resting place of High Heaven Sect's sect master. Yi Shiyun simply ordered people to clean this place up every day to prevent any dust from reaching it. After looking around for a moment, Yang Kai nodded secretly and was about to take a rest when his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Who is it?" Saying so, Yang Kai released his spiritual energy towards a certain spot in the void. At this moment, he suddenly felt like he was being spied on. He did not show the slightest mercy. The void distorted as Yang Kai's massive spiritual energy attack was something even a third-order origin returning realm master could not withstand. However, the distorted space stabilized in the next moment, as if an invisible hand had flattened it. Yang Kai's attack did not have any effect. This discovery made his expression change as his eyes flashed. An inexplicable mass of energy visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared, twisting and changing mysteriously. Divine sense manifestation. Yang Kai muttered, feeling shocked but also lowering his vigilance because he felt a sense of familiarity from this spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. As soon as his voice fell, the divine sense force suddenly transformed into a human figure. Although it was somewhat erratic, this figure wore a black robe that almost covered her entire face, revealing only a pair of eyes that shone like stars and a graceful figure. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared straight at this figure, his mood fluctuating. The other party also stared back at him motionlessly, her expression as calm as an ancient well, making it impossible to tell whether she was happy, angry, or sad. After a while, Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Are you Yang Inflammation, or one of the great emperors?" This figure formed from Yang Kai's divine sense was exactly the same as Yang Yen. She was clearly the spiritual thought of the person sleeping on the 6th floor of the Lu Yen sand ground. However, Yang Kai was not sure whether she was the Yang Inflammation who had been with him day and night, or the legendary great emperors of the star field. If it was the former, everything would be fine. If it was the latter, Yang Kai would have to be careful. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the figure frowned and said, "Both." "Is that so?" Yang Kai replied faintly. "It seems that you have already begun to fuse." "That's right, but it'll take a few more years for it to be completed." "Then how should I address you?" "Whether it is the person you know or the great emperors you speak of, they are all called Yang Inflammation," the figure replied. Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then why aren't you sleeping in the attic? Why did you place your spiritual sense here?" "I sensed that you brought back something interesting, so I came over to take a look." Yang Inflammation smiled faintly. "Something interesting?" Yang Kai's brows furrowed. "This," Yang Inflammation said as she reached out to Yang Kai. Her movements seemed extremely casual, but when she made this move, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if something had been summoned from his body. The speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to think about resisting. With a flash of light, a bead appeared in Yang Inflammation's hand. Sealed World Bead. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared blankly at the seemingly inconspicuous bead. "That's right, the Sealed World Bead." Yang Inflammation gently nodded and closed her beautiful eyes as if sensing something. A moment later, she opened her eyes and whispered, "Sure enough, you really can refine it." Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. This was something that Yang Inflammation knew. The most basic requirement for refining the Sealed World Bead was to understand the Tao of space. So for the past tens of thousands of years on Star Emperor Mountain, no sect master had been able to refine it until Qi Tianche's generation coincidentally discovered the mysteries of the Sealed World Bead. In the end, it was Yang Kai who benefited. You even managed to open up a 100-kilometer radius space. With your current cultivation, this is truly amazing. Yang Yen seemed to have discovered something that surprised her and couldn't help exclaiming in admiration. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, I know that this bead belongs to you. At that time, I refined it in order to leave this place. If you want to take it back, I won't stop you. But can you lend it to me for a while? I need it to carry some people. Lend it to you. Yang Inflammation glanced at Yang Kai and pursed her lips into a smile. Why should I lend it to you? You left your mark on the sealed world bead, so it already belongs to you. I won't take it back. Saying so, Yang Inflammation stretched out her hand and tossed the sealed world bead back. Yang Kai caught it and looked at her suspiciously. Although he hadn't figured out what grade of artifact the sealed world bead was, since it was an emperor artifact, it was obviously of great use to existences like the great emperors. Yang Kai didn't expect to take the sealed world bead for himself. He just wanted to use it to bring his friends and family from Tongxian realm. Without the sealed world bead, he really couldn't bring so many people here at once. You're mistaken about one thing, Yang Inflammation said softly. What? I don't own this sealed world bead. Yang Kai was stunned. Strictly speaking, I've never refined this sealed world bead. I'm just keeping it safe. Yang Inflammation's soul avatar floated down from the void and stood in front of Yang Kai like a real person. It actually belongs to a friend of mine. Your friend? Yang Kai was shocked. Yang Inflammation's avatar was one of the great emperors of Star Field, so a friend of the great emperors. Didn't that mean he was also in existence on par with the great emperors? And a friend of mine, Yang Inflammation nodded. My friend and you share the same surname. Can you guess what it is? Yang Kai fell into contemplation before his eyes suddenly lit up and he whispered, He cultivates the Tao of space? Yang Inflammation looked at Yang Kai approvingly. Like you, he also cultivates the Tao of space, but his mastery of the Tao of space has reached great heights. This sealed world bead was formed by him using his mastery of space principles to refine an interface. Although my strength is not inferior to his, I don't have much attainments in the Tao of space, so the sealed world bead is of little use to me, and I can't fully expand the space inside the sealed world bead. You are different. You have a deep understanding of the Tao of space, so perhaps one day you will have the opportunity to reach his level. Yang Kai's face twitched. It wasn't because of Yang Inflammation's high evaluation of him, but because of the origin of the sealed world bead. It was actually formed by a cultivator on the same level as the great emperors by refining an interface. This was too sensational. Yang Kai had never seen an Origin King realm master take action, but according to his estimation, an Origin King definitely did not have such ability. The great emperors really were existences beyond the Origin King realm. Above the Origin King realm, there really was a higher realm. The martial Tao really had no limit. You and Yang Inflammation met before, so we can be considered to have been brought together by fate. Since you have branded the sealed world bead with your life mark, it is now yours. Expand it well. Perhaps one day you will discover something from it. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled mysteriously. Yang Kai's brow rose as his eyes flashed. There was a hidden meaning in Yang Inflammation's words. Could it be that there were some mysteries hidden inside the sealed world bead? Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions as he knew that even if he asked now, he probably wouldn't get any answers. After pondering for a moment, he said, Your friend. I don't know where he is. I haven't seen him for more than 100,000 years. Perhaps he is wandering around, becoming one of the many living beings in this world, or perhaps he has already fallen. Who knows? Understood, Yang Kai nodded. Expanding the space inside the sealed world bead was of great benefit to his cultivation of the Tao of space. Even if Yang Inflammation hadn't spoken today, Yang Kai would not have slacked off. Now that he vaguely knew that there was more to the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would spare no effort. Right, I'll be going on a voyage in a few days. You should be safe sleeping in that loft. I'll have someone look after you carefully. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. Yang Inflammation opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but eventually decided against it and simply said lightly, There are many dangers in the star's territory. I hope you have a safe trip. After saying so, her figure suddenly disappeared. Just like how she had suddenly arrived, she had also suddenly left. Yang Kai frowned and stood in place for a while before calming himself down and sitting cross-legged on his bed to meditate. The next day, inside 100 Flowers Peak, Yang Kai found Yi Shiyun and asked her about Lin Yun'er's situation. After 3 years of getting along, Yi Shiyun had indeed studied Lin Yun'er's body and vaguely learned some things. Yun'er has a special constitution. Sure enough, Yang Kai nodded, as if he had already expected this. There were always some special people in this world who were born with advantages that others could only dream of, and these advantages were reflected in their bodies. For example, little senior sister Xia Ning Chong had the sacred spirit medicine body. She was born proficient in alchemy and did not need to study it at all. Alchemy was a form of cultivation, and the more pills she refined, the higher her strength would become. Shanqing Luo had the poison widow constitution, which was extremely poisonous and could kill anyone who came into contact with it. Shuiyu had the dragon marrow phoenix body, which allowed her primordial yin qi to greatly increase one's strength without any hidden dangers. These special constitutions each had their own advantages, but they were extremely rare and rarely seen by ordinary people. For Lin Yun to possess such incredible power at such a young age, Yang Kai could only think of one explanation. She had a special constitution. Now, the answer he got from Yi Shiyun happened to coincide with his conjecture. Then what kind of constitution does she have? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at the little girl who was sitting nearby, nibbling on a fruit, and hurriedly asked. This queen has read a lot of ancient books about this, and if this queen is not mistaken, she should have the tyrant strength body. Yi Shiyun quickly said, Tyrant strength body. Yang Kai raised his brow. People with this kind of constitution are born with divine strength, and as they grow older and their cultivation increases, their strength will only increase. They are heaven's favored children, and when they grow to a certain extent, they will be able to compete with a cultivator of the same realm with their physical strength alone and gain the absolute upper hand. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a look of amazement. But Yi Shiyun suddenly frowned as she looked at Lin Yun worriedly. But what? Yang Kai raised his head and looked at her. But because the strength of people with this kind of constitution is too great, to the point where they are unable to bear it, they are often unable to exert their full strength in battle. Yunber is still young and her cultivation is not high, so this disadvantage is not obvious yet, but when she really grows up, this strength will become a hindrance to her. Chapter 1544. Everything was fair. The Creator had always been fair. Although people with special constitutions had advantages in certain territory, most of them had shortcomings that could not be ignored. Xia Ningchang's sacred spirit medicine body allowed her to perform alchemy easily and enhance her strength in the process. However, she could only use this method to improve her strength. Meditating like an ordinary person was far too inefficient for her. Shanqing Luo's poison widow body often caused her to lose her loved ones and live a life of loneliness. What's more, this regret was created by her own hands as she cruelly killed her loved ones on their wedding night. This was an unimaginable torture for anyone. Although Shuiyu's dragon marrow phoenix body was tyrannical, it was nothing more than a wedding dress for others. The same was true for Lin Yun's tyrant strength body. The powerful strength she possessed would eventually become too much for Lin Yun to bear. Once she used more strength than her body could bear, the final result would be her own death. Is there no solution? Yang Kai asked with some concern. There is. Yi Shiyun gently nodded. Oh, let's hear it. Since there is a solution, we just need to follow it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Lin Yun was still young and had unlimited potential. He did not want such a little girl to worry about her own strength in the future, or even die because of it. It's simple to say, but Yi Shiyun smiled bitterly. The drawbacks of Yun's physique are obvious. As long as we target these drawbacks and temper her body, she will be fine. In other words, as long as her physical strength can support her strength, she will not be in any danger. But if she wants to temper her body, she must have a corresponding physique. Too low a level is not enough. Body tempering? Yang Kai's expression became strange. Yes, although Star Emperor Mountain also has a body tempering method, that kind of thing cannot meet Yun's requirements. I have been inquiring about this kind of thing for the past few years, but I have not gained anything. What I have collected is not even as good as what Star Emperor Mountain originally had. Yi Shiyun said somewhat sadly, Yunber has only been in the sect for 3 years, but her strength has already grown to such a terrifying level. I fear that if we let her continue to grow, in less than 10 years, if she needs to temper her body. I have one. Sect Master has such a thing? Yi Shiyun looked at him in amazement. Yes, Yang Kai said as he took out an ancient book from his space ring and handed it to Yi Shiyun. Take a look at this. Yi Shiyun took it and glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously before immersing her consciousness into it and reading it carefully. Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb her, and just sat there playing with Lin Yun-er. The little girl was still young and had been living with Huang Wan in Seaside City, living in a secluded hut and never seeing the sun. Later, she came to High Heaven Sect. She had never been in contact with the outside world, so she was pure and innocent. Her childish words also made Yang Kai's state of mind calm down. 2 hours later, Yi Shiyun let out a long breath and put down the ancient book, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across her eyes. "Great Elder, what do you think?" Yang Kai raised his head and asked. Yi Shiyun said excitedly, "It should be possible for Yun-ber. This book is quite peculiar. In terms of grade alone, it isn't too high, but its success is not determined by the grade of the materials used, but rather by the quality of the materials used. And I think so too. I already have my own 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, and the higher the grade of the materials used, the better the body tempering effect. It has nothing to do with the quality of the materials used," Yang Kai grinned. "What's even rarer is that the materials needed can be replaced. If one wanted the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, they had to find supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Even the worst of these treasures could not be lower than the monster core of a 10th order monster beast. Yang Kai had spent a lot of effort to collect all of these at that time. Now that High Heaven Sect's influence had grown, it shouldn't be difficult to collect such supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Even if the materials collected were not as good as Yang Kai's son's true essence and divine nullification sand, they should at least be able to collect something of the same grade as profound gold. Once the materials were gathered, he would let Lin Yun use them first. When he found better materials in the future, it would be fine to replace them. This would not have any effect on the person. Yi Shiyun also saw this point, which was why she was so excited. "Sect Master can rest assured, I will only let Yun-ber use this book and will not spread it outside," Yi Shiyun said solemnly. "It's fine, even if you spread it outside, I'm afraid only a few people can do it," Yang Kai chuckled. The monster core of a 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master. So how many people could hunt such an existence? As such, it didn't matter if this book was spread outside. However, it does require a very strong spiritual energy, otherwise, one would not be able to withstand the excruciating pain. Yi Shiyun glanced at Lin Yun sympathetically. The little girl didn't know much about the world, and didn't know what had happened to her body. She only knew that she had a lot of strength, but she didn't understand that this strength was like a rope that was slowly tightening around her life. "I'll have to trouble Great Elder to cultivate her," Yang Kai smiled. I will arrange for Yun-er to use her spiritual energy as soon as possible," Yi Shiyun nodded. "Let's put Yun-ber's matter aside for the time being. Great Elder, I have something else to ask you." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he stared at her solemnly. "Please speak, Sect Master. I will soon be setting off on a long voyage. I will be taking some of the sect's resources with me, otherwise, the starship will not be able to operate." Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han-yi, and Lin Yu Rao, these 3 elders had also agreed to leave with me. "What about you, Great Elder? Will you come with me?" "Me?" A trace of expectation flashed across Yi Shiyun's face, but she quickly shook her head. "Sect Master is being kind. I won't follow." As expected, Yang Kai sighed, seemingly having expected this. Yi Shiyun's strength was extraordinary and could be said to be the strongest master on Shadowed Star. Her Sure had reached the grand accomplishment stage, and she had already grasped the threshold of territory, reaching the qualifications to break through to the Origin King realm long ago. In this regard alone, no one could compare to her. It could be said that as long as she escaped the constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles, with Yi Shiyun's cultivation, there was at least an 80% chance she could break through to the Origin King realm. This probability was terrifying. However, the great emperors were still sleeping in her loft, so it was impossible for her to leave without worry. Yang Kai had long guessed this, but he still had to ask. Now that he had received an answer from her, Yang Kai didn't want to persuade her otherwise. "In that case, I'll have to trouble Great Elder to take care of everything in the sect," Yang Kai said leisurely. "With this queen here, the sect will definitely be safe." "Good, with you in charge, I can rest assured," Yang Kai nodded. "If you have time, remember to help me find someone." "Who?" Yi Shiyun looked at Yang Kai puzzledly, wondering who this person was that he couldn't let go of. Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi. Yang Kai sneered meaningfully. If you find him, don't waste any time with him, just kill him directly. Good. Yi Shiyun nodded. Although she didn't understand why Yang Kai wanted to find this person, since it was the sect master's request, she naturally wouldn't ask. Yang Kai got up and left to make the final preparations before leaving. He wanted Yi Shiyun to pay attention to Lu Yi because he had a bad premonition in his heart. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this Lu Yi. Without even mentioning the fact that he had repeatedly antagonized Yang Kai, there was no reason for Yang Kai to let him go. But this person's actions were also extremely secretive. Every time Yang Kai saw him, he would have a strange feeling. This feeling made him feel very wary, as if this Lu Yi was not ordinary. Although the success rate of using a starship to travel long distances was very high, it was still necessary to make all the necessary preparations. All kinds of materials had to be prepared, and the allocation of personnel had to be carefully considered. The entire High Heaven sect was mobilized. In just a few days, everything was ready. 5 days later, Qian Tong, who received the news, rushed to High Heaven sect. Fei Ji too did not come. City Lord Fei had narrowly escaped death in Fallen Emperor Mountain, and his cultivation had fallen to the second-order origin returning realm. Even if he left Shadowed Star with Yang Kai, there was no hope for him to break through, so he simply chose to remain in retreat in Heavenly Fate City. Now that he had missed such an opportunity, Qian Tong couldn't help but sigh. MOU came from Clear Sky Sect. More than 3 years ago, Yang Kai and Clear Sky Sect had reached an agreement that Clear Sky Sect only needed one spot. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of internal discussion they had, but Sect Master Guzhen did not come. Instead, MOU, who was more familiar with Yang Kai, arrived. All of them were old acquaintances, so it was natural for them to exchange greetings after meeting. High Heaven Sect sent 3 third-order origin returning realm masters, naturally Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, and Lin Yu Rao. These 5 people would carry the hopes and expectations of countless cultivators on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years, but whether they could break through to the Origin King realm would depend on their own efforts and opportunities. Yang Kai had simply provided them with an opportunity. Since ancient times, breaking through from the Origin Returning Realm to the Origin King realm had been extremely difficult. Even across the entire territory of Shadowed Star, there were only a few Origin Kings. Any one of these people was a famous existence, a master worshipped by all cultivators on their respective stars. As such, even if these 5 people had the qualifications to break through, it was not certain they would succeed. Perhaps they would all fail. Half a month later, in First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes slowly, stood up, and walked out. Opening the palace door, Yang Kai saw a young woman standing in front of it, waiting quietly. Seeing Yang Kai come out, she took a deep breath and clenched her fists because of her excitement and nervousness. Qianyu. On this long voyage, Yang Kai certainly would not leave her behind. As someone who came from the same world as Yang Kai, she was also looking forward to finding Ice Master Qingya, Su Yan, and the others from Ice Sect. She was more eager than anyone to see the faces of those who had made her dream come true. Is everything ready? Yang Kai looked at her. Qianyu nodded. Everything is ready. We're just waiting for you. Then, let's go. Yang Kai grinned and strode forward. In his clenched fist, there was a crystal-clear bead that exuded a faint chill. Su Yan's Ice Soul bead. If the bead existed, the person would exist. If the bead broke, the person would die. As long as he had it, Yang Kai was certain that Su Yan was living safely in some corner of Shadowed Star's territory. As long as he had it, Yang Kai believed that the 2 of them would be reunited one day. Half an hour later, the dark starship slowly lifted off as High Heaven Sect's disciples cheered and sent it off. Chapter 1545. Inside the territory of Endless Star, a dark starship flew forward slowly. Although it didn't seem to be moving very fast, in fact, it was as fast as lightning, crossing hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Looking through a transparent window, everyone stared at the huge stars beside the starship and couldn't help marveling. Many people here had never observed Shadowed Star from this perspective before, so it wasn't until now that they realized how magnificent the stars they had raised were. Facing such stars, everyone couldn't help feeling a sense of respect. The starship's speed was extremely fast, but it was also very stable. Inside the hull, no one felt the slightest bump or vibration. Around them, a chaotic array of asteroids drifted, lifeless dead stars like cold giants that lay dormant in the starship's territory. Shadowed Star's territory extended 1,000,000 kilometers outside of the starship's territory, forming a safe zone. The great forces on Shadowed Star who owned starships would often send them to this territory to search for ores and minerals. Although the harvest was not great, this did not diminish the enthusiasm of these great forces. Occasionally, they would find some good things from these asteroids and dead stars. These things had never been produced on Shadowed Star before. However, beyond the 1,000,000-kilometer mark was the danger zone. All year round, the starship territory's astral winds could easily destroy starships. Starfield storms, both large and small, formed here and were annihilated almost everywhere. Rapidly flying asteroids could smash any living being or moving object to pieces. Dead territory. This was the first barrier that isolated Shadowed Star from the outside world, and it was also the strongest barrier. It was like a protective barrier that surrounded Shadowed Star from 1,000,000 kilometers away, preventing anyone from leaving or entering. For tens of thousands of years, it wasn't that no one had ever left Shadowed Star to explore the wider world outside, but no one had ever succeeded, and all of them had been stopped outside this dead territory. As the starship sailed into this place, everyone's palms began to sweat. Yang Kai had strengthened the starship's defenses to the limit, not caring about the consumption of Saint Crystal sources. Violent gales swept over from the territory of the Star Realm. It was as if an invisible beast was using its sharp claws to cut the battleship, attempting to destroy it and drag out the people hiding inside to fill their stomachs. Sharp and ear-piercing sounds of friction could be heard from outside the warship. Creak, 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 creak. Everyone's face turned ugly. The huge meteorites brought by the astral winds crashed into the battleship, causing the entire battleship to shake. Like a canoe in a stormy sea, the battleships dashed left and right in the dead territory, swaying left and right, unable to control the direction at all. They could only go with the flow and let it happen. Alarms and cries of alarm were constantly heard. Yang Kai bellowed as his divine sense left his body to check the situation outside and direct the actions of his subordinates. Yang Xiaozhu and the other Third-Order Origin returning realm masters also rushed into the power room under Yang Kai's instructions, sat on the spirit array, and pushed their Saint Qi into the starship, providing it with a little boost. Everyone was exchanging blows with the Grim Reaper. There was no room for the slightest mistake. Any negligence could lead to the destruction of the starship. In this terrifying place, the strength of a single person was simply too insignificant. In the dead zone outside Shadowed Star, even an Origin King Realm Master would likely die if they tried to force their way in, let alone the people inside the starship. Only by working together could they survive this crisis. The chaotic situation gradually stabilized, and after realizing that although the starship had been ravaged, it was still impregnable, everyone's panic gradually calmed down, and they began performing their duties in an orderly manner. The Origin King grade starship refined by Yang Yen provided a safe and reliable guarantee for everyone. After a full month, High Heaven Sec's starship suddenly broke free from the entanglement of the dead territory and rushed into the vast territory of the starship. There were no longer strange noises coming from outside, and the starship was no longer shaking. After everyone confirmed that they had successfully left Shadowed Star, loud cheers broke out inside the starship, everyone weeping tears of joy and excitement. Yang Xiaozhu and the others appeared in front of Yang Kai with pale faces, all of them looking like frosted eggplants, their auras extremely weak. "Thank you for your hard work," Yang Kai nodded to them. "Yang Kai, did you feel something?" Qian Tong looked at him solemnly and asked. Yang Kai gently nodded. He had noticed something the moment the starship rushed into the dead territory, but over the past month, he had been in constant danger, his life hanging by a thread, so he had not been able to think about it carefully. Now that he had escaped from the dead territory, he had time to recall that feeling. "So you also noticed something." "I thought I was mistaken," Qian Tong said solemnly. "Emperor pressure." Mou added, "That dead territory is filled with Emperor pressure, and there is more than one." "And there are two Emperor pressures." Qian Tong gently nodded. "One is similar to the aura emitted by the Emperor Garden, while the other is unfamiliar." "What's going on?" "I have a guess, but I'm not sure." Mou showed a contemplative expression. Everyone turned to look at him. Mou's face twitched as his eyes filled with awe. Smacking his lips, he said in a dry tone, "If I say it out loud, you'll definitely think I'm crazy." "No," Qian Tong shook his head. "Old Mo, you can rest assured." Yang Kai also nodded. Let's hear it. Whether it's true or not, everyone can judge for themselves. Mou smiled bitterly. This old master considers himself to be quite knowledgeable, but after entering the dead territory, he realized he was a frog in a well. I'll tell you what I think, but whether it's true or not, I don't know. In any case, don't laugh at this old master. This old master is just speculating. There is no real evidence to prove. Don't be long-winded, just say it. Yang Xiaozhu interrupted him impatiently. The dead zone is filled with 2 different types of Emperor's auras, and these 2 Emperor's auras are still entangled with each other in a constant cycle. I think the aura we are familiar with belongs to the master of the Emperor Garden, the great emperors of Star Field. Although I don't know who the other one belongs to, it should be a character on the same level as the great emperors. Mou's expression became dignified. The formation of the dead territory is perhaps a result of the struggle between these 2 characters. After saying this, Mou fell silent. Qian Tong's jaw dropped as he stared at him incredulously. On the other hand, Yang Kai, Yang Xiaozhu, and the others glanced at each other calmly. Haha, that's impossible, right? This old master also thinks he's wrong. Mou let out a hollow laugh. The great emperors were already a legend, and no one could confirm whether they really existed. Now, there was a powerful master on the same level as them who had fought with them before. Even Mou himself did not believe this speculation. What Senior Mo says should be correct. Yang Kai gently nodded, confirming his guess. Mou stared at Yang Kai in surprise before his eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly asked, "Yang Kai, do you know something?" Qian Tong turned his head and stared at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Kai chuckled, "I don't know much, but I do know that the great emperors once had an opponent who was no weaker than her. The 2 of them really did fight." Yang Xiaozhu and the others also knew this, but this was the first time Qian Tong and Mou had heard of it. Both of them were dumbfounded as they stared blankly at Yang Kai. All they could do was gasp for breath. It turns out that the culprit behind Shadowed Star's isolation was actually her. Yang Kai murmured. The situation in the dead territory was the best proof of this. There, the 2 emperor pressures were still entangled, and even after tens of thousands of years had passed, there was still no clear victor. Perhaps Yang Yan and this unknown enemy once fought in the dead territory, leading to the formation of this isolated zone around Shadowed Star. The ancient Supreme Profound Sect should also have been one of these battlefields, but it was unknown which one came first compared to the one in the dead territory. Qian Tong and Mou still seemed to want to ask something, but Yang Kai did not give them the opportunity. All of you must be tired from this past month. Go back and rest for the time being. After passing through the dead territory, the rest of the journey should be safe. We may not encounter any living beings for the next few years, so all of you should enter retreat. Hearing him say this, Qian Tong and the others did not ask any more questions, simply nodding and returning to their respective rooms. Yang Kai stood in place and cast his eyes towards the deep star field before walking over to the star plate and placing his hand on it, immersing his consciousness into his knowledge sea and manifesting his soul avatar. Above his knowledge sea, a vast star field that had shrunk countless times appeared, floating quietly like a huge blueprint. This was Yang Kai's star field. If a cultivator on Shadowed Star wanted to leave Shadowed Star and enter the dead territory, the first obstacle was the dead territory, which no one could pass. And the second obstacle was the direction. There were many dangers in the dead territory, so when a starship sailed, it required someone with rich experience to guide it, and this responsibility generally fell to a certain profession called a chart master. A chart master could draw a star field that allowed a cultivator or starship to safely and effectively advance through the dead territory while avoiding the dangerous areas of the territory. Without a chart master to draw a star field, a starship was very likely to get lost in the dead territory and deviate from its destination. Because Shadowed Star was too isolated, there was no such profession as a chart master, and no one could draw a star field. However, on the other stars in the dead territory, chart masters were very popular, and their status was not inferior to alchemists or artifact refiners. The star field in Yang Kai's knowledge sea was a kind of inheritance he had obtained from a chart master named Wu Suo. He had obtained it by chance when he first set foot in the dead territory. With this star, Yang Kai did not need to learn anything. He was a natural-born chart master. He could see the situation of the entire dead territory in his mind one by one, including the star where Tong Xian realm was located. He had taken Qianyu to see this star, and he himself would often look at it and dream about it. For so many years, he had never had a chance to use the star field to guide his way. Now, it had finally come in handy. Yang Kai's divine sense wandered back and forth across the huge star, consuming his spiritual energy at a rapid rate. Soon, he had locked onto a certain territory. This was where Qianyu had separated from Su Yan and the others. Yang Kai planned to go there first. Chapter 1546. He wanted to see if he could find Su Yan there. Thinking so, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense from his knowledge sea and poured it into the star chart in front of him to draw the starship's navigation route. For a long time, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about this, as the starship would sail along the route he drew until it reached its destination. Of course, that was provided it didn't encounter any dangers along the way. Time flew by. The starship had been moving forward smoothly and safely according to the route drawn by Yang Kai without encountering any twists and turns. Occasionally, a few strange-looking star beasts would jump out from nearby dead stars, but they were all killed by the disciples' artifact control crystal cannons. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with the purple origin furnace he obtained from the Emperor Garden in front of him. Around him were various boxes and bottles, a dazzling array of items. Yang Kai skillfully threw herbs into the purple origin furnace and poured his conflagrated spiritual energy into it, condensing the essence of these herbs, carving spirit arrays, and fusing them together, causing them to undergo wonderful transformations. Yang Kai precisely controlled the heat and the timing of each herb he threw in. Yang Kai was meticulous and enjoyed this process. Suddenly, he frowned and quickly increased the power of his conflagrated spiritual energy. The next moment, a burst of sound came from the purple origin furnace, followed by an unpleasant burnt smell. Yang Kai was stunned and his brow furrowed. He had failed again. With a calm expression, Yang Kai opened the lid of the purple origin furnace and poured out the dark stuff inside, piling it up nearby. There were many similar things piled up nearby, all of which were the products of Yang Kai's failed alchemy. Yang Kai didn't continue, and instead fell into contemplation. It had been 2 years since Yang Kai left Shadowed Star. During these 2 years, Yang Kai had not wasted his time, cultivating a variety of divine technique, comprehending various secret techniques, and improving his alchemy skills. Yang Kai had lived a very fulfilling life. Since he began studying the alchemic way, Yang Kai rarely failed. His success rate in refining pills was much higher than that of ordinary alchemists, and the quality of the pills he refined was also very high, allowing him to condense the medicinal efficacies of herbs to the greatest extent. Firstly, his talent in alchemy, and secondly, his conflagrated knowledge C, a divine tool for alchemy, were 2 reasons why he was able to achieve such an achievement. However, in the past 2 years on the warship, he had experienced failure after failure. He could now refine origin-grade high-rank pills at will, but what he wanted to refine now was an origin king-grade spirit pill. But until now, even though a lot of origin king-grade herbs had been consumed, not a single origin king-grade pill had been produced. This result made him a little depressed. It was extremely difficult to reach the peak of any profession, and in Star Territory, the Origin King Realm was the peak. There were not many Origin King Realm masters, and countless third-order Origin returning realm cultivators were stuck at a bottleneck, unable to advance any further until they died of old age, unable to pry into the true essence of the martial Tao. By the same token, Origin King-grade alchemists and artifact refiners were also extremely rare, much rarer than Origin Kings. Yang Kai's alchemy skills were currently stuck at this bottleneck, unable to improve any further. He had comprehended the true alchemy enlightenment scripture he had obtained from the Emperor Garden, but he could not obtain the answer he wanted. Yang Kai felt that his technique and control of the flames were not bad, but he still could not refine an Origin King-grade pill. Only when a pill had a spirit could it be called a spirit pill. There was such a sentence in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture that Yang Kai was extremely concerned about. As for how to make a pill have a spirit, Yang Kai was at a loss. Although Yang Kai had collected a lot of Origin King-grade herbs, he still couldn't withstand such consumption. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai put away the remaining herbs. Before he could fully comprehend this sentence, he felt that no matter how hard he tried, it would all be in vain. He needed to think about it carefully. Taking out the sun's true essence and the other supreme treasures of the five elements, Yang Kai began cultivating his five elements' indestructible sword-tempering art while comprehending this sentence in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Half a year later, Yang Kai, who was sitting in his room, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt the starship come to a stop. The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door, as if something had happened. Yang Kai got up, stretched out his hand, and opened the door. The next moment, Qianyu's figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. "We're here," Qianyu shouted excitedly. "We're here." Yang Kai raised his brow, his figure flickering as he appeared beside Qianyu. Reaching out and wrapping his arm around her waist, Yang Kai's figure flickered again as the space force fluctuations became more obvious. Qianyu only saw a flash of light before she and Yang Kai appeared outside the starship. Surrounded by the cold and vast star territory, large and small dead stars appeared in front of them. Seeing this scene, Qianyu felt a sense of familiarity. She had recalled this place countless times in her mind, recalling the scene when she was separated from Ice Master Qingya and the others. There was no way she would remember it incorrectly. "It's here!" Qianyu shouted excitedly. "It's here! There is a void corridor nearby. We only separated after entering this void corridor." Qianyu didn't know what had happened to the void corridor, but after entering it, she was directly teleported to Shadowed Star, while Ice Master Qingya and Su Yan were nowhere to be seen. If she hadn't met Yang Kai by chance, Qianyu didn't dare imagine what her fate would have been like today. Only after entering star territory did she realize how insignificant her strength was. "A void corridor," Yang Kai murmured, closing his eyes as he frantically spread his divine sense outwards to investigate this place carefully. A moment later, Yang Kai opened his eyes slowly and took Qianyu in a certain direction. The High Heaven Sect disciples who received his message also hurriedly piloted their starship. After a while, Yang Kai stopped somewhere in the void and stared forward solemnly. In front of him, there was indeed a very obvious space force fluctuation, and when one's divine sense probed it, it was immediately swallowed up. This void corridor had completely collapsed and could no longer be used. It wouldn't be long before it disappeared from this world. If Yang Kai hadn't cultivated the Tao of space, it wouldn't have been easy to find it. Yang Kai began searching carefully while Qianyu waited nervously, not daring to disturb him. After a while, Yang Kai sighed. "How is it?" Qianyu asked hurriedly. Yang Kai shook his head. "Based on this void corridor alone, it's impossible to speculate where Su Yan and the others went." Qianyu's beautiful eyes, which had been filled with hope, instantly dimmed. "However, this void corridor isn't too powerful, so even if it can connect two places, it shouldn't be too far apart. You being able to appear on Shadowed Star is probably a stroke of luck. As for Su Yan and the others, they should be somewhere nearby. Wait a moment, let me see where the nearest cultivation star is. Let's go there and look around." Saying so, Yang Kai closed his eyes and immersed his divine sense into his knowledge to investigate the star. After a while, Yang Kai opened his eyes and returned to the starship with Qianyu, ordering the disciples to adjust the direction of the starship and head towards a certain cultivation star. A few days later, a light blue star appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking down from the star field, this star was far smaller than Shadowed Star, only a quarter of its size. However, it was extremely beautiful, and the world energy aura seemed to be extremely rich. There was no doubt that this was a rich cultivation star. The starship slowly sailed towards it until it left the atmosphere before Yang Kai stored it in the sealed world bead. Although he didn't know much about the situation on star territory, he at least knew that an Origin King-grade starship was too eye-catching. It was likely that even the financially powerful Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce only had a few. If he really drove the starship to this star, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Yang Kai had come here to find someone and didn't want to cause any trouble. The weaker disciples had also entered the sealed world bead. With such an emperor artifact, Yang Kai's actions were much more convenient. Qian Tong, the 5 third-order Origin returning realm masters, and Qianyu followed Yang Kai on their star shuttles and flew towards the stars. Half a day later, a group of 7 people set foot on this beautiful stars. The world energy here was similar to that of Shadowed Star, so it was impossible to say which was better, But Qian Tong and the others breathed in the air exaggeratedly as they stood in place, their expressions constantly changing, as if they were silently perceiving something. Suddenly, Qian Tong laughed loudly, his smile extremely carefree. There's no suppression, no restriction. I feel like the shackles that have been binding me have suddenly disappeared. Mou also looked excited. Yang Xiuzhu and the others were also the same, exchanging a glance with each other and seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Congratulations to all of you. Kai Yang naturally knew what they were talking about, so he grinned and offered his congratulations. This cultivation star did not have the powerful suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, which meant that the shackles that had been restraining them from comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao had disappeared. They now had a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Everyone was extremely excited. Yang Kai, this old master won't say anything else, but this old master will remember your kindness. Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai seriously. Mou came to his senses and quickly expressed his gratitude. If Yang Kai hadn't taken them away from Shadowed Star, they would have died of old age, unable to touch the threshold of the Origin King realm. This opportunity was given to them by Yang Kai. Elder Qian is too serious. Let's find a place to settle down first. Perhaps we should stay here for a while. Yang Kai looked towards a city in the distance and said, although there is no world principle suppression here, whether this place is suitable for breaking through or not still needs to be investigated first. Qian Tong nodded in agreement. Everyone reached a consensus and immediately set off towards the city in the distance. Green Water City, in a tea house, Yang Kai and the others sat around a table. A young waiter served a pot of spirit tea and was about to withdraw when Qian Tong called out to him. What instructions does Senior have? The waiter bowed to Qian Tong for a while with a smile on his face. There were many people coming and going in the tea house, so the waiter had long ago developed a pair of discerning eyes. Although he couldn't sense the cultivation of Qian Tong and the others, he knew that they were masters, so he didn't dare show any neglect. Chapter 1547. Qian Tong smiled kindly. Young man, don't be nervous. This old master stopped you just to ask you a few questions. And if you answer them well, these things will be yours. Saying so, Qian Tong took out a few pieces of high-rank Saint Crystal and threw them on the table. The waiter's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was only able to earn 2 or 3 low-rank Saint Crystals a month by serving tea here, but the few high-rank Saint Crystals on the table were a shocking fortune for him. If he saved some money, he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. Quickly nodding and bowing, he said, Senior, please ask. This little one will tell you everything he knows. Although this little one is just an ordinary person who has never cultivated, he is still a native of this place. If Senior wants to know something, this little one will not disappoint. Good. Qian Tong nodded, satisfied with the waiter's response. Without further ado, he asked directly, This old master wants to ask you, do you have any Origin King Realm masters here? Origin King Realm? The waiter's face became solemn as he looked around at Yang Kai and the others in surprise, a look of understanding soon appearing on his face as he chuckled. Several seniors shouldn't be cultivators of my Green Mountain star, right? You're quite smart. Qian Tong didn't try to deny it. After all, if this waiter was a star, he should know something about this kind of thing. An Origin King Realm Master was a peak-level existence on any cultivation star, so if this waiter was really a cultivator of Green Mountain star, he would definitely have heard of them. The waiter laughed dryly. Senior is too polite. This little one was just speaking casually. However, since several seniors have come to Green Mountain star at this time, how could you not have inquired about these things? What should we inquire about? Qian Tong coldly snorted. The waiter didn't panic and said slowly, Since several seniors have come here, you must have come to participate in the grand event. Although it is a bit early, it doesn't matter, just wait 2 years. There are other seniors who have come earlier. And as for whether there are any Origin Kings, when has Green Mountain star ever lacked masters of this level? He had a contented look on his face, as if Origin Kings were everywhere on Green Mountain star. Qian Tong and the others looked at each other. They were all interested and motioned for the waiter to continue. To be honest with several seniors, there are now 2 or 3 Origin Kings on Green Mountain star. At its peak, there were more than a dozen, 2 of which were peak third-order Origin Kings. Third-order Origin King? The 2 of you? Qian Tong and the others were trembling and staring blankly. They were shocked beyond words by the waiter's words. Is that true? Mou asked in a deep voice. I wouldn't dare to lie to you. Everyone knows about this. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. So, your Green Mountain star is quite suitable for a breakthrough. Qian Tong's eyes flashed with excitement. Although after coming here, Yang Kai did not feel the same oppressive world principles as he did on Shadowed Star. Whether or not he should stay here to cultivate and break through would require some careful investigation. Now that he had obtained such information from the waiter, he was naturally overjoyed. Of course. The waiter shook his head proudly. Didn't several seniors come here for this? You can tell? Qian Tong was surprised. Senior must be joking. Although this junior is an ordinary person, news of this once-in-a-thousand-years event has already spread throughout Green Mountain's star. Even a 3-year-old child has heard about it. So how could this junior not know? The waiter replied. Wait, what once-in-a-thousand-years event? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. The waiter had already mentioned it once, but Yang Kai had not paid much attention to it. Every cultivation star had its own style and customs. For example, Shadowed Star's Lu Yen Sand Field only opened once every few hundred years. Green Mountain Star also had such a thing. However, listening to the meaning of the waiter's words, this event seemed to be related to the breakthroughs of Qian Tong and the others, so Yang Kai immediately became interested. Hearing this question, the waiter was immediately stunned and scratched his head. What's wrong? Several seniors didn't come here to participate in the blood prison trial? Blood prison trial? Qian Tong and the others looked at each other blankly. Tell me in detail, what is this blood prison trial for? Yang Kai threw a few more pieces of high-rank St. Crystal onto the table and said lightly. The waiter gulped and his face filled with joy, knowing that he had run into a noble man today. So how could he dare neglect? Quickly clearing his throat, he said, This blood prison trial is prepared for masters like several seniors. What do you mean? Qian Tong raised his brow. Because those who participate in the blood prison trial are all top masters at the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. It is said that in there, they can break through to the Origin King Realm. The waiter's words were shocking. Really? Qian Tong stood up with a look of excitement. The waiter was taken aback and quickly nodded. This lowly one does not dare deceive you. The blood prison trial is indeed like this, but this lowly one does not know the specific details. Seniors should also be able to see that this lowly one is just an ordinary person who has never even cultivated before, so he does not know the details of the blood prison trial. Then what do you know? Yang Kai motioned to Qian Tong to calm down and asked the waiter. This lowly one knows that the Origin King Realm Master on Green Mountains Star all participated in the blood prison trial in the past. Not only them, but there are many other Origin King Realm Masters in the territory of this star who also participated in the blood prison trial. There are cultivator from other cultivation stars who came here. Qian Tong frowned. And, as early as a few years ago, some people arrived on Green Mountain Star, but there weren't many of them. However, as time passed, more and more people came here, which is why this lowly one thought several seniors. The waiter looked at Qian Tong and the others anxiously. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded. Good, tell us about the blood prison trial. Tell us what you know. If you don't, we won't blame you. Qian Tong and the others nodded in agreement, all of them directing encouraging looks towards the waiter. The waiter calmed down and, after a moment of contemplation, began explaining. The blood prison trial was the biggest event on Green Mountain Star, one that only opened once every 1,000 years. Every time it opened, it would attract a large number of Third Order Origin returning realm cultivator to participate. The entire trial process was extremely bloody, and a large number of cultivators would fall. But with great danger, the harvest was also amazing. Often, Origin King Realm Masters would be born. Sometimes there was even more than one. As such, even if it was dangerous, all Third Order Origin returning Realm Masters would rush to participate. This trial could be said to be like an army of thousands crossing a single log bridge. Throughout the entire star territory, there were countless Third Order Origin returning Realm Masters, but Origin Kings were extremely rare. Even if there were many opportunities in the blood prison trial, it was extremely difficult to break through. Most of the Third Order Origin Realm Masters who rushed into the blood prison trial might fall, and perhaps none of them would be able to break through until the trial ended. But this still did not diminish the determination of these masters to pursue greater strength. The reason why the blood prison trial had such a magical effect was because of the existence of a territory. That place was filled with the power of a territory, and a third-order origin returning realm cultivator could absorb it. If they could comprehend the true essence of this territory, there was hope for them to break through. Why is this place called the blood prison so filled with the power of a territory, and why is it so incomplete? Qian Tong was very curious about this. It all started from a great war. The waiter had the potential to be a storyteller. When he talked about things, it was easy for people to understand. According to his description, the blood prison was once a battlefield, a place where more than 20 origin kings and a large number of their disciples fought. Many years ago, Green Mountain Star had two top masters at the third-order origin king realm. Even when looking at the entire star territory, these two masters were considered to be among the best. Each of them led a great force and were enemies with each other, resulting in many frictions and conflicts between them. This grievance lasted hundreds of years, and as a result, it became more and more intense, eventually leading to the involvement of these two masters themselves. Not only that, but these two masters also invited their friends to come and help them. The friends of these two origin kings were naturally of this level as well. As a result, a great battle that was powerful enough to destroy the entire star broke out somewhere on Green Mountain Star. Not only were there more than 20 origin kings involved in that battle, but there were also the disciples of the two masters who led them. There were no casualties. No one knew the final result, only that after the battle, there were mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Of the more than 20 origin kings, none seemed to have survived, all of them having fallen. From then on, that place was called the Blood Prison by the people of Green Mountain Star. It was said that even now the earth was still red, as if it had been drenched in blood. Traces of the great battle could be seen everywhere, and even the flowing time great emperor could not erase them. The Blood Prison was thus born. Inside the Blood Prison, there were all kinds of territory fragments that were extremely dangerous and unpredictable. Those below the third-order origin returning realm would not be able to withstand them at all. Only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator could break into the Blood Prison at certain times to comprehend and benefit from these fragments. If one was lucky, they might even break through to the origin king realm. If it was just this point alone, it might not have been enough to attract so many third-order origin returning realm masters. It was rumored that the Blood Prison still contained artifacts used by those origin kings. Each of these artifacts was origin king grade and difficult to find in the outside world. There also seemed to be the inheritances of those two top masters hidden here. If someone could obtain these inheritances, they would undoubtedly be able to break through to the origin king realm in the future, perhaps even reaching the heights of those two masters. All kinds of temptations and benefits made the Blood Prison a highly sought-after piece of meat that everyone coveted. Whenever the Blood Prison trial opened, all the third-order origin returning realm masters in the Star Territory who heard the news would rush here. At this time, Green Mountain Star was also at its busiest. There were only 2 to 3 years until the next Blood Prison trial opened, which was why the waiter had such a misunderstanding after listening to Qian Tong's question. He thought that Qian Tong and the others had heard the news and rushed here to participate in the Blood Prison trial. Chapter 1548. Inside the tea house, a group of 7 people sat around, the atmosphere quiet. Qian Tong and the others all looked excited and were unable to calm down for a long time. The news they heard from the waiter had greatly excited them. Originally, as long as they could escape the constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles, they would have been satisfied, but now that they had arrived on Green Mountain Star, they would encounter such a good thing. For these people who had spent their entire lives struggling on Shadowed Star in pursuit of a higher martial Tao, there was nothing more exciting than this news. There was no need for discussion, as everyone could see the desire in each other's eyes. They obviously wanted to participate. You don't need to worry if what the waiter said is true. There is still some time before the Blood Prison trial opens. If you are interested in participating, you can stay here and inquire about it before taking action. Yang Kai glanced over at them. That waiter is just an ordinary person. Although the Blood Prison trial is a once-in-a-thousand-year event, I'm afraid he doesn't know much about it. This kind of thing really needs to be investigated and confirmed. Yang Xiaozhu gently nodded, agreeing with Yang Kai's point of view. Since that's the case, let's stay here. It's still early anyway. If this place is really that good, we won't leave for the time being, Qian Tong proposed. No problem, Mou nodded. After coming to an agreement, everyone hurriedly found a good inn in Greenwater City and booked a few rooms to stay. Yang Kai did not stay. After entrusting Qian Yu to the care of Qian Tong and the others, he left Greenwater City on his star shuttle alone. He needed to find traces of Su Yan on Green Mountain Star. With the connection between him and Su Yan, if Su Yan really did end up on this star, it would not be difficult to find her. As long as the two of them were within a certain range, they would naturally sense each other. What's more, Su Yan's ice soul bead was still in Yang Kai's hands, so it would definitely react to Su Yan. Yang Kai moved like the wind as he stood atop his star shuttle and began to wander around Green Mountain Star with a look of expectation. Passing through towering mountains and lofty ridges, crossing rivers and rivers, Yang Kai left large tracts of land behind him. As time passed, he gradually became disappointed. Green Mountain Star was the closest star to where Qian Yu, Su Yan, and the others had been separated, so it was very likely that she had ended up here. The rising star, which was a little further away, was at least a few months away from here. Yang Kai felt that Su Yan shouldn't have gone too far. However, even after searching for a while, he couldn't find the slightest trace of Su Yan, nor did the ice soul bead react in the slightest, a result that surprised him greatly. Su Yan was not here. During these 6 months, Yang Kai ran almost all over Green Mountain Star without stopping for a moment, but the final result disappointed him. Yang Kai stood on top of a mountain peak, looking at the scenery in the distance with a lonely expression. Not being able to find Su Yan, his mood was not very good. In the forest, there was a pair of wild eyes staring at him. Using the cover of the forest, they quietly approached him. This was the territory of a powerful monster beast. Without its master's permission, no living creature was allowed to enter. Any living being that dared to violate this rule had already become food for this demonic beast. The monster beast had its own intuition, so it quietly stared at Yang Kai. Realizing that this person's strength wasn't too strong, it prepared to slaughter him and let Yang Kai know the consequences of trespassing on its territory. With the help of the wind, it completely eliminated its scent and approached Yang Kai step by step, looking for the best place and opportunity to attack. Suddenly, it saw Yang Kai turn around and glance at the place where it was hiding. "Consider yourself unlucky," Yang Kai muttered, grinning fiercely. This grin caused the approaching monster beast to feel a chill run down its spine, and an extremely uneasy feeling suddenly spread from the depths of its heart. Before it could do anything, Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned his 3 helpers. The stone mongoose carried the heaven-shaking pillar and suddenly turned into a stone giant. The artifact spirit let out a cry and turned into a fiery red bird. The dragon bone sword released an astonishing pressure, accompanied by a dragon's roar, and a giant green dragon more than 100 feet long appeared. The monster beast's eyes revealed an anthropomorphic look of horror. It turned around and fled. At this moment, it knew that it had chosen the wrong target. "Kill it!" Yang Kai grinned fiercely. The earth immediately trembled. The stone mongoose strode forward, leaving a deep footprint on the ground with every step. The fiery bird turned into a red light and quickly approached the monster beast, burning all the trees in its path and turning them to ashes in the blink of an eye. The giant green dragon followed closely behind. Yang Kai exhaled softly, as if he wanted to release the knot in his heart. Only then did he follow unhurriedly. Right now, he was in a bad mood, and the monster beast dared to covet him. It was simply courting death. He needed to do something. The monster beast's angry roar and the stone mongoose's low growl could be heard, mixed with the cries of the fiery bird and the roar of the dragon bone sword. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth intertwined with each other, and in the forest, a massacre was taking place. Although the monster beast's level was not low, being at the peak of the 9th rank and only 1 step away from the 10th rank, it was no match for the stone mongoose's fiery bird and the dragon bone sword. Even if it wanted to escape, it had no chance. There was no suspense in the battle. By the time Yang Kai arrived, the monster beast that had coveted him just now was already lying on the ground, lifeless. Its waist was broken and white bone stubble poked out of its body. It seemed to have been smashed by the stone mongoose with the heaven-shaking pillar. Its fur was charred black, obviously caused by the artifact spirit. The giant green dragon hovered above its corpse, seemingly wanting to devour its flesh and blood essence. Yang Kai stopped it and quickly rushed to the monster beast's corpse. He calmly shot a golden blood thread into its body. Under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, the golden blood thread swam like a fish through the monster beast's corpse. A bizarre scene appeared. The monster beast's corpse shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if the energy contained in its body was being devoured by something. Yang Kai looked at this scene with a calm expression, as if he had already expected this. Not long after, the monster beast's corpse was completely dried up, and even its monster core had disappeared. Yang Kai raised his hand, and a golden and red thread flew out of the corpse, moving back and forth between Yang Kai's fingers, as if it was alive. Looking at it quietly, Yang Kai's eyes filled with surprise and joy, his previous disappointment easing slightly. With a thought, the golden blood thread in his hand suddenly twisted and squirmed, transforming into the appearance of a monster beast. It looked no different from the monster beast lying on the ground, and even its size was similar. However, this monster beast transformed from the golden blood thread was gold and red, and its eyes moved about as if it had intelligence. The golden blood thread's transformation. This was recorded in the second half of the demon blood thread secret technique. Yang Kai had long since thoroughly comprehended it, but he had never had the opportunity to do so. The transformation of the golden blood thread was not only manifested by the fusion of different numbers of golden blood threads, but also by the fusion of different killing techniques. It could also allow the golden blood thread to devour the flesh and soul of the monster beast, giving it new transformations. This was a new form of the golden blood thread, the crystallization of the wisdom of the senior who created this secret technique. During his trip to the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had fought with the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple and had seen her 2 demon blood threads transform into 2 blood snakes. At that time, he had been very curious about how the beautiful temple master had accomplished this. Later, after comprehending the second half of the demon blood thread secret technique, Yang Kai understood its mysteries. The golden blood thread was condensed from Yang Kai's golden blood, so it could devour the flesh and blood essence of the monster beast and absorb the energy from its monster core, allowing it to transform into a blood beast. The 2 blood snakes of Demon Blood Temple's temple master were the blood beasts transformed from her demon blood threads. The blood beasts could inherit the abilities of the monster beast when it was alive, and because they were transformed from Yang Kai's golden blood, they were connected to his soul, allowing him to command them as he wished. Previously, on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai had not had time to find a suitable monster beast, so he had not been able to learn the blood beast technique. Now that he had encountered a suitable one here, naturally he would not let it go. With the help of the stone mongoose, this was an easy task. Releasing his divine sense and probing this blood beast, Yang Kai gently nodded in satisfaction. In terms of aura alone, this blood beast transformed from his golden blood thread should not be weaker than a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Perhaps there was some difference in strength between it and when it was alive, but it was not by much. The most important thing was that Yang Kai had more than 1 golden blood thread. As long as there were enough monster beast, all of Yang Kai's golden blood threads could be transformed into blood beasts. When the time came, hundreds of blood beasts could be released together. Even if he faced an origin king, Yang Kai would not necessarily be powerless. However, it was not easy to find a suitable monster beast, so this matter would have to be done slowly. Thinking so, Yang Kai willed himself and stretched out his hand to touch the blood beast. The blood beast immediately shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it was only the size of a pigeon egg. Leaping up, it landed on Yang Kai's palm. Yang Kai smiled lightly and was about to put it away when he suddenly thought of something and stared carefully at the blood beast in his palm, a look of contemplation flashing across his face. Sinking into contemplation, Yang Kai seemed to be comprehending something. After a long time, Yang Kai's body shook and his eyes flashed as he muttered, "Pills can only be called spirit pills when they have spirit. So that's how it is." At this moment, Yang Kai somewhat understood the meaning behind the words in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture that had confused him for a long time. Although it was just a guess, it was worth a try. If he succeeded, he could successfully refine an Origin King grade spirit pill and be promoted to an Origin King grade alchemist. "Spread out and cover for me. Don't let anything disturb me," Yang Kai ordered. His 3 great helpers immediately dispersed and stood guard nearby. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and with a wave of his hand took out the purple origin furnace and some boxes containing herbs from his space ring. Flicking his finger, Yang Kai sent a few strands of Saint Qi into the purple origin furnace before picking up a jade box, opening it, and taking out an origin king-grade herb from it, placing it directly into the purple origin furnace. Conflagrated knowledge, Qi burst out and Yang Kai began to control the temperature of the condensed medicinal liquid. He was familiar with this process. Chapter 1549. Inside the starship, Yang Kai had repeated this process countless times, so he was well aware of every step. Yang Kai was confident that his grasp of the heat and the timing of the herbs was flawless, but for some reason, he was unable to refine an Origin King-grade spirit pill. But now he had a bold conjecture. Whether this idea could be realized or not had yet to be verified, so Yang Kai was extremely cautious, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. Origin King-grade herbs were thrown into the purple origin furnace one after another, and under the tempering of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge Qi and the assistance of various spirit arrays, these herbs were transformed into medicinal liquids that fused with each other, causing some magical and mysterious changes to occur. Yang Kai's demeanor became more and more focused, and his movements became more and more careful as he threw in the herbs. One by one, the spirit arrays were drawn by his conflagrated knowledge Qi and imprinted into the purple origin furnace to assist in the refinement of the herbs. Everything was in order, and no mistakes were made. Time passed little by little, and Yang Kai's forehead began to ooze fine sweat. Refining an Origin King-grade pill was also a great test for Yang Kai. Not only did it require him to control his spiritual energy, but there were also various psychological burdens. The pressure on him was as heavy as a mountain. A faint fragrance began to fill the air from the purple origin furnace as the medicinal liquids began to fuse perfectly. However, Yang Kai did not relax because of this. During the 2 years aboard the starship, Yang Kai had smelled the medicinal fragrance coming from the purple origin furnace countless times, but he had never succeeded in refining a spirit pill. Every time he tried, it would end in failure. Now he had reached the most critical moment of alchemy. Yang Kai's nose twitched gently as he sensed the changes in the medicinal fragrance, looking for the right opportunity. The fragrance gradually became stronger, and soon, the surrounding 1,000-meter radius seemed to be filled with this unique medicinal fragrance, making one feel refreshed. At a certain moment, when this fragrance reached its peak, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed. Now was the time. He stretched out his hand and lifted it in the air. A ball of gold and red light appeared on his palm. Inside the ball of light, there was a shadow of a beast that had shrunk countless times. It was bouncing inside the ball of light. Blood Beast. It was none other than the blood beast that Yang Kai had just refined with his golden blood thread. Lifting the lid of the purple origin cauldron, Yang Kai threw the blood fiend into it. Silently, under the tremendous power of his conflagrated spiritual energy, the blood fiend instantly disappeared and merged into the medicinal liquid inside the cauldron. There was a faint smell of blood mixed with the medicinal fragrance. Not only did it not feel abrupt, but because of the smell of blood, the medicinal fragrance became stronger. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, faintly feeling that he had grasped the key point. Not daring to delay, Yang Kai hurriedly urged his conflagrated spiritual energy to continue refining the medicinal liquid. All of the insights he obtained from comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture were used by Yang Kai at this moment. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. The blood beast condensed from the golden blood threads and the essence of the monster beast's flesh and blood completely dissolved, becoming a part of the medicinal liquid. The purple origin cauldron suddenly shook, as if some unknown change was occurring inside. Yang Kai's expression brightened as he hurriedly suppressed it with his conflagrated spiritual energy. A sizzling sound rang out as if some kind of living creature was struggling inside the purple origin cauldron, slamming into its walls in an attempt to escape. Yang Kai remained unmoved. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the movement inside the cauldron gradually subsided. Yang Kai took back his conflagrated spiritual energy, took a deep breath, and stared at the purple origin cauldron solemnly and hesitantly. Whether he succeeded or failed would depend on the result. Yang Kai did not know whether his alchemy this time was successful or not, but at least there was no burning smell like before, which was a good start. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards the purple origin cauldron. If he stuck his head out, he would be cut in half, so he might as well be straightforward about it. The lid of the purple origin cauldron was lifted by Yang Kai, and at that moment, a stream of light suddenly flew out of the cauldron, circled around, and tried to escape into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai shouted as he stretched out his hand towards the stream of light, his movements as fast as lightning, and grabbed it in the palm of his hand. The moment he touched it, Yang Kai could feel the resistance and struggle coming from it, but it soon subsided, as if the thing in his hand had accepted its fate. Yang Kai let go of his hand and examined it carefully. A pale silver pill about the size of a longan fruit appeared in front of his eyes. The fragrance it gave off was not as strong as when it was being refined, so even when Yang Kai leaned in, he could only smell a faint fragrance, but the feeling it gave off was completely different from before. It made him feel even more relaxed and happy. An Origin King Grade Spirit Pill. Under the investigation of his divine sense, Yang Kai confirmed that the medicinal efficacies coming from this spirit pill were indeed that of an Origin King Grade Spirit Pill. Although it was only a low-rank pill, its quality was extremely high. Yang Kai showed a look of joy as he observed it carefully, only letting out a laugh after a long time. He finally understood what it meant to say that only pills with spirit could be called spirit pills. The Origin King Grade Spirit Pill in front of him was the best proof of this. His golden blood threads were rich in spirituality, and so were the blood beasts transformed from them. Using the blood beast as a guide to refine an Origin King Grade Spirit Pill, Yang Kai was not disappointed. If this was just a guess before the refinement, it had now been confirmed. Pills did not possess spirituality for no reason. Even the highest grade Origin King Grade herbs did not possess spirituality, unless they were world spirit treasures that had developed some form of sentience. Since that was the case, Yang Kai had to use something with spirituality to refine this pill. Pill spirit. As long as he had a pill spirit, Yang Kai could refine an Origin King Grade Spirit Pill. The blood beast was the pill spirit of the spirit pill in his hand. Yang Kai had suddenly realized this when he saw the blood beast's spirituality, and after trying it out, it really worked. Yang Kai did not know how other Origin King Grade alchemists refined Origin King Grade pills, but there was absolutely no problem with the method he had comprehended. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture had not clearly pointed out this path to him, so this method was entirely his own creation. If 1,000 alchemists meditated with the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, they might gain 1,000 insights. Yang Kai saw his own alchemic Tao from the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. The pill in his hand was just a 3 spirits pure pill that could increase one's cultivation. It was not a very high-grade Origin King Grade pill, and although its value was high, it was not heaven-defying. At the very least, using a blood beast refined from a single golden blood thread as a pill spirit was a bit of a waste. Although this method was feasible, if he really used this method to perform alchemy in the future, it would not be long before Yang Kai's golden blood threads were exhausted. This kind of consumption was not something Yang Kai could afford. How could he improve on this? Yang Kai was not satisfied with this, and instead fell into contemplation. Soon he had a new idea. The blood beast had a high spirituality and could indeed be used as a pill spirit. A pure golden blood thread, or even his own golden blood, should also be able to bear this heavy responsibility. Perhaps the soul of the monster beast could also be used. Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately put aside his many distracting thoughts and began to verify his ideas. Half a day later, another 3 spirits pure pill was born in Yang Kai's hands. This spirit pill was refined using Yang Kai's golden blood as a catalyst. Comparing the 2 spirit pills together, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the efficacy of the first refinement of the 3 spirits pure pill seemed to be slightly higher than the second refinement. Perceiving this, Yang Kai had a plan in his heart. Not continuing, Yang Kai began to search for a suitable monster beast in the jungle. A month later, Yang Kai held a jade bottle in his hand. This bottle was filled with Origin King Grade pills, each of them a light silver color. In order to refine this bottle of 3 spirits pure pill, Yang Kai had spent a lot of effort, killing several dozen monster beast 8th order and above. After some experiments, Yang Kai determined that his previous idea was feasible. In order to refine an Origin King Grade spirit pill, it was not necessary to use one's own golden blood as a catalyst. Any existence that had a spirit that did not conflict with the spirit of the herbs could be used as a catalyst. For example, the soul of the monster beast. Yang Kai had the demon eye of annihilation, which had fused with the power of the colored glass divine light, so it was not a problem for him to restrain the soul of a monster beast. If he could restrain the monster beast's soul from its body and integrate it into the herbs, the pill would gain a spirit. However, the requirements for Origin King grade spirit pills were not low. The soul of a 7th order monster beast was not enough. The soul of an 8th order monster beast was acceptable, and the 9th order monster beast was the best choice. If he could obtain the soul of a 10th order monster beast, Yang Kai felt that he could refine a spirit pill with pill veins. In addition to the soul of a monster beast, those world spirit treasures that had gained sentience could also play the role of a pill spirit. The grade of the pill spirit was directly related to the success rate of pill refinement. After many failures, Yang Kai concluded that his harvest was huge. After a month of hard work, he had produced a bottle of Origin King grade spirit pills, consuming countless materials. This also marked his promotion to Origin King grade alchemist, standing at the peak of the alchemic Tao within the star territory. This method was his own creation, and only he could implement it. It was very difficult for others to restrain the soul of a dead monster beast and integrate it into herbs. So, even if someone spied on Yang Kai's alchemy method, they would not be able to replicate it unless they used a similar secret technique. The sublimation of his alchemy skills had allowed him to deepen his understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao. Although his cultivation realm had not changed much, his grasp of his own strength had become much better than before. Now that his alchemy level had reached the Origin King grade, Yang Kai's next step was to study alchemy techniques. He had always thought that a single set of herbs could only refine a single pill. For so many years he had done so. However, the true alchemy enlightenment scripture had put forward a different and innovative idea. In fact, a single set of herbs could refine more than one pill. If one's luck was bad, it would not be a problem to refine 35 pills, but if one's luck was good, it would be possible to refine 78 pills. This idea had opened Yang Kai's eyes to another vast world of alchemy. However, if one wanted to achieve this incredible achievement, they had to use a special method to refine a pill before it was formed. This required a lot of experience, and not every alchemist could do it. Chapter 1550. This kind of alchemy technique filled Yang Kai's heart with excitement. In the past, the grade of the pills he refined was not high, and the materials were easy to find. Refining one pill per set of materials was not a problem. With High Heaven Sect as his backing, Yang Kai did not need to worry about the source of materials. But now that he was an Origin King grade alchemist, the materials he needed to refine pills were not only precious but also difficult to find. Even with High Heaven Sect support, he could not find too many materials. If he could refine more than one spirit pill per set of materials, it would be a huge profit for him. However, this matter was not urgent. Yang Kai had just become an Origin King grade alchemist, and still needed to accumulate a lot of experience. Only when he had accumulated a certain amount of experience in refining Origin King grade spirit pills would he be able to delve deeper. Half a month later, Yang Kai returned to Greenwater City. Not being able to find Su Yan on this trip, Yang Kai was not prepared to stay on this Origin star any longer. He needed to return to Tongxian Realm as soon as possible and transfer his family and friends to Shadowed Star to provide them with a better environment and resources. Arriving at the inn where Qian Tong and the others were staying, Yang Kai released his divine sense and could not help feeling stunned. Qian Tong and the others were not here. This unexpected discovery made Yang Kai's heart jump as he wondered if Qian Tong and the others had encountered some kind of accident. After all, before he left, he had made an appointment with them to meet here. Where could they have gone? Yang Kai frowned, took out his communication artifact, and poured his divine sense into it. A moment later, the communication artifact lit up, and a burst of spiritual energy pulsed from it. Yang Kai quickly sank his divine sense to investigate. After spying on the message Qian Tong sent to him, Yang Kai was extremely surprised. They had not encountered any accidents. On the contrary, they were now living well and had even become Greenwater City's honored elders. This result greatly surprised Yang Kai. Putting away the communication artifact, Yang Kai rushed out of the inn and walked towards a building in the center of Green Water City. When he got there, Qian Tong and the others were already welcoming him with smiles on their faces. They hadn't seen Yang Kai for a few months, so they didn't ask him what he was doing. They warmly welcomed Yang Kai into the building and asked someone to serve him tea. Then they started to explain to Yang Kai. It turned out that not long after Yang Kai left, the city lord of Green Water City personally came to visit Qian Tong and the others. After all, a lineup of 5 third-order origin returning realm masters was not something anyone on Green Mountain Star could ignore. What's more, Green Water City was just a small city. Besides the city lord and vice city lord, who were both cultivators, there were no other third-order masters in the city. The sudden arrival of Qian Tong and the others had caused the mayor of Greenwater City to feel apprehensive. He did not know what they were up to, so he decided to inquire about the intentions of Qian Tong and the others. After learning that Qian Tong and the others were not cultivators from Green Mountain Star and had only come to participate in the blood prison trial, Greenwater City's city lord breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he invited Qian Tong and the others to serve as elders of Greenwater City. Qian Tong and the others didn't want to agree at first. For them, Green Mountain Star was just a place to break through and eventually return to Shadowed Star, so there was no need for them to serve as elders of a city here. Agreeing rashly would be irresponsible. But after Greenwater City's city lord explained the stakes and informed Qian Tong and the others that he would also participate in the blood prison trial and that everyone could help each other, Qian Tong and the others thought about it for a while before agreeing. However, they did not agree to the position of elder and instead only agreed to be idle honored guests. They had also informed Greenwater City's city lord that they would leave after the blood prison trial. Greenwater City's city lord readily agreed. That was why they did not live in an inn, and instead settled in a place arranged for them by Greenwater City's city lord. After all, we are outsiders, so this city lord is wary of us, so it is natural for him to want to win us over. However, since he is a native cultivator of Green Mountain Star, he should know much more about the blood prison trial than we do. So joining forces with him can be considered a win-win situation, Qian Tong said leisurely. Yang Kai nodded. That's also good. With a local snake taking care of us, at least we won't have to worry about inquiring about information. Several seniors can do as they see fit, but several seniors should still be careful not to fall for Greenwater City's city lord's schemes. After all, it's hard to tell what's in a person's heart. Qian Tong and the others laughed. Mo said, Sect Master Yang can rest assured, although Greenwater City's city lord is a shrewd person, according to my contact with him, his heart is not bad and he shouldn't act rashly. What's more, even if he wants to scheme against us, he is alone, so we have nothing to fear. Then Junior is worrying too much. Yang Kai nodded. Good, since several seniors are safe here, I can leave with peace of mind. How long will it take you to come back? Qian Tong looked at him solemnly. I don't know, at least 1 or 2 years, at most 3 or 4 years. Perhaps I'll be able to return before the blood prison trial and see what's inside, Yang Kai grinned. That would be for the best. With you accompanying us, I believe the trial will be much safer. Qian Tong's spirit shook, obviously very confident in Yang Kai's strength. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai in high spirits, seemingly eager for him to return as soon as possible. Yang Kai smiled before turning to Qian Yu and asking, Do you want to return to Tongxian realm with me or stay here? Me. Qian Yu showed a look of hesitation. She really didn't know what to choose. Tongxian realm was her and Yang Kai's homeland. It would be a lie to say she didn't miss it. She had been forced to leave all those years ago, and now that she had a chance to return, she naturally wanted to see the land she grew up in. But the scenery was still the same, but the people of that land had long since changed. Everything related to Ice Sect should no longer exist. Perhaps the people there didn't even know that Ice Sect once stood in this vast ice field. I'll stay. Qian Yu's confused and beautiful eyes gradually became firm as she made a choice. Those who are related to me should all be in Tongxian territory. If I go back, it will only add to my sadness. If I stay here, I can continue to inquire about information. Perhaps I can use this time to inquire about some information. Yang Kai nodded slowly, not trying to persuade her. It was reasonable for her to make such a choice. Then I'll leave Qian Yu in your care. Yang Kai turned to Qian Tong and the others. You can rest assured, with these old masters here, no one will dare do anything to her. Haha, Origin Kings are rare everywhere, Qiantong chuckled. Below the Origin King realm, they were the strongest, and with the 5 of them working together, it was likely that few would dare to cause trouble. This Mo won't say anything more. Sect Master Yang, I wish you a safe journey, return early. Mo said solemnly. Sect Master, be careful. Yang Xiuzhu also looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai did not stay in Greenwater City for long. After learning that Qiantong and the others were safe, he set off the next day and embarked on a journey back to his homeland. Flying out of Green Mountain Star on his star shuttle, Yang Kai released the starship from the sealed world bead, and after everything was ready, the starship quickly sailed into Star Field. Back then, Yang Kai had rushed into Green Mountain Star's territory with just a Saint Realm cultivation and had been separated from his old friends for several dozen years. Yang Kai did not know how they had fared during these past few decades, or if anything had happened to them. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as he suddenly felt a sense of homesickness. The more time passed, the more obvious this feeling became. Letting the starship return along the path he had taken in the past, Yang Kai felt the changes in his state of mind, allowing the joys and sorrows in his heart to condense and settle. His state of mind had unconsciously become more solid. Looking back, Yang Kai was no longer the brat of the past. Today, he had a powerful second-order origin returning realm cultivation, an invincible existence under the Origin King realm. Leading High Heaven Sect on Shadowed Star, he was second only to one and above all. Yang Kai's back was straight like a javelin, his expression proud and cold. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Yang Kai turned his head in a certain direction and released his divine sense at the same time. A beautiful scene was imprinted in his vision. Massive stars, each containing a different type of energy, surrounded a certain part of the star field. At the center of these stars, in the void, something seemed to be calling out to Yang Kai. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai could still sense it. The chaotic abyss. He had actually arrived here. Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses and discovered that he had been silently flowing through the river of time, completely forgetting the passage of time. This was the first place Yang Kai had stopped when he first entered Green Mountain Star's territory. This was the most dangerous and unpredictable place in Green Mountain Star's territory. In this seemingly calm and beautiful location, there was an irresistible danger. The chaotic storms were countless times more terrifying than the storms in Green Mountain Star's territory and could even swallow starships. Yang Kai was swallowed up by the chaotic storms here and ended up on the floating continent, where he met masters like Gui Zhu and learned about the wonders of Green Mountain Star's territory. Back then, Yang Kai did not understand the mysteries of this place, but now that his strength had improved and his vision had broadened, he began to understand the mysteries of this place. The gathering of energy that caused one's heart to palpitate could compress space, making it impossible to find, and the eruption of the chaotic storms was the key to opening the door to this space. At the center of the chaotic abyss was a small world. That was the floating continent. When Yang Kai left the floating continent with Gui Zhu and the others, he had left behind a thread of his divine sense in the center of the floating continent. There was an extremely large mass of energy there that Yang Kai suspected was the source of the floating continent. At that time, his strength was too low, and he did not dare act rashly. Now that he was passing by this place, the thread of his divine sense immediately formed a connection with him, as if it was calling out to him. Yang Kai did not respond. Although his current strength was completely different from before, Yang Kai was not arrogant enough to try refining this mass of energy. If the source of Star was so easy to refine, Gui Zhu would not have been trapped inside for 2,000 years. Yang Kai still needed to wait for his own strength to become stronger before he could attempt this. The starship did not slow down and soon left the chaotic abyss behind and flew straight towards Tongxian realm. Chapter 1551. The sun in the warship was as calm as water in an ancient well, extremely calm. Time passed little by little as Yang Kai comprehended the various secret techniques and cultivated. One day, a disciple knocked on the door and reported, "Sect Master, we've arrived." "We've arrived?" Yang Kai opened his eyes, a hint of excitement flashing across them as his figure flickered, leaving the room and arriving in the hall. At this time, The starship was quietly suspended 1 million kilometers away from a certain cultivation star, no longer moving forward. Many disciples responsible for controlling the starship saw Yang Kai appear and turned to him, waiting for his orders. Without Yang Kai's order, they did not dare to act rashly. However, was this cultivation star the sect master's homeland? Why did it seem like it was on the decline? When the disciples looked towards Tongxian realm, all of them were puzzled. When Yang Kai's eyes landed on Tongxian realm, his face also sank slightly. In the past, his vision was not high enough, and he had not seen the other wonders of the star territory, so he did not know what was wrong with Tongxian realm. On the contrary, he used to think that Tongxian realm was extremely rich, or at least that the central capital could not compare to it. But now, after returning from the star territory and experiencing several dozen years of hard work and tempering, he saw the problem with Tongxian realm at a glance. It was old. It was past its prime, and a bleak and sorrowful aura lingered around this cultivation star. Its gray color was like old-age spots, highlighting the weakness of this cultivation star. Yang Kai's heart clenched. He did not know that his homeland would be like this before, or rather, he had never realized this problem before. It seemed that on Tongxian realm, the Saint realm was the highest realm and was not without foundation. It was different from Shadowed Star. Shadowed Star's world energy was abundant, but it was suppressed by an invisible world principle, making it impossible for a cultivator to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm. Tongxian realm did not have this kind of world principle suppression, but the world energy was too thin to meet the needs of a cultivator to break through to a higher realm. The Saint realm was the limit. At this moment, Yang Kai understood the root of Tongxian realm's problems. Sect Master, we. The disciple next to him turned to look at him and respectfully asked for his opinion. Go down, Yang Kai waved his hand lightly. The disciple obeyed, controlled the starship, and flew down. The starship passed through the gray area, passing through the atmosphere of Tongxian realm, and finally landed on this backward Martial Dao continent. Yang Kai used by Yang Kai by Yang by Yang by Yang by Yang Kai to determine his current location. The spiritual energy was thin, but it was filled with demonic energy. Tongxian realm was divided into 3 major territories: the human territory, the demon land, and the monster territory. Of these 3 territories, the human territory was the largest, occupying almost 70% of Tongxian realm, followed by the demon land and the monster territory. Unexpectedly, after returning to Tongxian realm, he had come directly to the demon land, a result that surprised Yang Kai a little. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his head and stared off in a certain direction. As he probed with his divine sense, several life auras suddenly broke into his perception. One of them was a second-order saint who gave Yang Kai a faint sense of familiarity, but as for who it was, he couldn't remember. There were only a few people in the entire demon land who could reach the second-order saint realm, so it should be one of the demon general. The demon race had 4 demon general, all of them saint realm cultivators. The other party had obviously discovered traces of the starship sailing here and hurried over to investigate. It was a good opportunity to inquire about some information. Yang Kai thought to himself, faintly saying, "Wait here, I'm going to see someone." Saying so, his figure flickered, and he arrived outside the starship, waiting quietly. For the current Yang Kai, a distance of 100 kilometers could be traversed in an instant. Having cultivated the Tao of space, he could now freely swim through void cracks, ignoring the barriers of space. However, for a second-order Saint Demon General who did not have a suitable flight-type artifact, even if he did his best, it would still take the time it would take to brew a cup of tea to reach the starship. After a cup of tea's worth of time, a large expanse of black chi appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. This black chi was filled with a violent and bloody aura, and several figures were hidden inside it. The black chi tumbled, and soon came to a stop 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai. These figures finally revealed themselves. The one leading them was a burly man with a ferocious expression, holding a spear-like artifact in his hand, giving him a very majestic appearance. At this moment, this man was staring towards Yang Kai in shock, his pair of red eyes filled with shock. He did not see Yang Kai, but the starship behind Yang Kai was extremely familiar. As a demon general, he naturally knew that there was a similar existence deep underground in the demon capital. It was a flight-type artifact that the Bone race had used to travel to Tongxian realm many years ago. Unfortunately, this starship was eventually destroyed by Great Demon God, leaving behind only a pile of scrap metal. It had been kept as a top secret and was sealed several tens of thousands of meters beneath the demon capital. Could it be that someone from the outer star had come to Tong Xian realm again? Thinking of this, the demon general was taken aback. The last time something like this happened, Great Demon God had sacrificed himself to save Tong Xian realm, a feat that had always been the pride of the demon race. But now, who could turn the tide and save Tong Xian realm from this calamity? Perhaps that human race cultivator from back then had such ability. After all, when the bone race stirred up trouble again, Tong Xian realm's 3 clans joined forces under his leadership to defeat them. However, it was said that more than 30 years ago, that human race cultivator had left Tong Xian realm, and there had been no news of him since. Many distracting thoughts flashed across this demon general's mind, but he did not panic in the face of danger. Understanding the aggressive nature of the demon race, he turned his gaze towards Yang Kai with a dignified expression. The next moment, he showed a shocked expression, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, his jaw dropping as he pointed at Yang Kai. You, he couldn't seem to believe his eyes. Demon General Meng Ge, haha, long time no see. Has Brother Meng been well? Yang Kai grinned at him. You're Yang Shengzhu? Meng Ji's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never imagined that the person who had come here on this starship was actually the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. The human race youth who had disappeared more than 30 years ago. When the bone race revived and the 3 clans joined forces, Meng Ge and Yang Kai had fought side by side, so naturally, he remembered his appearance. Now that he heard Yang Kai's voice, he immediately recognized him. This person turned out to be that young man. This was too incredible. This young man had disappeared for more than 30 years, but as soon as he appeared, he owned a starship. Where had he been all these years? Meng Ge had heard that he had left Tong Xian realm to explore the scattered star territory. Had he succeeded? Thinking so, Meng Ge couldn't help trembling in shock as his eyes glazed over. And it's this Yang. Brother Meng, don't tell me you don't recognize me? Yang Kai chuckled. How could that be? Meng Ge shook his big head. Although I haven't seen you for many years, this general will never forget Yang Shengzhu's heroic bearing. N, how has Zhang Yuan been in recent years? Yang Kai asked again. You're asking about the demon commander's master? Meng Ge frowned, a trace of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. Zhang Yuan was the demon commander of the demon race, a top master in Tong Xian realm. Even if Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary and he was the master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land, in the end, he was still in existence on the same level as the demon commander's master. Whether it was out of courtesy or otherwise, Meng Ge shouldn't call him by his name. This brat's tone was quite arrogant, acting like an elder asking about a junior. So Meng Ge was naturally a little annoyed. In a lukewarm tone, Meng Ge replied, Many thanks for Sect Master Yang's concern. Senior has been well and has been in retreat in the demon capital in recent years. Saying so, Meng Ge released his divine sense and swept Yang Kai. He wanted to know to what extent this human race youth's cultivation had grown after so many years. If Meng Ge remembered correctly, this young man should have been a first-order saint when he left, so after a few dozen years with his aptitude, he should have reached the third-order saint realm. After a single sweep, Meng Ji's face changed greatly. He suddenly discovered that he couldn't see through Yang Kai's depths at all. When his divine sense swept over him, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to cause the slightest ripple. How is this possible? Meng Ji's expression immediately became complicated as his eyes bulged. He was a second-order saint, so even if Yang Kai had really broken through to the third-order saint realm, he couldn't hide from his divine sense. Even the legendary Saint King realm that great demon god had once reached was impossible. Could it be, this little brat has already reached this realm, or even higher? Thinking so, Meng Ji's feet began to cramp as his eyes filled with shock. Pursing his lips, he asked dryly, Yang Shengzhu, what realm is he in now? What realm? Yang Kai raised his brow. He was naturally aware of Meng Ji's little movements, but he didn't blame him. The people of the demon race were all like this. Each and every one of them was unruly and unruly. Hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai said, I can't tell you what realm I'm in right now, but you'll find out when you have the chance. Right, go to the demon capital and ask Zhang Yuan to come see me in 9 Heavens' Holy Land. I just returned, but I'll be heading to 9 Heavens' Holy Land soon. Meng Ge swallowed hard. the unruly expression on his face gradually converging, like a tamed beast that had submitted to Yang Kai. This time, he was very tactful and didn't pay attention to Kai Yang's arrogance. He faintly guessed that Kai Yang had reached a height that he could never hope to reach. This guess made him both shocked and frightened, but at the same time, he was inexplicably excited. Yang Shengzhu may rest assured, this one will immediately head to the demon capital to inform Senior of this news, Meng Ge quickly said. Good, there's one more thing. Yang Kai touched his nose. Which direction is Nine Heaven's holy land? Meng Ge was stunned and pointed. Many thanks. Yang Kai smiled lightly before his figure flickered and disappeared. A moment later, the dark starship trembled slightly and mysteriously disappeared from Meng Ji's vision. Master, who is that human brat? How dare he act so arrogantly, not putting you in his eyes at all? One of the people from the demon race who had followed Meng Ge grumbled in dissatisfaction. Chapter 1552. Although the relationship between the three clans had become much more harmonious after the Bone Race's resurgence, and the three clans had joined forces to resist the enemy, that did not mean there were no more disputes, especially when it came to competition for cultivation resources. It was just that there was no longer an atmosphere of life and death enmity between them. The human race did not dare to trespass into the demon land at will. But now, a young human race man had suddenly appeared here, not only not putting Master Meng Ge in his eyes, but also daring to call out the demon commander by his name. This made the people from the demon race very dissatisfied. If it weren't for Meng Ge being here, they would likely have immediately rushed up and made this young human race man pay the price. Shut up! Meng Ge shouted. That person, you can't afford to provoke him. This general can't afford to provoke him. And even Senior. I'm afraid you can't afford to provoke him. Don't talk about him behind his back. What? Senior can't afford to provoke him? The people from the demon race were shocked, their eyes trembling. What kind of background does he have? His name, you may have heard it before. Meng Ge frowned. He is the master of Nine Heaven's holy land, Yang Kai. The expressions of the people from the demon race immediately changed as they fell silent. Today, in Tongxian realm, Nine Heaven's holy land was the dominant force, standing above the three clans. There were countless Saint Realm masters in the Holy Land, and no other force could compare. However, although Nine Heaven's Holy Land had been in the limelight for many years, there had been no news of their holy master. None of them had expected that the young man just now was actually the master of Nine Heaven's Holy Land. The world is about to change, Mungo muttered as he looked at the dusky sky. Soon after, he turned around and hurriedly rushed in the direction of Modu. He had to pass the news of Yang Kai's return to Demon Commander Zhang Yuan as soon as possible. Nine Heaven's Holy Land, a natural spirit array formed by the convergence of 9 peaks. In Tongxian realm, Nine Heaven's Holy Land enjoyed a supreme reputation. The Holy Land had countless masters, and although it had not recruited any new disciples these years, its population was still thriving, and it did not lack wealth. The reason for this was not only because Nine Heaven's Holy Land had a strong influence and close relationship with the other great forces of the human race, but also because of the alchemy techniques here. There were several top alchemy grandmasters guarding this place all year round. When a cultivator came here with materials for alchemy, there was basically no chance of failure. As long as they paid enough for the materials and waited for a few days, they would be able to get a satisfactory elixir. With this income alone, Nine Heaven's Holy Land didn't need to worry about a source of cultivation materials. Outside the Holy Land's 9 peaks, there was a long line that stretched for several kilometers. At least 1,000 cultivators with different cultivations were waiting for the alchemists of Nine Heaven's Holy Land to perform alchemy for them. From time to time, a new cultivator would join the queue. Although there were many people, there was no chaos. Everyone was doing their part. The latecomers consciously lined up at the back of the line. They did not dare to cut the line just because they were stronger than the others. Anyone who dared to do so had already been taught a lesson. Of the cultivator waiting in line, the earliest one had already been waiting here for a month, but no one showed any signs of impatience, all of them standing there expectantly, waiting for the people from Nine Heaven's Holy Land to call them over to hand over their materials. In their boredom, these cultivators were whispering to each other, exchanging information, or talking about interesting stories. Time flew by quickly. On this day, a young man suddenly strolled in from outside the 9 Peaks. He had a heroic figure and bright eyes. He looked like a country bumpkin. His eyes rolled around as he looked around and clicked his tongue in wonder. His eyes seemed to be drifting as if he was reminiscing about something. After seeing the long line, this nostalgia became even more obvious. It's still like this. Yang Kai grinned as he walked forward, looking at the cultivator who came to ask for alchemy with great interest. When he was still in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, the scene outside the Holy Land was also like this. Unexpectedly, after a few dozen years, not much had changed here. The only change was that there were more people coming to ask for alchemy. "Hey, little brat, what are you doing?" Suddenly, an angry shout came from the crowd. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a big man glaring at him. Where did this little brat come from? Is he trying to cut the line? Young man, if you want to live, go to the back and wait obediently. Don't think you're so great. Everyone who comes here has to abide by the rules. Humph, if he dares to cut the line, I'll twist his head off. Little brat, go to the back obediently. If you don't abide by the rules and get caught by the people from Nine Heaven's Holy Land, you'll only be taught a lesson, but if you annoy these people, your end will be very ugly. Before Kai Yang had time to say anything, the crowd began to shout at him, trying to dissuade him from his actions. There were even more people who cast looks of contempt and pity at him. It seemed that Yang Kai's end would be very ugly. I'm not here to ask for alchemy. Yang Kai touched his nose. That's what every person who wants to cut the line says. Little brat, it looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Do you want me to teach you a lesson? The big man who had shouted at Yang Kai before coldly snorted, clenching his fists and banging them against his chest as he glared at Yang Kai. I'm really not here to ask for alchemy. Yang Kai said helplessly. Then what are you here to do? The big man didn't give up, his eyes aggressive, as if Yang Kai wouldn't give up until he gave an explanation. I'm going home. I'm from Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Yang Kai sniffed. You. The big man looked Yang Kai up and down, a look of disbelief on his face, suddenly beckoning to the side and shouting, Brother, I'll have to trouble you to come here. There was a cultivator who seemed to be patrolling nearby, but when he heard the shout, he immediately rushed over, glanced around, and frowned. What's wrong? Is someone trying to break the rules again? Haha, brother, look at this guy. He says he's from your holy land. From what I can see, he's trying to cut the line. Brother, take a look and see if he's from your holy land. The big man pointed to Yang Kai and said to the Nine Heavens Holy Land disciple. The disciple heard this and turned his eyes to Yang Kai, carefully sizing him up for a moment before shaking his head. I've never seen this person before. On top of that, our Holy Land's disciples have the Holy Land's logo on their clothes. Saying so, he gestured to his chest. Sure enough, this little brat is just spouting nonsense. The big man looked at Yang Kai gloatingly, pretending to be a Holy Land disciple. You're dead. You don't know me? Yang Kai looked at the disciple and asked, Should I know you? The other party didn't answer. Yang Kai gently nodded. You don't look very old, probably just joined the Holy Land not long ago. Who is the elder on duty here today? Hearing this question, the disciple's expression immediately became suspicious, not knowing whether Yang Kai was just spouting nonsense or if he really had some kind of relationship with the Holy Land. Although he grew up in the Holy Land since childhood, he was still only 25 to 26 years old. When Yang Kai was in the Holy Land, he hadn't even been born yet, so naturally he had never seen Yang Kai's face before. Although surprised, the disciple didn't dare neglect and quickly said, It's Elder Shi who is in charge. Elder Shi? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as a figure appeared from the depths of his memory, smiling lightly. Is it Shi Kuan? The disciple was shocked, really not understanding where Yang Kai came from, actually daring to call Elder Shi by his name, and listening to his tone, it seemed he was quite familiar with the elder. Take me to him, he'll recognize me, Yang Kai said casually, but soon changed his mind. Forget it, I'll go by myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared from where he stood. The group of people stared with wide eyes, their faces full of horror. Where is he? Where did that guy run off to? The burly man from before looked around, but couldn't see Yang Kai's figure, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He thought he had seen a ghost. The others also had the same expression, and for a moment a chill ran down their spines. Not far away, in a pavilion, Shi Kuan was sitting cross-legged, as if he was comprehending something. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Shi Kuan quickly opened his eyes and shouted, How dare you? At this moment, he noticed that someone had broken into the pavilion. As an elder of the Holy Land, he was in charge of maintaining order here, and the disciples were not allowed to disturb him without permission. He didn't expect that someone would be so blind as to come here while he was comprehending a secret technique. Shirkuan was naturally furious. Fortunately, it wasn't a critical moment, otherwise it was very likely he would have been disturbed and turned into the demon race. With a shout, he raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the commotion. At a glance, Shirkuan's jaw dropped, and he stood there in a daze. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. After not seeing you for so many years, Elder Shir's temper seems to have grown. Holy Master? Shirkuan exclaimed. He never expected that the person who came to disturb him would be the Holy Master of the Holy Land, Yang Kai, who had disappeared for several decades. At first sight, Shirkuan could hardly believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes hard, and when he looked again, he found that the person standing in front of him was indeed the Holy Master. Although they hadn't seen each other for several decades, the Holy Master still looked as young as when he left. The flowing time Great Emperor didn't seem to have left any trace on him. Shirkuan's body suddenly trembled with excitement. Not bad, not bad. You've also reached the Second Order Saint realm. It seems you haven't been idle these past few years. Yang Kai gently nodded, seeing through Shirkuan's realm at a glance. Subordinate Shirkuan greets Holy Master and welcomes Holy Master back to the sect. Shirkuan hurriedly half-knelt on the ground and called out in a low voice, his tone filled with excitement. Get up! Yang Kai waved his hand. Shirkuan got up and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, as if he was dreaming, pursing his lips and hesitating for a moment before asking, Holy Master, you've really returned? I've returned. How is the Holy Land now? Everything is fine. Holy Master doesn't need to worry, Shirkuan replied quickly. Because of the ups and downs in his mood, his blood was rushing to his head, causing his face to flush red. That's good. Holy Master, you should hurry back to the Holy Land. Since you left, Great Elder and the others have been worried about you day and night. Now that they know you've returned safely, they will be very happy, Shirkuan rubbed his hands and said. Yang Kai nodded. Come with me? Saying so, he stretched out his hand and wrapped Shirkuan in his Saint Chi. The next moment, the two disappeared from the pavilion. When Shirkuan's vision was restored, he found that he and Yang Kai had arrived at the inner peak and were greeted by the sight of the Holy Land's 9 peaks. Chapter 1553. Good. Nothing seems to have changed. Yang Kai stood mid-air, sweeping the entire Holy Land with his divine sense before nodding with satisfaction. Shirkuan was in a daze, not knowing how he had arrived at the inner peak, but he quickly realized that Yang Kai was the one who had done this. What kind of method was this? It was so bizarre that Shirkuan couldn't help feeling both respect and awe. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he took a step forward, took a deep breath, and shouted towards the 9 peaks, Holy Master, return to the sect. His shouts reverberated throughout the 9 peaks without end. The entire movement of the 9 peaks seemed to be drowned out by this echo, and a strange, quiet atmosphere appeared in the Holy Land. There was no sound at all. However, a moment later, the 9 peaks were suddenly thrown into chaos. Every peak was in a state of chaos as a large number of rays of light flew out from the various peaks and rapidly rushed over. Inside the alchemy room, Saint Grade Alchemist Duwan was refining a furnace of clear snow pills, a Saint Grade low-rank pill. The person who had come to request this pill was waiting outside the 9 peaks at this moment, so his status was not low, so Duwan had to personally take action. After spending more than a day, Duwan was about to complete his task. The alchemy room was now filled with a special cold fragrance. At this moment, Duwan was carefully controlling the heat as he stared at the pill furnace expectantly, preparing for the final pill condensing process. To the side, Chongbao sat with a big belly, fat piled up on his face as he stared forward with narrowed eyes, seemingly trying to learn something from Du Wan's refining technique. The expressions of the 2 Saint Grade alchemists were both solemn and excited. One of them was the manager of Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild, while the other was the manager of Lightning Flash City's Alchemist Guild. Their identities were both highly respected, but because they had learned a great deal of alchemy knowledge in 9 Heaven's Holy Land and had become Saint Grade alchemists, they had resigned from their positions in the Alchemist Guild and joined 9 Heaven's Holy Land. In addition to these two, there was also Hong Fong, He Feng, and Kong Ruoyu, all of whom were now Saint-grade alchemists. Tong Xian Realm's alchemy level had experienced a rapid development after Yang Kai left. All of this was due to the generous teachings of the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rue, and the inspiration of Xiaoning Chong. In the past, Li Rue was the only Saint-grade alchemist in Tong Xian Realm. As the alchemy process reached a critical juncture, Chong Bao's small eyes narrowed even more, a light flashing across them as if he was worried about Du Wan. Even they couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate when refining Saint-grade pills, so the fact that Du Wan's batch of pills had gone so smoothly was a combination of his skill and luck. The more critical the moment was, the more they couldn't afford to be careless. This was the most important moment. But at that moment, an angry shout suddenly came from the outside. Even the alchemy room's barrier was unable to stop this shout as it directly entered the ears of the two Saint-grade alchemists. Du Wan's old hand trembled, and his yuan qi also became chaotic. Immediately after, a light puffing sound came from the pill furnace in front of him. A burnt smell wafted out from the furnace. Du Wan froze in place, his expression extremely ugly. Chong Bao also furrowed his brow. All his efforts had been for naught. That idiot Shi Kuan is done for. Du Wan would definitely put the blame for the failure of this batch of pills on him. Chong Bao couldn't help gloating in his heart. Old Chong, what was that little brat Shi Kuan shouting just now? To Chong Bao's surprise, Du Wan didn't immediately become angry, and instead asked him this question with a strange look on his face. I didn't hear him clearly. Chong Bao shook his head. Although they had heard what Shi Kuan had shouted just now, because all of his attention had been focused on the alchemy, Chong Bao hadn't paid much attention to the content of his words. Why did I hear him shout, Holy Master? Du Wan frowned. Holy Master? Chong Bao was stunned, but soon seemed to remember something, and like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his fat body suddenly became light and nimble as he jumped up from the ground. You mean Holy Master? Nine Heavens' Holy Land had only ever had one Holy Master, and that was Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai's departure, the position of Holy Master had been vacant. In the mind of every cultivator in Nine Heavens' Holy Land, Yang Kai was the Holy Master. I think I just heard Shi Kuan shout for Holy Master to return to the sect. Du Wan scratched his head. Are you sure? Chong Bao asked. I'm not sure. The two of them looked at each other for a while, then suddenly rushed out together. Just as they opened the door to the pill room, they saw He Feng, Hong Fong, and Kong Ruoyu also running out of their respective pill rooms as if their buttocks were on fire. Their speed was not inferior to that of a strong young man. Old fogies, wait for this old master. Chong Bao shouted from behind as he moved his fat body. No one paid him any attention as they all rushed out. On another peak of the 9 peaks, inside a secluded room, the demonic qi was extremely rich. Inside this secluded room, 2 beautiful women were meditating with their eyes closed. One dignified and elegant, while the other cold and arrogant, their temperaments completely different. The former was a peak 3rd-order saint, while the latter was a 2nd-order saint. Both of them were wrapped in a thick black demonic qi, giving them a shocking appearance. At this moment, the 2 women seemed to be cultivating some kind of secret technique. When the voice reached them, the 2 women opened their eyes involuntarily, the dignified beauty turning to look at the other woman and frowning slightly. Han Fei, did Shi Kuan just say, Holy Master returned to the sect? The cold beauty heard this, and her tender body trembled, thinking back carefully before gently nodding. For pairs of eyes met, and the 2 pairs of beautiful eyes suddenly burst forth with astonishing brilliance. No longer in the mood to cultivate any kind of secret technique, the 2 tender bodies wrapped in black demonic qi rushed out of the secluded room and flew out. A similar scene played out across the 9 peaks. The entire 9 peaks, for several dozen years, had never been so lively. These existences, who were usually worshipped by countless people of Tong Xian Realm, seemed to have lost all sense of propriety at this moment and transformed into reckless youths. The Holy Land's great elder Su Hui, while rushing out, directly smashed through the palace he lived in, knocking down several walls and nearly collapsing it. When Elder Yuing was rushing out, she knocked over several of her favorite vases. Saintess and Ling even rushed out of the bathroom while taking a bath and hurriedly put on some clothes, not even drying her hair. All of this was because of a single sentence that echoed throughout the 9 peaks. The Holy Master had returned to the sect. Everyone wanted to know whether this news was true or not, Everyone wanted to see the face they had not seen for several dozen years, so they all rushed out of their respective places and rushed towards the source of the voice. A stream of light quickly flew over and gathered in front of Yang Kai. Everyone revealed themselves, and after seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, all of them showed looks of pleasant surprise, some of them even crying tears of joy, unable to restrain themselves. The Holy Land's great elders, Du Wan, Chong Bao, and the other alchemy grandmasters, as well as the great commanders of the ancient demon clan, had all gathered together. There were nearly 10 Saint Realm masters present. This was a force strong enough to sweep across all of Tongxian Realm, an existence no one dared to underestimate. It was precisely because of their existence that Nine Heavens' Holy Land's supreme prestige in Tongxian Realm had been created. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the familiar faces one by one, his heart filled with warmth as a brilliant smile bloomed on his face. After several dozen years, his old friends were still the same. There was nothing better than this news. "It's really Holy Master. Holy Master is back. He's really back." Cries of surprise came from the crowd. Everyone was beaming with joy, and their eyes were shining with excitement. Subordinate Su Hui, together with the Holy Land's elders, greets Holy Master and welcomes Holy Master's return to the sect. Su Hui was an old and prudent man, so although he was extremely excited, he didn't mess up his etiquette and quickly calming himself down as he called out. The several Holy Land elders quickly saluted. "You don't need to be so polite. I'm simply returning home." Yang Kai waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted everyone up. "Master." On the other side, Great Commander Li Rong of the ancient demon clan called out in a choked voice. Another great commander, Han Fei, stood next to her, her eyes also red. Yang Kai had inherited the mantle of Great Demon God. So for the ancient demon clan who had served Great Demon God for generations, Yang Kai was their great master. Even the current demon commander Zhang Yuan couldn't compare to him in this regard. So even if Yang Kai was not in Nine Heavens' Holy Land, they had still been waiting here. In fact, for the ancient demon clan, the demon land was the most suitable place for them to live. But for the sake of Yang Kai, Li Rong had resolutely allowed the ancient demon clan to settle in Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Looking at Yang Kai's face, Li Rong's heart trembled. When Yang Kai left, she had asked to follow him, vowing to protect him with her life. But at that time, Yang Kai didn't even know what his future held, so how could he dare take Li Rong with him? As such, she had been left behind. But over the past several dozen years, Li Rong had been worried about Yang Kai day and night. Every time she thought about how Yang Kai was out there, she couldn't sleep or eat in peace, hating herself for not insisting on her master to wander alone. Her heart was filled with self-blame as she had been tormented over the years. Now, seeing Yang Kai return safely, she wept tears of joy. "Don't cry, cheer up, I'm back," Yang Kai chuckled and comforted her. "Yes." Li Rong pursed her red lips and nodded. She would unconditionally satisfy all of Yang Kai's requests. "Little brat, you really came back?" At that moment, a surprised cry suddenly came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that it was Meng Wuya. After not seeing him for several dozen years, Meng Wuya still looked the same, wearing an extremely plain outfit. If he were to blend into a crowd, those who didn't know him would probably think he was an old man with one foot in the grave, never thinking he was actually a third-order saint. "Treasure Meng, I trust you've been well since we last met." Yang Kai smiled. Good, good. Little brat seems to be living quite comfortably. This old master can rest assured." Meng Wuya nodded heavily, a gratified smile appearing on his face. It could be said that Meng Wuya had watched Yang Kai grow up. In the past, he had hidden his identity and stayed in High Heaven Pavilion as a contribution hall treasurer. He and Yang Kai were the first to meet, and because of Xia Ning Chong, the two of them had a close relationship. So, after seeing Yang Kai return after several dozen years, Meng Wuya felt like a big stone had been lifted from his heart. His concern for Yang Kai was not inferior to anyone else's. Chapter 1554. Yang Kai glanced around, and Meng Wuya seemed to know what he was looking for, chuckling meaningfully and taking the initiative to speak. "Ning Chong is currently at a critical juncture in her retreat, so it's not convenient for her to see you. Just wait for her to come out. And, as for your Grand Master, he doesn't live in Nine Heavens' Holy Land. He lives with your Yang family and the people from the central capital in War Spirit Temple, 1,000 kilometers away. Understood. I'll visit them myself later. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed his mood slightly. When he brought his family and friends from the central capital to Tongxian realm, Yang Kai didn't have enough space in Nine Heaven's holy land, so he settled them in the ruins of War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace 1,000 kilometers away. These two forces had once been enemies with Yang Kai, but in the end, they were both destroyed by Yang Kai, leaving behind their sects and foundations, allowing the people from the central capital to take advantage of them. Over the past several dozen years, the people from the central capital had been able to develop steadily there, and with the protection of Nine Heaven's holy land, it had become a paradise. Old acquaintances met again, creating a lively atmosphere. The Holy Master returning to the sect was a joyous occasion for Nine Heaven's holy land. Everyone welcomed Yang Kai back to the main peak, and Great Elder Su Hui ordered a grand banquet to be held to welcome Yang Kai back. All of the Holy Land's leading figures were present. No one asked where Yang Kai had been or what he had done over the past several dozen years. All they knew was that Yang Kai had returned safely and was sitting in front of them. That was enough. The atmosphere of the banquet was noisy as everyone toasted and toasted each other. Even women like Li Rong and Han Fei were intoxicated from the wine. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The banquet began at sunset and lasted until early morning. Most of the people present had already climbed down. Only Su Hui remained sober. Yang Kai called him out. "What is Holy Master's command?" Su Hui asked respectfully. "How have the Hu sisters been these years?" Looking at the sunrise of Tongxian realm, Yang Kai asked casually. "Reporting to Holy Master, the Hu sisters have been safe and sound these past few years and have been cultivating diligently in Twin Spirit Pavilion. With the careful guidance of Wu Fa and Wu Tian, their growth has been extremely fast. In recent years, the two sisters have both broken through to the Saint Realm and become the rising stars of Tongxian Realm." "Yes." Yang Kai gently nodded. The friends and relatives Yang Kai had brought from the central capital were basically all placed in the ruins of War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace. Only the Hu sisters, because they had cultivated the Twin Chi shared spirit divine art and inherited the legacy of the founder of Twin Spirit Pavilion, were brought to Twin Spirit Pavilion by the two current pavilion masters. Given the talent of the two sisters and the miraculous divine technique of the spirit and branches connected by spirit, it was only natural that they would enter the Saint Realm after a few decades. This was only because Tongxian Realm's world energy was thin. If they were placed on Shadowed Star, their achievements would likely be far greater. They were definitely characters who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Chongfeng and Fong Tianzhong. "Send a message to Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air and tell them to come to Nine Heaven's holy land," Yang Kai ordered. "Yes." Su Hui responded quickly, but immediately wore a strange expression as he said, "If they learn that Holy Master has returned to the sect, I'm afraid there is no need for an invitation. They will rush over." Yang Kai glanced over at him, while Su Hui laughed dryly. "Also send a message to the several great seniors of the monster race, and tell them to come to Nine Heaven's holy land as well. Tell them I have something to discuss with them." "Yes, subordinate will do so immediately. Does Holy Master have any other orders?" "No, you may withdraw." Su Hui bowed and left, not asking any more questions, simply doing his best to complete his task. Glancing back at the messy palace, Yang Kai grinned before his figure flickered, and he arrived somewhere in the Nine Peaks. This was a secluded room where little senior sister Xia Ning Chong was in retreat. Standing outside the room, Yang Kai could almost smell Xia Ning Chang's fragrance and felt relaxed. He didn't know what Xia Ning Chong was doing in retreat, but he didn't disturb her, and instead just released his divine sense to investigate. With Yang Kai's current tyrannical cultivation, this kind of silent investigation was impossible for Xia Ning Chong to detect. Yang Kai's original intention was to see if little senior sister was doing well, but when his divine sense swept the place where Xia Ning Chong was, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning as a look of shock appeared on his face. Xia Ning Chang's cultivation was actually a second-order Saint King. How is that possible? Yang Kai almost thought his divine sense had made a mistake. He hurriedly and carefully investigated again, but no matter how hard he tried, he found that his previous investigation was not wrong at all. Little senior sister Xia Ning Chong is really a second-order Saint King. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with shock. Although he was now a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, a full great realm higher than little senior sister, he had been wandering the star territory for several dozen years, nourished by the abundant world energy, allowing him to reach his current cultivation. Even if little senior sister had heaven-defying talent, in a place like Tong Xian realm where the world energy was thin, it was absolutely impossible for her to break through to the second-order Saint King realm. The world energy here couldn't meet her needs for a breakthrough. It could be said that such a cultivation was already far ahead of the rest of Tong Xian realm. If she wanted to, she could sweep through the entire world alone. Even Great Demon God was only a first-order Saint King, but little senior sister was actually a minor realm higher than Great Demon God. How did she do it? Yang Kai was surprised. Sometimes, such an accident wasn't a good thing. He began to examine Xia Ningchang's state more carefully. But at that moment, the Saint Qi in Xia Ningchang's body seemed to become chaotic, showing signs of losing control. Her Saint Qi rampaged through her meridians, causing little senior sister to involuntarily groan, her pretty face filled with pain. Obviously, she was in great pain. A misfire will become the demon race. Yang Kai's face sank as his figure flickered and he appeared beside Xia Ningchang. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai enveloped her as a massive surge of Saint Qi burst out. A misfire to become the demon race was a very dangerous situation. If it were another cultivator in the same realm who became the demon race, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to help at all. Under the influence of external forces, the situation would only become more and more serious. When a misfire to become the demon race, one could only rely on their own perseverance to defeat their heart demons. But now, he was an entire great realm higher than Xia Ningchang, so there was no problem for him to help. Under his guidance, the Saint Qi in Xia Ningchang's body gradually stabilized, and the pain on her pretty face gradually subsided. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. With the chaotic Saint Qi in her body smoothed out, Xia Ningchang seemed to feel that someone was helping her. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before her beautiful eyes opened slightly. The next moment, a look of joy and confusion flashed across her beautiful eyes. A sweet smile appeared on her face as she stretched out her jade white hand and touched Yang Kai's cheek, murmuring softly, "I can only meet you in my dreams. I only hope. I can never wake up from this long dream and accompany you forever." She obviously thought she was dreaming. Yang Kai felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, as if he was being grabbed by an invisible hand, making it difficult for him to breathe. Opening his mouth, Yang Kai was speechless. Back then, he had left Tong Xian realm in the heat of the moment. Although it was to find Su Yan for Xia Ningchang, it was still a kind of pain. She did not stop him, nor did she try to persuade him to stay, instead supporting Yang Kai's approach. She showed great generosity and allowed Yang Kai to find Su Yan. After more than 30 years, Su Yan's whereabouts were still unknown, but Yang Kai had allowed his senior sister to live for more than 30 years. He had let down this reasonable, gentle, and naive woman, and his heart was filled with self-blame. "Sleep, you'll be fine when you wake up." Yang Kai hugged Xia Ningchang and gently poured his Saint Qi into her body, urging her to sleep. Xia Ningchang's eyes opened and closed, her beautiful eyes filled with nostalgia, as if she was unwilling to fall asleep, as if she wanted to open her eyes again and take a closer look at the man in front of her. But in the end, she was unable to resist Yang Kai's methods and closed her eyes heavily, breathing steadily. Yang Kai looked at her, the gentleness in his eyes almost enough to melt a boulder. Gently laying her down, he released his divine sense and locked onto a certain position on Xia Ningchang's body. In the next moment, his face suddenly became ferocious as he shouted, "Get out here!" As soon as his words fell, his big hand slammed towards Xia Ningchang's abdomen and a majestic Saint Qi sputtered out. Grasping and withdrawing, Yang Kai suddenly pulled a gray aura from Xia Ningchang's body. As soon as this gray aura left Xia Ningchang's body, it let out a shrill cry, as if it had its own sentience and struggled to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. Yang Kai's face sank, and he quickly increased the output of his Saint Qi. At the same time, several dozen golden blood threads shot out and merged into a dazzling mass of golden light. After the golden light dissipated, the several dozen golden blood threads had intertwined into a large net that wrapped around the gray aura. Yang Kai stared at this gray aura coldly as he constantly scanned it with his divine sense. He really wanted to know what this thing was. Just now, when he was combing Xia Ningchang's meridians and Saint Qi, he inadvertently discovered this gray aura hidden in Xia Ningchang's body. Yang Kai did not take action immediately, and instead waited for his little senior sister to fall asleep before suddenly making a move. He did not know if this gray aura was related to Xia Ningchang's inner qi and becoming the demon race. But this gray aura was definitely not something Xia Ningchang had created himself. It was some kind of foreign object that had somehow attached itself to his little senior sister's body. It was not like a soul because Xia Ningchang showed no signs of being possessed. Then what is it? Yang Kai frowned. Even with his knowledge and experience, he could not figure out what this gray aura was. With a loud hissing sound, the gray aura moved back and forth, like a beast trapped in a cage, unable to escape. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of surprise. He felt Xia Ningchang's life and soul brand from this gray aura. In other words, Xia Ningchang knew of its existence and had refined it. However, Yang Kai still felt that this gray aura was not a good thing. It seemed to have some kind of inexplicable connection with his little senior sister, and this connection caused his little senior sister to become just like this gray aura. This discovery made Yang Kai's heart sink. If his judgment was not wrong, then this gray aura and his little senior sister should have an intertwined relationship. If he rashly destroyed it, his little senior sister would most likely die. Chapter 1555. The gray qi gave off an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if it was an old man with one foot in the grave, past his prime, and without much lifespan left. Xia Ningchang had reached a symbiotic relationship with it, so how could her future be any better? Yang Kai's face sank. Although he really wanted to help his little senior sister solve this problem, Yang Kai had no idea where to start before he could figure out the nature of this gray qi. Moreover, he vaguely felt a trace of unfathomable mystery from this mass of gray qi. This mystery was indescribable, but when Kai Yang probed into it, he suddenly gained some insights. After a careful examination, he found nothing. It seemed to reject Yang Kai's divine sense. Xia Ningchang being able to break through to the Saint King realm in a place like Tong Xian realm should have something to do with this strange gray qi. This thing gave her an opportunity to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Dao at a deeper level, and gave her the abundant world energy she needed to break through, but it was also closely related to her. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, no one could say for sure. Just as Yang Kai was at his wit's end, the gray qi that was bound by the golden chains once again began to struggle violently. This time, it didn't struggle as futilely as before. Instead, it directly burst apart, turning into tiny strands of gray qi that penetrated through the gaps in the golden chains. Yang Kai couldn't stop it in time, and the gray qi escaped. Immediately, it fell down at an extremely fast speed, and as soon as it touched the ground, it disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai's divine sense followed closely behind, but he still couldn't sense its existence. It just disappeared. Standing in place, Yang Kai frowned with a dignified expression. It seemed that he would have to wait for his little senior sister to wake up before he could get an answer from her. He had some guesses in his heart, but he wasn't sure. Looking at the sleeping Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai picked her up by the waist and placed her down, leaning over to kiss her forehead and gently combing her hair before leaving the secret room. After a few breaths of time, at the ruins of the Hall of Heroic Souls 1,000 miles away, Yang Kai stood in the void and looked down. His divine sense spread out like a tide. Many familiar traces of life were seen clearly under his investigation. They were like jumping notes, imprinted in his sea of consciousness, and painted a moving movement. He grinned as he felt a warmth in his heart that he had never felt in decades. He used his divine thoughts to inform all his friends and family that he had returned. Just like yesterday, 9 Heaven's holy land. The ruins of the Hall of Heroic Spirits immediately became chaotic. Rays of light rose from their respective positions and rushed towards the place where Yang Kai was. Everyone was extremely excited. Encountering each other halfway, they all asked each other for news, confirming whether or not Kai Yang had returned. After arriving at the place and seeing Yang Kai standing there, everyone dared to confirm the authenticity of this news. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Chu Gao Yi, Ying Jiu. These blood warriors who had fought side by side with Yang Kai in the Inheritance War were the first to arrive, each of them trembling with excitement as they called out their young master's name and kowtowed. The Yang family's eldest brother Yang Wei, second brother Yang Zhao, third brother Yong Tai, fourth brother Yong Kong. All of his brothers gathered together and hugged Yong Kai fiercely, pouring out their hearts and minds. "Haha, you bastard. You've been gone for so many years, I've missed you so much." The Hua family's current patriarch, Hua Xing, also appeared and laughed. After not seeing him for several decades, the once handsome central capital wolf had now become a middle-aged man, but the flowing time great emperor had not aged him, instead giving him a sense of maturity. This kind of temperament combined with his cynicism made him even more attractive. Next to Hua Xing was Qiu Yimeng, her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she bit her red lip, staring at Yong Kai with some disbelief, not daring to say anything, as if she was afraid that if she opened her mouth, she would break this dream. "Brother Hua, Lady Qiu." Yong Kai gently nodded to the two of them, his expression calm. Hua Xing smiled and glanced over at Qiu Yimeng, sighing in his heart. From the way Yong Kai addressed Qiu Yimeng, he could tell something was up. Dong Qinghan and Dong Qingyan also came, calling out to each other as their cousins, making the atmosphere even livelier. Yong Kai's eyes suddenly turned to the 3 streaks of light that were rapidly approaching and quickly stepped forward to meet them. The 3 streaks of light soon disappeared, revealing 3 figures. The one leading them was a man and a woman. The man was tall and strong while the woman was petite and dainty. Yong Kai stood in front of them, bowed deeply, and softly called out, "Grand Master." Ling Tai Su nodded repeatedly and laughed happily. Good, you're finally back. Father, Mother." Yong Kai then turned to the 2 people standing behind Ling Tai Su. Fourth Master Yong, a man of iron, at this moment opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, quietly wiping the corners of his eyes and nodding. "I missed you very much." It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but upon hearing this, Dong Suju burst into tears, like a child who had been wronged. She stepped forward and hugged Yong Kai tightly, constantly patting Yong Kai's back with her jade hands, unable to say anything. Seeing her like this, Yong Kai smiled. Several dozen years had passed, but his mother was still like a child and hadn't changed at all, allowing him to finally feel relieved. "You little brat, what's your cultivation now? Why can't I see anything?" Hua Xing walked up casually and circled around Yong Kai, exclaiming in amazement. Everyone was stunned for a moment before releasing their divine senses to scan Yong Kai. However, they found nothing. Everyone's divine senses were like stones sinking into the sea, unable to produce the slightest ripple. This discovery surprised everyone, and they subconsciously felt that Yong Kai's current cultivation had far surpassed the level of Tongxian realm, causing shock to fill their eyes. Origin returning realm. Yong Kai let go of Dong Suju and patted her on the shoulder to comfort her, not knowing how to explain to everyone what the origin returning realm was. So after pondering for a moment, he simply said, It's in existence 2 great realms above the Saint Realm." A series of gasps rang out. The Saint Realm was the peak of Tongxian Realm, and above that was the Saint King Realm. Since ancient times, only the great demon god had ever reached this realm. But now, Yong Kai had surpassed this legendary realm and reached the next level. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes suddenly dimmed as her heart filled with bitterness. She suddenly found that there seemed to be 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers between her and Yong Kai. He stood high above the clouds while she could only stand on the ground, looking up, unable to touch him. Xinghua pursed his dry lips and let out a hollow laugh, glancing over at Qiu Yimeng, not knowing how to comfort her. Although the Qiu family's first young lady's aptitude was extraordinary and she didn't have to worry about resources after coming to Tongxian Realm, she was still only a 3rd-order transcendent, far from reaching the level of Yuan Qi. The gap was too big. There are many unimaginable wonders in the outside world. I'll tell you about them some other time. Let's head back first, Yong Kai chuckled. Head back, head back. Fourth Master Yong reacted and quickly shouted. A group of people gathered around and rushed towards the War Spirit Temple ruins. Inside the main hall, everyone sat together, all of them staring towards Yong Kai, listening to him talk about the various bizarre and wonderful places in the Star Territory. Boy, you said that there are countless bright stars in the vast Star Territory? Ling Tai Su asked with a look of disbelief. I've been to 6 or 7 bright stars myself. In addition, there are also some more stars and medicine stars that are suitable for mining minerals and cultivating herbs. Yong Kai nodded gently. That's incredible. Xing's mouth dropped so wide it could almost fit a fist. In the Star Territory, is a Saint Realm Master very weak? Dong Qinghan asked timidly. After not seeing him for several dozen years, this guy was as fat as ever, and even fatter than before. Very weak. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. In the star territory, most cultivator can reach the Saint Realm, and those with good aptitude can even reach this realm in their 20s or 30s. Everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with guilt. Of the people sitting here, only one was a Saint Realm Master, High Heaven Pavilion's Pavilion Master Ling Tai-Su. The others, such as Chiu Yi-Meng, who had the best aptitude, was only a third-order transcendent. As for Dong Qing-Han and Xing Xinghua, they had just broken through to the transcendent realm. All of them were nearly 50 years old and had been complacent about their achievements before, but now that they heard Yang Kai talk about the situation in the star territory, all of them couldn't help feeling ashamed, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into and hide. A frog at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky as if it were the size of a well. Ling Tai-Su sighed deeply. Grand Master doesn't need to belittle himself so much. The only reason a cultivator in the star territory can achieve such achievements is because the world energy aura there is extremely rich. Tongxian realm is really not suitable for cultivators. If there were similar conditions, I think all of you here would have no problem breaking through to the Saint Realm, Yang Kai said seriously. That being said, how difficult is it to enter the star territories? Ling Tai-Su slowly shook his head and said with a self-deprecating smile, I won't hide it from you, Grand Master. 10 years ago, joined forces with Meng Wuya to enter the star territory, but the two of us only managed to travel 100,000 kilometers from Tongxian realm before we were forced to return. There seems to be a mysterious force in the star territory that squeezes in from all directions. If one's physical strength does not meet the requirements, it is impossible to walk through it. The power of the star field. Yang Kai gently nodded, suddenly grinning. But Grand Master doesn't need to worry. I came back this time to take all of you to the star territory, to a better star. Inside the hall, everyone's expression became excited as they all looked towards Yang Kai in surprise. Really? How? There are so many of us, can you take all of us? Everyone began asking questions, obviously interested in Yang Kai's story. They all wanted to leave this backward world as soon as possible and go to a place where the world energy aura was richer, just like Yang Kai, to see a wider world and fascinating wonders. Chapter 1556. Although they were excited, everyone knew that leaving Tongxian realm and entering star territory was not a simple matter. Ling Tai-Su and Meng Wuya had both failed to succeed, so the difficulty of this task could be imagined. Now that they heard Yang Kai daring to make such a promise, all of them were extremely excited. Don't be so noisy. Ling Tai-Su stretched out his hand and waved. Since little Yang Kai has said so, he should have a foolproof plan, right? Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai with a smile. Grand Master, taking you into star territory is indeed not troublesome. And let's put it this way, not only all of you here, but also your clansmen, even the entire Nine Heavens Holy Land. I can take them with me, but it will take some time. Take them all? Ling Tai-Su was shocked. Not to mention War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace. The central capital had sent 3,000 to 4,000 people, while Nine Heavens Holy Land had sent more than 2,000. In total, there were 5,000 to 6,000 people. With such a huge number, how could Yang Kai take them all with him? The power of the star field was extremely powerful. Even if Yang Kai had reached the origin returning realm, he would not be able to protect so many people. And I have my ways, Grand Master doesn't need to worry, Yang Kai grinned. The key is whether you are willing to go or not. We're willing, of course we're willing. Huixing immediately shouted, eagerly asking, when do we leave? Haha, brother Hu doesn't need to worry. Although you are the patriarch of your family, this kind of thing still needs to be discussed with your clansmen. Perhaps there are some who don't want to leave here. Those who are willing to go can come with me. Those who don't can stay behind. And the Chiu family, Yang family, and Dong family are the same. Young Lady Chiu, big brother, cousin, you are now the patriarchs of your respective families, so you can handle this matter yourselves and discuss it carefully with your respective elders. We understand. Yang Wei and Dong Qinghan nodded. Chiu Yi-Meng also chimed in, her previously dim eyes seemingly regaining some luster because of this news. If she could enter the star territory, she might be able to reach a higher level. She didn't want to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yang Kai. She just wanted to get closer to him. Maybe one day, she would be able to touch him. She saw a little bit of hope, which made her suddenly look radiant. If that's the case, I don't have to be separated from you for so long anymore. Dong Suju looked at Yang Kai excitedly. Yang Kai was her only son, but since her son entered High Heaven Pavilion at the age of 13, she and Yang Kai had spent more time apart than time together. Before, it was better, although she couldn't see Yang Kai, at least she knew he was living well in High Heaven Pavilion. Later, during the Inheritance War, Yang Kai was only 100 kilometers away from her. However, since Yang Kai left Tongxian Realm and entered the Star Territory, for more than 30 years, not only had she not seen Yang Kai, but she hadn't even heard a word from him. If it weren't for Fourth Master Yang's painstaking efforts to adjust her body and mood over the years, Dong Suju would have collapsed long ago. Today, learning that she could go to the Star Territory with her son, Dong Suju was extremely happy. Yang Kai looked at her and gently nodded. Dong Suju smiled kindly, a smile that came from the depths of her heart. There's no time to lose. I'll go find those old fogies to discuss this matter. Huixing didn't want to delay and quickly got up and left, seemingly ready to fight if anyone dared to disagree. I'll go too. Yang Wei got up and left. Qiu Yimeng followed closely behind. None of them were willing to delay. Their yearning for a higher level of martial Dao made them yearn for the wonders of the Star Territory. Soon, only Ling Tai-su, Fourth Master Yang, and his wife remained in the hall. The family was finally reunited. There were endless words to say and endless thoughts to share. After learning that Yang Kai still couldn't find Su Yan's whereabouts, Dong Suju sighed and comforted him. She really liked her daughter-in-law Su Yan. Boy, I have no problem with you thinking about Su Yan, but have you ever thought about how to deal with the people here? Fourth Master Yang suddenly looked at Yang Kai and asked pointedly, Little senior sister? Yang Kai chuckled. I've already seen her, but there seems to be something wrong with little senior sister. When she wakes up, I'll have to ask her. Don't play dumb. Fourth Master Yang glared at him. Xiaoning Chong isn't the only one here. There are several others. How could there be so many? Yang Kai shouted, looking wronged. Humph, War Spirit Temple has 1, and Twin Spirit Pavilion has 2. Do you think I don't know anything? Fourth Master Yang sneered and proudly said, Although I don't say anything, I know better than anyone else. Yang Kai's face turned red. Dong Suju giggled to the side and quietly gave Yang Kai a thumbs up. Fourth Master Yang had loved her all his life, and her life was happy, but she hoped that her son could have more beautiful companions. It would be best if he could give her 7 or 8 or 10 grandchildren, so her and the Fourth Master's life wouldn't be so boring. Even if Yang Kai wasn't there, they could still raise their grandchildren. All right, don't meddle in the affairs of the young. Yang Kai isn't an unreasonable person. He won't make this little girl sad, Ling Tai-su interjected. Hearing his Grand Master's words, Fourth Master Yang immediately shrank his head and nodded repeatedly. The entire War Spirit Temple and shattering Mystical Palace ruins were mobilized. The several great families that had followed Yang Kai to this world had been holding frequent elder conferences these past few days, each of them seemingly discussing something important. Everyone learned that Yang Kai had returned and that he was going to Star Territory. There was no coercion, everyone was willing. 9 Heavens Holy Land also received a message from Yang Kai and gave the same orders as War Spirit Temple. In addition, Yang Kai also sent a message to Soaring Heaven Sect. 2 days later, Yang Kai returned to 9 Heavens Holy Land. He went directly to the secluded room where Xia Ning Chong was in retreat. His little senior sister was still asleep. She seemed to be quite tired after becoming the demon race last time and had yet to wake up. Yang Kai came to her side, held her jade white hand, and gently poured some Saint Qi into her. A moment later, Xia Ning Chang's long eyelashes fluttered. Yang Kai sat on the edge of the bed, facing her sideways, waiting with a smile. After a while, Xia Ning Chong opened her beautiful eyes and saw Yang Kai's face. Her eyes immediately froze as she stared at him in a daze. For eyes met, just like when they had met in Nining Mountain Valley. Her heart raced, and she felt a bit flustered. Xia Ning Chong suddenly pursed her lips and giggled. What are you giggling about? Yang Kai looked at her and asked with a smile. This dream is so long. Xia Ning Chong held Yang Kai's big hand tightly, as if she was unwilling to let go. Yang Kai also grinned, leaned down, and kissed her ruby-red lips affectionately. His little senior sister was almost unable to breathe. Their lips parted, Her tender body temperature rose, and her beautiful eyes became blurred. In a dream, would you do this with me? Yang Kai asked evilly. Xia Ning Chang's pretty face immediately blushed, and she buried her head under Yang Kai's clothes, as if she didn't dare to see him again. Yang Kai got the answer and laughed heartily. Suddenly, Xia Ning Chang's tender body trembled, and she hurriedly sat up, stunned. Her beautiful eyes focused on Yang Kai's face, a mixture of suspicion and surprise flashing across them. Junior brother, you? Xia Ning Chang opened her mouth, her beautiful brows wrinkled, as if she was still a bit confused. I'm back, Yang Kai said softly. His little senior sister immediately covered her red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes trembling, like mist filling them. Tears fell down her cheeks, and her eyes instantly turned red. She finally reacted. Everything was real, and she wasn't dreaming. The man that she had yearned for day and night was sitting by her bed, alive and well, looking at her affectionately, almost melting her into his tender gaze. She didn't dare to believe it. I'm really back. Kai Yang stretched out his hands and hugged her tightly in his arms, fiercely squeezing, as if he wanted to squeeze her into his body. Xia Ning Chang's mouth made a sound, and she also hugged Yang Kai tightly, choking sobs coming from her throat. Her sobs made Yang Kai's heart ache. Straightening her body, Yang Kai domineeringly blocked her sobs. Clothes were scattered all over the room. At this moment, all the lovesickness and deep feelings had settled and fermented, and Xia Ning Chang was almost dizzy with happiness. The feelings between men and women had always been like this. 2 hours later, Yang Kai walked out of the secret room in high spirits. Behind him, Xia Ning Chang followed with her head lowered, wearing a veil, and was extremely shy. Her delicate earlobes and neck were still pink, making one's heart flutter like a monkey and gallop like a horse. Like a withered grass that had been moistened by rain and dew, Xia Ning Chang at this moment bloomed with unimaginable charm, enough to turn thousands of living beings upside down and make any man go crazy. Their hands were tightly linked, just like their hearts. Not far away, a streak of light came, seemingly looking for Yang Kai, but after seeing this scene, it immediately turned around and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Master, Xia Ning Chang said, wishing she could immediately find a hole to hide in. She saw that the person in the streak of light was Meng Wuya. Yang Kai grinned foolishly, while Xia Ning Chang bit her red lips and angrily stomped her feet. Forget it, forget it. Treasurer Meng definitely didn't have anything important. Otherwise he wouldn't have left, Yang Kai comforted. And little senior sister, I have something to ask you. What is it? Xia Ning Chang timidly looked up at him, but when she met Yang Kai's gaze, she quickly looked away. This shy look made Yang Kai want to turn around and return to the secret room. Circulating his Saint Qi, Yang Kai suppressed the urge in his heart and said with a serious expression, When I was helping you clean your meridians and Saint Qi, I found a mass of gray Qi in your body. What is it? That thing. Xia Ning Chang heard this and frowned. Actually, I don't know what it is. You don't know? Yang Kai was surprised. And it followed me of its own accord. Hey, where did it go? Xia Ning Chang suddenly realized that something was wrong. The mysterious energy that had always existed in her body had disappeared at this moment. Chapter 1557. After carefully asking Xia Ning Chang, Yang Kai learned that she had obtained that mass of gray qi by pure coincidence. When Yang Kai left Tongxian realm, Xia Ning Chang was extremely lonely. In order to pass the time, she could only sit in Nine Heaven's holy land and refine pills for others every day. She had the sacred spirit medicine body, so all she needed to do was refine pills. While a large number of pills were being refined, Xia Ning Chang's own cultivation also increased at a terrifying speed, without any bottlenecks. In just a few years, she had broken through to the Saint Realm, catching up to the realm Yang Kai was at when he left. Later, one day, she was bored and secretly went out to travel alone. As a result, she obtained that massive gray qi in a hidden underground cave. From then on, her cultivation skyrocketed, crossing the Saint Realm and breaking through to the Saint King Realm in 10 years, and then reaching the second-order Saint King Realm in another 10 years. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Such a terrifying speed was something that even the great sects and great forces on Shadowed Star might not necessarily be able to achieve. But in this barren Tongxian realm, Little senior sister had accomplished such a feat. The reason why Xia Ningchang could achieve what she did today was really related to that mass of gray qi. After you obtained it, did you feel any discomfort? Yang Kai asked seriously. Not too much discomfort. Xia Ningchang thought about it carefully. It's just that sometimes I suddenly feel a little tired. And sometimes I become very lazy, not even wanting to think. Haha, it's like I'm getting old. Yang Kai gently nodded. Junior brother, is there something wrong with it? Xia Ningchang asked. I'm not sure whether it's a blessing or a curse. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a little worried. Then what is it? I don't know, but I have a guess. If this guess is true, then this is little senior sister's opportunity. Yang Kai looked at Xia Ningchang with burning eyes, his expression slightly excited. That vague conjecture made his blood boil. Right, do you remember where you obtained it? Xia Ningchang nodded. Take me to see it. Yang Kai said, reaching out and grabbing Xia Ningchang's slender waist, summoning his star shuttle, and transforming into a streak of light as they disappeared from Nine Heaven's holy land. Following the route little senior sister had shown them, Yang Kai and her flew through the air at an extremely fast speed. After a day, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang had arrived at a mountain range. Xia Ningchang's memory was very good. Even after more than 20 years, she still clearly remembered the place where she had found the gray qi. Soon the two arrived at a mountain valley. Yang Kai disembarked his star shuttle and walked towards a certain place with Xia Ningchang. Not long after, a deep and dark cave appeared in front of them. Xia Ningchang pointed to the cave and said, Junior brother, I went in from here and then went to the lowest level where I obtained that thing. Let's go in and have a look. Yang Kai grinned. Since he was bold, he wasn't afraid. Pulling Xia Ningchang's hand, he entered the cave. The cave was extremely dark and the air was clear. It wasn't humid and was instead extremely dry. As soon as they entered the cave, Yang Kai raised his brow. He felt a rich world energy aura from this cave. Of course, this kind of richness was only relative to other places in Tongxian realm. It couldn't be compared to Shadowed Star or other famous stars in Tongxian territory. However, this was still very rare. Moreover, the deeper they went, the richer the world energy aura became. Yang Kai's expression became excited as he suddenly realized that his guess was not far from the truth. This kind of abnormal world energy aura was a reflection of his guess. Sure enough, this was an opportunity that belonged to little senior sister. If that gray qi was handled well enough, it could definitely bring unimaginable benefits to Xia Ningchang, allowing her to transform from a cocoon into a butterfly. Hand in hand, the two continued to descend step by step. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to feel something and hurriedly stopped. At the same time, little senior sister cheered. It's here, I feel it. It's coming. A mysterious energy was approaching them from the front at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate and found that the fluctuations of this energy were exactly the same as the one he had extracted from little senior sister a few days ago. The gray qi escaped into the ground and returned to its original position. Now that it felt Xia Ningchang's aura, it couldn't wait to meet her. In a flash, the gray qi was already in front of them. It didn't dare to rush directly at Xia Ningchang, but stopped about 10 meters in front of Yang Kai. It felt a threat from Yang Kai. Junior brother. Xia Ningchang looked at him and asked for his opinion. Take it, I didn't want to scare it away that day. I just wanted to see what it was. Yang Kai stepped aside and made way. Xia Ningchang immediately called out with her mind. The gray qi sensed Xia Ningchang's summons and flickered slightly, passing by Yang Kai and pouncing directly at Xia Ningchang, entering her body and disappearing. Xia Ningchang's delicate body trembled as she let out a cry. Yang Kai's left eye suddenly bloomed with golden light as a long and majestic golden pupil appeared and stared intently at Xia Ningchang. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Under his gaze, after little senior sister took in the gray qi, a gray aura that couldn't be seen with the naked eye appeared around her body. This kind of aura was generally only possessed by old people who didn't have much longer to live. Once this kind of aura appeared, it meant that this person didn't have much time left. Little senior sister was in her prime, so there could only be one reason why she was enveloped by this aura, and that was because of the gray qi. Yang Kai wasn't surprised, as if he had already expected this and wasn't in a hurry, simply beckoning to little senior sister and saying, "Come with me." Xia Ningchang gently nodded and followed behind Yang Kai step by step. The two continued to descend, and after an unknown amount of time and distance, Yang Kai felt that the world energy around them was getting denser and denser. However, this rich world energy didn't give Yang Kai any sense of comfort. Instead, it gave him a sad feeling. When the world energy aura was almost comparable to that of Shadowed Star, Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chong suddenly arrived at a huge underground cavern. In front of them, deeper underground, there was a faint glow that seemed to be transmitting some kind of message, impacting the two's knowledge seas and summoning them to move forward. Being summoned, Xia Ning Chang's beautiful eyes became blank and her body moved forward uncontrollably, like a moth drawn to a flame, without any hesitation. Yang Kai's face sank, and he let out a low shout, pouring his divine sense into Xia Ning Chang's knowledge sea like a tide. Little senior sister's tender body trembled, and her face turned slightly pale. After she recovered, the blank look in her eyes disappeared and was replaced with infinite shock. Junior brother, Xia Ning Chong was a little overwhelmed. She didn't know what had happened to her just now, but she had been dominated by some kind of mysterious force and couldn't think for herself at all. Look over there. Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction. Xia Ning Chong looked over, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help trembling. Densely packed corpses sat there. Every single one of them was extremely withered, and some had even been reduced to ashes by the wind. However, from the traces on some of the corpses, it wasn't difficult to discern that they seemed to have been instantly drained of their life essence by some sort of force and perished here. Who are these people? How did they all die here? Xia Ning Chong leaned towards Yang Kai, seemingly trying to find some sense of security. If I'm not wrong, these people are like you. Like me? Xia Ning Chong frowned. She was also a smart woman, so after thinking about it for a moment, she understood. You mean they also obtained that gray qi? Probably, Yang Kai chuckled. Then how did they? Xia Ning Chong only felt a chill all over, and the thrilling scene just now reappeared in her mind again. If Yang Kai hadn't woken her up in time, her fate would have been bleak, and she would probably have ended up like these people. Because the gray qi's main body wants to replenish its energy, so it chose you, trained you, and made you stronger. The stronger you are, the better it will be for it. Why would it do that? Xia Ning Chong looked puzzled. It's about to die. Yang Kai replied, then suddenly shrugged. These are all my guesses. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we go and see. Saying so, Yang Kai took Xia Ning Chang's hand and walked forward step by step. Stepping on the white bones under their feet, there was a creaking sound that made one's hair stand on end and shudder. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, looking at the faint light in front of them. Not long after, the two came to the place where the light came from. This was the edge of the underground abyss, and it was unknown how deep it was, but when they looked down, they were surprised to find that there was a mass of gray light at the bottom of the abyss, burning like a huge lamp. The light was extremely dim, and the color was exactly the same as the gray qi Xia Ning Chong obtained. Sure enough, Yang Kai took a deep breath, and after seeing this huge dim light, he immediately confirmed his previous guesses. Junior brother, what is this? Xia Ning Chong looked at the gray fire suspiciously, faintly feeling that the gray qi in his body was closely related to it, as if it had been separated from the gray fire, and the two were one. The origin of the stars. Yang Kai shouted, his expression suddenly becoming very excited. The origin of the stars? Xia Ning Chong was extremely confused. Any star will have its own origin. It is the manifestation of the life of a star. It is the key to the survival of this star, just like our heart. Yang Kai patted his chest and explained, it is because of the origin of the stars that this star has vitality. Without it, this star will become a dead star. There are countless stars like this in the territory of star. Perhaps they once gave birth to life, but as time passed, the origin of these stars perished, and that vitality no longer existed. A person dying is like a lamp going out, and stars are the same. If this origin in front of us goes out, Tong Xian realm will be gone, and it will become a dead star. Chapter 1558. Xia Ning Chong looked aghast as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. She had never thought that stars could also live, grow old, get sick, and die, so Yang Kai's words had undoubtedly given her a big shock. But since it came from her junior brother's mouth, she believed it without a doubt. When she thought about how all of Tong Xian realm's vitality had declined, Xia Ning Chang's tender body couldn't help shuddering. She couldn't imagine how many lives would have suffered if Tongxian realm had really ended up like this. How many lives would have been lost? She suddenly felt very distressed. Junior brother, can you reignite its light? Xia Ningchong suddenly asked. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and gently nodded. How? Junior brother, teach me. Xia Ningchong bit her red lips and said anxiously. The key lies with you. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Although the stars' star sources have their own lives, they do not have consciousness. It is a magical combination of various things. It chose you, although its original purpose was to absorb your vitality to supplement itself and delay its own death. But if it is handled well enough, not only can Tongxian realm regain its vitality, it can also give you great benefits. Xia Ningchong was shocked. Yang Kai turned his head and clicked his tongue as he looked at the huge gray fire below with great interest. Star sources. Since he entered the territory of the Star Alliance, he had often heard about this, but he had never witnessed the star sources of any of the stars. Whether or not the mass of energy inside the floating continent was a true star source had yet to be verified. It could be said that the huge gray fire in front of him was the first star source he had ever seen. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The strength of a star source was extremely terrifying, and anyone who wanted to approach it would have to take a huge risk. Even an Origin King Realm Master would not dare to approach the star sources of any of the stars casually. Refining this star source was also very difficult, and if one was not careful, they would suffer a backlash from the star source and die on the spot. Since ancient times, many Origin King Realm Masters had been born in the territory of the Star Alliance, but many of these masters had fallen in the process of refining the star sources of the stars. Today, there were countless stars in the territory of the Star Alliance, but those who could refine the star source of a certain star and become a star master could be counted on one hand. No Origin King Realm Master dared to casually play around with their life. They would rather suffer than attempt to refine the star source of the star. But now, there was such an opportunity in front of her. Compared. The star source is a star's star, the star source star's star source. It was precisely because of this that Xia Ningchong, who was possessed by a strand of origin energy, would occasionally feel tired, to the point where she was too lazy to even think, giving birth to the feeling of aging for no reason. It wasn't that she was aging, but rather that the star source was aging and heading towards destruction step by step. This star source chose Xia Ningchong and gave her the qualifications to refine it. Although Xia Ningchong was only a second-order Saint King, and her cultivation wasn't high enough, if she had enough perseverance and courage, she may have a chance to refine this star source. Even Yang Kai was a little envious of her opportunity. Although it was somewhat dangerous, the arrow on the bow had no choice but to shoot. The star source was closely connected to Xia Ningchong, and if it perished, Xia Ningchong would inevitably be buried with it. Only by refining it could she win a chance at survival. In the future, as Xia Ningchong grew stronger, this huge gray fire would have a chance to reignite and reinvigorate Tongxian realm. Of course, the premise was that Xia Ningchong was strong enough. After explaining the principles and the pros and cons, Xia Ningchong nodded without hesitation. I'm willing to refine it. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before he smiled and nodded. Good. In fact, little senior sister, you don't have to worry. Since it chose you, there must be a reason for it. You only need to work hard to make it accept you and integrate with it. Once you succeed, you will no longer be separated from it. You will become the Star Master of Tongxian Realm, the ruler of this place. The rise and fall of this place will be in your hands. Xia Ningchong nodded heavily. She wasn't dazzled by the beautiful prospects described by Yang Kai, and instead asked seriously, but what exactly should I do to refine it? Come, I'll teach you a set of techniques that are specifically for refining star sources. Yang Kai smiled and pulled Xia Ningchong to sit down. After asking her to release the defenses of her knowledge sea, Yang Kai sent his soul avatar into her knowledge sea and began to impart to her a mysterious secret art. Star refining art. This was something Yang Kai obtained from the Emperor Garden. He had thought that he would need to wait until he could refine the star sources of the stars one day before using it. But now, he had unexpectedly allowed Xia Ningchong to benefit from it ahead of time. This set of techniques was hidden inside a stone tablet. That day, in the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo encountered Shuiyu, and after a fierce battle, the stone tablet was destroyed. From the fragments of the stone tablet, A stone tablet with 3 ancient characters on it jumped out. Shuiyu seemed to value this stone tablet very much and begged Yang Kai to give it to her. Kai Yang nearly did as he was told. In the end, however, because the Emperor Garden closed, Shuiyu missed the opportunity to obtain this stone tablet. After returning to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai carefully studied it and learned that the stone tablet contained a technique called the star refining art. The 3 ancient characters on the stone tablet were its name. This technique had no other use than to refine the star sources of the stars. It was passed down from the great emperors of Star Field and was a profound and mysterious technique. If Xia Ning Chang used it to refine the star sources of the stars, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. The process of teaching was very fast, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai had engraved the entire star refining art into Xia Ning Chang's mind, including his own insights into it. Withdrawing his soul avatar from her knowledge sea, Yang Kai waited quietly. Xia Ning Chang needed to comprehend this star refining art. She needed time. Outside, the sun rose and the moon disappeared while the cave remained silent. After a full month, Xia Ning Chang suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and exhaled softly. Her pretty face seemed a little tired, but her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. "Junior brother, I'm ready." "Then let's begin." Yang Kai looked at her with scorching eyes. Xia Ning Chang nodded gently, got up, and walked towards the bottom of the abyss. Arriving at the edge of the abyss, she stared down at the huge gray flames leaping about below and opened her mouth, seemingly talking to herself, but also seemingly communicating with the star source. "If I can give up my life so that you can see the light again, so that the entire world will not be dead, then I am willing to do so. But if not, please accept me, merge with me, and let us fight side by side. I will work hard to become stronger as soon as possible so that you can regain your vitality." The huge gray flames below remained motionless, showing no reaction. But soon, with a sizzling sound, the gray flames began to sway left and right. As they swayed, the huge gray flames slowly blossomed like a flower bud, as if they were opening their arms to Xia Ning Chang. Xia Ning Chang showed a smile on her face and softly said, "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped down. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. This result was completely beyond his expectations. He had not expected his little senior sister to be so resolute. By the time he reacted and wanted to stop her, it was already too late. Rushing to the edge of the abyss, Yang Kai looked down and saw that the huge gray flames had already closed, completely submerging his little senior sister. An unimaginable force erupted from below and sent Yang Kai flying, slamming him into a rock wall. Even if it was the star source, Yang Kai could not approach it. It obviously did not want Yang Kai to interfere with the entire process. Yang Kai climbed up from the ground, his expression uncertain. Fortunately, he could feel his little senior sister's aura floating in the depths below. He waited with apprehension. Now that he could not interfere with anything, he could only wait for the result to appear. Suddenly, a mysterious aura spread out from the depths of the abyss, calming Yang Kai's agitated mood. He frowned and silently sensed this mysterious aura. He seemed to have seen something. He quickly closed his eyes and carefully examined it. The vast star territory was dark and boundless, without the slightest light. This seemed to be an era without light, without life. This was an extremely ancient era, an era that could not be traced back. Yang Kai looked around but could not see anything. He could not even perceive his own existence. Time passed little by little in this desolate and lonely place. After who knows how many tens of thousands of years, in the dark and boundless star territory, a light suddenly burst out. The light was very small at first, but soon spread out like a star. The entire star territory was shaken by the impact of this huge energy. Meteorites of various sizes were colliding in all directions. Then they gathered together and fused together under a mysterious force, becoming a single entity. Sand gathered to form a tower. Gradually, stars appeared in the star territory. This was a newly born star. There were no energy fluctuations, and the surroundings were still dark. It drifted with the waves like a helpless child, wandering in the boundless star field. There was no destination, and it had forgotten where it came from. After 1,000,000 years, it suddenly came to a bright world. There was a huge sun in this world, and it was constantly emitting a warm light. It stopped and began to revolve around the sun star. Gradually, all living things began to recover. On its land, some dark green plants grew, and some flowers and grass grew. After millions of years of evolution, finally, some sentient beings began to appear on these stars. They were the oldest living beings, the oldest race. They eagerly learned, grew, and became stronger in their daily lives. They branched out, and different races were born. The human race, the demon race, and even many other races of strange shapes. No longer satisfied with a simple life, they began to fight for all kinds of resources. They found a way to become stronger. They began. Some races perished, while others became stronger. Chapter 1559. As time passed, and as the races evolved, the stars gradually became more colorful and filled with energy. The great races prospered, and the entire star prospered. All living beings were drawing energy from the star wantonly, obtaining all kinds of benefits for themselves without restraint. At some point, it had suddenly become old. It no longer had so much energy for those living beings to absorb, and it no longer had excess energy to nurture a large number of precious and rare materials. It began to become barren, and even though it wanted to, it was powerless. Looking at the countless creatures living on its land, it was unable to help. The ancient prosperity gradually faded, and the world energy became thinner and thinner day by day. The cultivation of the cultivator also became lower and lower as time passed. No one could reach a higher level of the heavenly way or martial Tao. It was truly old. It was like a benevolent father and a loving mother. It had painstakingly raised its children and raised them, allowing them to do whatever they wanted without any complaints. But it was no longer able to provide any more help to its children. It had once possessed youth and vitality, but now it could only linger on and wait for the day of its demise. Its children called it Tong Xian Realm. Yang Kai woke up from that mysterious state, his eyes filled with vicissitudes of life. He had witnessed the birth of a star, its prosperity, its decline, and its gradual demise. Just like this star, he had spent hundreds of millions of years as the flowing time great emperor. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling welled up within him. Yang Kai's state of mind improved at a crazy speed, and at this moment, he understood many things. Like a wise man who had lived for countless years, his eyes flashing with a wise and farsighted light. He felt that if he were to break through to the Origin King realm now, there would be no flaws in his state of mind. His comprehension of the martial Tao and the heavenly way had far surpassed his own cultivation. The improvement of one's state of mind required the accumulation of time, witnessing the evolution and development of things around one's self, which coincided with what Yang Kai had just experienced. The cultivation of the state of mind was unclear, but it truly existed. Only Yang Kai himself could clearly feel it. He had not expected that his little senior sister's refinement of the star's origin would actually benefit him as well. He really wanted to immerse himself in that wonderful atmosphere again, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not enter the spiritual world of the entire continent. This made him sigh with regret. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have noticed something. His face darkening, he quickly got up from the ground and rushed towards the abyss. The voice of the little senior sister seemed to come from below. That voice was filled with pain and hardship. Arriving at the edge, Yang Kai could only see the huge gray fire flickering. His little senior sister was nowhere to be seen, but he could feel that Xia Ning Chong was wrapped in the gray fire, floating up and down. The surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi was madly gathering towards the underground abyss. Not only did it cover a radius of several hundred miles, it even spread to further places. It seemed that the world energy of all of Shadowed Star had become somewhat chaotic. The little senior sister's cultivation was rising at a terrifying rate. Originally, she was only a second-order Saint King, but now she had reached the peak of the second-order Saint King realm. After a while, she would directly break through to the third-order Saint King realm. Her cultivation did not stop and was still climbing. The peak of the third-order Saint King realm. It was obvious that she had touched the threshold of the Origin returning realm. Yang Kai's eyes filled with amazement. Such an unrestrained increase in cultivation placed a great burden on a cultivator's body, but with the aptitude of the little senior sister, she should be able to endure it. However, what worried Yang Kai was not this, but rather the surrounding world energy, which no longer seemed to be flowing towards this place. The world energy that had previously gathered here had been consumed by Xia Ning Chong when she broke through to the Third Order Saint King realm and the Origin Returning realm. The huge gray flames contained Xia Ning Chang's aura, which meant that her integration with the star's source was going smoothly. But it was precisely because of this success that the little senior sister was caught in a dilemma. There was no more world energy for her to break through to the Origin Returning realm, nor was there enough world energy for her to undergo a world energy baptism. This was a breakthrough to a great realm, and there was no room for carelessness. If she failed, Xia Ning Chang's current state of integration with the star's source would not be good. Yang Kai was secretly anxious. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of a solution. If there was not enough world energy, he could use Saint Crystals to replace it. He had not used Saint Crystals when he broke through before because Shadowed Star's world energy was abundant and could fully satisfy his needs. Now that the world energy of Tong Xian realm could not satisfy the needs of the little senior sister, Saint Crystals could be used as a supplement. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and stroked his ring, releasing a large number of flashing white Saint Crystals that poured down like a silver river. Before these Saint Crystals reached the bottom of the abyss, they all turned into dust and released a burst of energy that could not be ignored, gathering towards the location of Xia Ning Chang and the huge gray flames. Xia Ning Chang's hardships disappeared, and the chaotic aura down below also showed signs of stabilizing. Even the flickering gray flames stabilized significantly. Yang Kai smiled happily and poured more Saint Crystals down below. For this long voyage, he had brought a lot of Saint Crystals, including the Saint Crystals he had plundered from Thunder Typhoon Sect's headquarters and a portion of High Heaven Sect's reserves. At this moment, these hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals were all thrown down by Yang Kai. The world energy aura gradually became richer, and the huge gray flames became more vigorous. The little senior sister's aura also stabilized, indicating that everything was developing in a good direction. Yang Kai felt that Xia Ning Chang's aura was rapidly rising and soon broke through the shackles of the Third Order Saint King realm. A world energy baptism soon followed. The world energy from the Saint Crystals gathered into a fierce torrent that rushed towards the little senior sister like an ancient dragon. A pair of small hands shuttled back and forth through the gray flames, forming a series of mysterious seals as they guided this world energy into her body, allowing her to receive the physical baptism and spiritual sublimation that came with breaking through to a new great realm. The whole process was magnificent, but it was more frightening than dangerous. After the surging world energy calmed down, the huge gray flames at the bottom of the abyss suddenly disappeared. The world returned to darkness. However, the little senior sister's tender body exuded a faint fluorescent light, as if a goddess had descended to the world, dignified and inviolable. Yang Kai stood above the abyss and looked at her quietly, dazzled. Today's little senior sister was a genuine Origin Returning Realm Master. Although she was only a First-Order Origin Realm Master, with Tong Xian Realm Star's source and the Sacred Spirit Medicine body, she definitely had infinite potential. This kind of terrifying potential was something even Yang Kai could only look up to. He didn't feel any sense of inferiority, he just felt that he would have to work even harder in the future. Otherwise, if one day his own woman overtook him, it would be a great blow to his self-esteem. The little senior sister didn't move, just standing in the void with her eyes closed, a mysterious look on her pretty face, as if she was silently comprehending something. After a long time, Xia Ning Chang suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, a look of joy filling them as she flew up happily. Yang Kai smiled, reached out, and pulled her to his side. "Junior brother, I seem to have surpassed the Saint King realm," Xia Ning Chang said excitedly. "And you have indeed surpassed it," Yang Kai gently nodded. "What is this realm called?" "It feels wonderful." "Origin Returning Realm. I am also in this realm now. When one reaches this realm, they need to condense their sure. I'll explain it to you when we have time." "Good. Let's go out first. I don't know how much time has passed, but I'm afraid the people from the Holy Land should be waiting anxiously," Yang Kai proposed. Saying so, he pulled Xia Ning Chang and walked out. "Let me do it." Xia Ning Chang stopped him with an eager expression on her face. Yang Kai glanced at her and quickly understood, gently nodding. Xia Ning Chang then stretched out her finger and gently pointed forward. This beautiful and pure woman's finger did not seem to carry the slightest trace of anger. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in front of them. Xia Ning Chang pulled Yang Kai into it. When the two appeared again, Yang Kai found himself standing in front of the secret room where Xia Ning Chang had been in retreat before. With a single step, he had crossed 1,000,000 kilometers. Even Yang Kai, who had comprehended the Tao of space, could not accomplish this. Junior brother, you're right. After fusing with the source of the stars, I feel as if I have become the master of this world. With a single thought, I can go anywhere in the world and even mobilize the energy of the entire continent, Xia Ning Chong explained softly. This is the power of a star master. Yang Kai smiled softly. That's why those origin kings want to refine the source of the stars, because they can obtain unimaginable benefits and insights from it. Little senior sister, Tongxian realm is now inseparable from you. You are the first person to refine the source of the stars as a Saint King realm cultivator. In the future, the glory and disgrace of this world will be closely related to your cultivation. Whether or not you can restore the vitality of our homeland will depend on your efforts. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Xia Ning Chong suddenly felt a mountainous pressure. It was as if the future of the hundreds of millions of living beings in this world rested on her shoulders. But soon, Xia Ning Chong recovered and nodded. I will work hard to make sure it doesn't fall into disuse again. Let's go, many people are waiting for us. Yang Kai smiled lightly before pulling Xia Ning Chong in a certain direction. In his perception, there were countless familiar life auras waiting for his arrival. In a certain hall of 9 heavens' holy land, it was almost overcrowded. Here, the human, monster, and demon clans had gathered. Almost all the masters of Tongxian realm had gathered here. This was an extremely terrifying force. Although there were many people present, the scene was extremely quiet. Only from time to time, someone would cast their eyes towards the outside of the hall, as if waiting for someone to arrive. There was only one person on Tongxian realm who could make the masters of the human, monster, and demon clans gather here and wait for so long. The holy master of 9 heavens' holy land. Chapter 1560. This is outrageous. Meng Wuya grit his teeth, his heart filled with hatred as he angrily slapped the armrest of his chair. He thought that Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chong were so engrossed in their love that they had forgotten the time. It had already been more than a month, yet the two of them still hadn't appeared, causing the masters of the 3 clans to wait here in boredom. Meng Wuya felt ashamed to face these guests. He had guarded Xia Ning Chong for so many years, teaching her with all his heart, and was Xia Ning Chang's only family. But now, as soon as Yang Kai returned, he had snatched his precious disciple away from him. Meng Wuya knew that this time he had truly snatched her away. In the future, in Xia Ning Chang's mind, he would likely have to take a back seat, causing him to feel a little sour. Amidst this sourness, there was also a hint of sweetness. His disciple had waited alone for 30 years, but she had not waited in vain. That little bastard Yang Kai had finally returned. This feeling was quite wonderful. Meng Wuya shook his head, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Down below, the several monster race great seniors and the demon general of the demon race stared at each other from a distance. The masters of the 2 races sat on opposite sides, their gazes clashing with each other, creating a subtle atmosphere that seemed to fill the air. Although the 3 clans had joined forces once 30 years ago in order to compete for cultivation resources, there had been a lot of friction between the 3 clans. Among them, the friction between the monster race and the demon race was the most serious. Fortunately, the monster race great seniors and the demon general knew how to restrain themselves and did not take action personally. Otherwise, the conflict would have definitely escalated. It was just the little brats below fighting, so it didn't really matter. However, not being able to see each other for so long was one thing. But now that they had come to 9 heavens holy land together and had been waiting for more than a month in boredom, Meng Wuya felt that he was faintly unable to suppress the hostility between the masters of the 2 races. If it weren't for him, Ling Tai Su, and Chu Ling Shao, the 3 top human race Saint Realm masters, guarding this place, these wild fellows would likely have already started fighting. What a headache! That little bastard has fallen into the land of tenderness and doesn't care about the suffering of these old men. At this moment, Meng Wuya was cursing Yang Kai in his heart. What they feared had come true. It was unknown which great sage of the Yao clan or which devil general of the demon clan had lost their minds. But the people below were actually in an uproar. At first, there were only 2 people arguing, but the situation became more and more intense. All the great sages and devil generals spoke up to help their own people. The situation was a little chaotic. In the end, even Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Demon Commander Zhang Yuan were dragged into this mess. Thunder Dragon, this senior has been in retreat these past few years, but has not been able to find a suitable opportunity to verify these results. Today, why don't we use this precious place to exchange pointers? Zhang Yuan looked at Thunder Dragon Great Senior with a smile, his eyes filled with aggressive fighting intent. Good. It just so happens that this king has had some gains these past few years and was worried about not being able to find an opponent. I have long heard that Brother Zhang Yuan's profound heavenly seal is unparalleled, and even Senior Meng suffered a loss against it. This king would like to experience it. Thunder Dragon smiled lightly, not showing any fear. Don't drag this old master into this. Meng Huia suddenly became unhappy. After being hit by Demon Commander Zhang Yuan's profound heavenly seal, most of his cultivation had been sealed, forcing him to flee to the central capital to avoid disaster. This matter was the greatest shame of his life. Although Zhang Yuan had used the assistance of the spirit array at that time to defeat him, Meng Huia was most unwilling to hear others mention this matter. Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Demon Commander Zhang Yuan had already begun fighting. The two of them didn't make any big movements, simply releasing their divine senses and silently colliding with one another. However, the danger of this kind of battle was far greater than that of a normal battle. If one wasn't careful, both sides would suffer heavy losses, or even have their souls destroyed. Everyone in the hall wore dignified expressions as the previous noise gradually subsided. No one dared to disturb them anymore, all of them staring nervously at the masters of their respective races, lest some kind of accident occur. The divine senses of third-order saints swept across the entire hall, and any master who sensed this collision couldn't help showing a look of shock. The battle soon reached a white-hot level. Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan both went all out, but the result was still a draw, with only a slight difference in strength. However, the faces of the two masters gradually turned pale, and fine sweat began oozing from their foreheads as their divine senses collided with one another, creating an extremely dangerous situation. Meng Huia and the others wore dignified and ugly expressions. They couldn't intervene even if they wanted to and could only quietly wait for the result of the battle between Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan, but judging from the current situation, the best result would be for both sides to suffer heavy losses. Once this happened, the conflict between the two sides would likely escalate, which was not something the human race masters wanted to see. Where did Yang Kai go? Ling Tai Su asked anxiously. Meng Huia shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. He had gone to Xia Ning Chang's secluded retreat a few days ago, but had not found any trace of Yang Kai or his disciple. No one knew where they had gone. The situation isn't good. Soaring Heaven sect master Chu Ling Xiao frowned. Things developing like this was somewhat beyond his expectations. At that moment, a burst of hearty laughter suddenly came from outside the door. It's quite lively here. How come you've already started fighting? As soon as this voice fell, everyone saw a figure flash outside the door as Yang Kai and the black-veiled Xia Ning Chang appeared together. Everyone's attention was attracted by this voice, and when they looked up, their spirits couldn't help shaking. Many people had heard that Yang Kai had returned, but hadn't believed it until they saw him in person. Meng Huia, on the other hand, looked at Xia Ning Chang suspiciously, suddenly having a very strange feeling. After not seeing him for more than a month, his disciple seemed to have changed a little, to the point where he felt like he was looking up at a towering mountain. Little martial nephew. A tender cry rang out as a beautiful figure flew out of the hall and landed directly in front of Yang Kai. She grinned as she looked him up and down, clicking her tongue as she spoke. After a while, she gently nodded and said, after not seeing you for several dozen years, you've become more and more manly. Even Martial Ant's heart is rippling. Yang Kai's face went black as he subconsciously glanced over at Xia Ning Chang, awkwardly saying, Martial Ant, can't you act a little more dignified? Feiyu Martial Ant heard this and immediately rolled her eyes at Yang Kai, a flirtatious expression on her face. She had come here with Chu Ling Xiao. When she heard the news from Nine Heaven's holy land that Yang Kai had returned, Chu Ling Xiao had immediately rushed over with the sect's 4 great elders. Now, as soon as they met, Feiyu Martial Ant was already acting like a playboy. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling warm. When he lived with his martial aunt Feiyu on Soaring Heaven Sect's Qishio Peak, his martial aunt had always been like this, often lying on the ground after getting drunk, her clothes in disarray, revealing her naked body, not showing the slightest intention of avoiding Yang Kai. Feeling his martial ant's enthusiasm again after several dozen years, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if he had been cut off from his previous life. Martial ant is still in her prime. I won't grow old. Feiyu snorted before smiling. Tsangyan, Rimaru, and Fei Jian are all here, as well as martial ancestor. Saying so, she turned her gaze towards the main hall. Yang Kai gently nodded and stepped forward, first exchanging a few words with his Tsangyan martial ant before arriving in front of Chu Ling Shao and solemnly saying, "Disciple Yang Kai greets martial ancestor. Sorry for making martial ancestor wait." Good, no need to be so polite." Chu Ling Shao nodded happily, releasing his divine sense to sweep Yang Kai and discovering that, as Ling Tai Su and the others had said, Yang Kai's current cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. Perceiving this, Chu Ling Shao showed an even more amiable smile. "You're good, very good. Sure enough, you've carved out a new world for yourself. This old master is proud of you, and in the future, I'm afraid the important task of revitalizing the sect will be handed over to you." Martial ancestor is too kind. Disciple still has many shortcomings and still needs martial ancestor and Grand Master's guidance. Good boy, Chu Ling Shao laughed happily, exchanging a glance with Ling Tai Su, both of them greatly relieved. Martial ancestor, please wait a moment. These two friends are a bit grumpy. Disciple will help them put out the fire first. Yang Kai grinned before turning to look at Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, who were still fighting with their divine senses. Be careful, don't hurt them, Ling Tai Su quickly exhorted. Don't worry, Grand Master, I won't hurt them, Yang Kai said proudly, his divine sense bursting out and pouring into the void. A divine sense battle between two third-order saints. No one in the hall dared to interfere. But to Yang Kai, this thrilling divine sense battle was no different from a child's play. There seemed to be a hissing sound coming from the void as Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan both trembled, feeling their entangled divine senses being forcibly separated by a pair of invisible hands. This kind of strength made them feel a sense of powerlessness, unable to resist at all. Hong. A halo of light burst out in all directions as Lei Tong and Zhang Yuan both retreated a few steps, taking a deep breath as they stared towards Yang Kai in shock, their eyes filled with amazement. He had actually easily separated them from their opponents. Two friends, it's my fault for making you wait so long. I did encounter an accident which delayed me for so long, but there's no need for you to be so hostile as soon as you meet. Yang Kai looked at the two with a smile. Thunder Dragon took a deep breath, seemingly still unable to calm his mood, hesitating for a moment before cupping his fists and bowing. Forgive my rudeness. Zhang Yuan was not a petty person, so when he heard Thunder Dragon say so, he immediately chuckled. Many thanks, Yang Shengzhu. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. That's right, we all live under the same blue sky. There's no need to fight as soon as we meet. Yang Kai gently nodded, very satisfied with the attitude of these two. Seeing many people standing in place and staring at him strangely, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gestured. Sit down, there's no need to be polite. Today, I called you here because I have something to discuss with you. After learning that Yang Shengzhu had returned, this senior traveled day and night from the demon capital to the Holy Land. But I don't know why Yang Shengzhu has summoned us here today. The masters of the three clans have all gathered here. So presumably what Yang Shengzhu has to discuss is no trivial matter, right? Zhang Yuan asked casually, but his eyes revealed a deep sense of dread. When Yang Kai separated him from Thunder Dragon just now, although he did not feel much, Zhang Yuan knew that the current Yang Kai was not someone he could compare with. Chapter 1561. Did this little brat want to unify the entire Tongxian realm? Did he want the demon race and monster race to bow their heads? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan's expression became even more dignified. It wasn't that he was narrow-minded. On the contrary, Zhang Yuan was a very heroic person. Most of the masters from the demon race and monster race were like this, but as the demon commander, he had no choice but to consider this aspect. Thunder Dragon also thought so. If this really was the case, even if the demon race and monster race joined forces, they wouldn't be able to resist and could only resign themselves to fate. Hearing this question, Yang Kai glanced at him thoughtfully and chuckled. Demon Commander doesn't need to think too much. I won't be staying here for long this time. I'm afraid I'll be leaving soon. Leaving soon? Zhang Yuan was stunned, exchanging a glance with Thunder Dragon, both of them extremely surprised. Yang Kai actually didn't have any ambition. Yes, the wonderful things in the Tong Xian realm's territory made me forget to return. So I'm not going to stay here for long, Yang Kai chuckled. Thunder Dragon's eyes lit up as he quickly asked, is there something wonderful in the Tong Xian realm's territory? If possible, can Yang Shengzhu tell us more about it? The other masters from the three clans also craned their necks and looked towards Yang Kai, listening attentively. And tell me, this old master is also very curious, Chu Xiaoxiao smiled. Although he had heard a lot about the star field from Ling Taisu after coming here, most of this information was from Yang Kai and Ling Taisu. Since Ling Taisu had never seen it with his own eyes, there was always something missing. Now that Yang Kai was here in person, he naturally wanted to investigate. Since martial ancestor has given the order, disciple naturally won't disobey. Yang Kai chuckled and pondered for a moment before continuing. There are indeed many wonderful things in the Tong Xian realm's territory. Many things we have never thought of before. Inside the hall, everyone listened attentively. Time passed slowly, but everyone listened with great interest. Their expressions gradually became more and more excited. The vastness of Star's territory amazed all of them, and the enchanting scenery and abundant cultivation resources in Star's territory made them yearn for it. Above the Saint Realm were the Saint King Realm, Origin Returning Realm, and Origin King Realm existences that made them blush with shame. They deeply understood the meaning of the phrase, frogs at the bottom of a well. According to Yang Kai, most of the cultivation stars in the star territory had extremely rich world energy auras, so saints weren't anything special there. Only those who had reached the Origin Returning Realm could barely be considered masters, and only those who had reached the Origin King Realm could truly become master. Everyone's blood was burning and boiling. Their eyes flickered with a look of longing. They longed to have such a cultivation environment and abundant cultivation materials. They longed to advance further on their martial Tao and reach the legendary Saint King Realm, Origin Returning Realm, or even the Origin King Realm. Yang Kai didn't embellish his story, and instead calmly explained his understanding of Star's territory and what he had seen and heard over the years. But this was enough. After he finished, everyone's mood fluctuated, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Yang Kai had seen all kinds of wonderful and magical things, but all of them were back on Tong Xian Realm, fighting for some of the resources that the cultivator in Star's territory didn't even want to enter their eyes, some even considered garbage. This discovery made everyone feel depressed, ashamed, and even deeply ashamed. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon, who had been opposing each other tit for tat before, glanced at each other and smiled bitterly, suddenly feeling that their previous struggle had been very childish, very childish. The star territory is so wonderful, this old master can't wait to see it. If this old master can experience this kind of wonder in his lifetime, this old master can die without regrets. Chu Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan opened their mouths, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, no words came out. The hall was silent for a long time before Zhang Yuan sighed and asked with some interest, "May I ask why Yang Shengzhu has gathered all the masters from the three clans here this time?" Hearing this question, Thunder Dragon also quickly turned his eyes to Yang Kai curiously. Yang Kai responded with a smile, "I'm taking you to Star's territory." A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, causing everyone's body to shake violently as they stared towards Yang Kai with dull and excited eyes, none of them having expected him to say such a thing. It was undeniable that Yang Kai's previous descriptions had aroused everyone's yearning and curiosity towards Star's territory. They all wanted to see what Star's territory was like. But how could Star's territory be so easy to enter? They didn't have the ability to break into Star's territory, so they could only stare blankly, envying Yang Kai's opportunities and admiring Yang Kai's courage and strength. But now, Yang Kai had thrown an olive branch to them. Everyone was stunned. "Of course, I won't force you. This is just a proposal. After a few days, I'll be leaving. Those who are willing to come with me, those who aren't will stay. I came back this time for this matter," Yang Kai added. "Is that true?" Zhang Yuan stood up and stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes. "Yang Shengzhu isn't joking?" Thunder Dragon also asked incredulously. Although they didn't know what kind of price they would have to pay to bring people into Star's territory, it certainly wouldn't be easy. If Yang Kai had the ability to do so, he would definitely prioritize his friends and family in the human race. But now he was actually offering this favor to the monster race and demon race. Both Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon couldn't help feeling a little disheartened. "I'm not joking," Yang Kai replied seriously. Hearing his affirmation, Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon both froze. After a long time, Zhang Yuan asked solemnly, "Dare I ask Yang Shengzhu, what kind of price do we need to pay? Submit to you? Pledge our loyalty?" Haha. Yang Kai grinned, a look of ridicule appearing on his face as he said lightly, "Why would I need you to submit to me? And to put it bluntly, the current me can flatten all of Tongxian realm with a single finger. If I wanted you to submit to me, there would be no need for me to waste so much time talking nonsense with you. I would simply use force to suppress you." Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon instantly began sweating profusely. They didn't think that Yang Kai was spouting nonsense. They had already learned from Yang Kai's previous explanation that his territory had reached a higher level of tyranny, something they really couldn't resist. This young man had already surpassed the legendary figure of his generation, the great demon god who was regarded as the supreme existence of the demon race. He had walked further and stood taller. Even if the great demon god was resurrected, he would only be able to look up to him. Then why did Yang Shengzhu? Thunder Dragon looked at Yang Kai hesitantly. "We're all old friends. If I can help, I'll help. I have no other intentions," Yang Kai said lightly. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon both wore looks of shame, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Yang Shengzhu is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. This Zhang Yuan has been a bit too narrow-minded. If this Zhang Yuan has offended you in any way, I hope Yang Shengzhu can forgive us." Thunder Dragon also quickly expressed his apologies, his face filled with sincerity. "It's fine, you are both leaders of your respective clans. It's only right for you to consider the bigger picture." Yang Kai waved his hand lightly, indicating that he didn't care. If he were in their shoes, he would also consider things this way. The expressions of the two masters relaxed slightly. Although there are many wonderful things in the Star Territory, there should also be many dangers. If Yang Shengzhu takes so many people into the Star Territory, can he protect the safety of his clansmen? Thunder Dragon asked with some concern. "There will definitely be dangers, so whether you want to follow me or not is entirely up to you. Of course, you can also choose to stay. Perhaps Tongxian realm will one day regain its vitality and become like the other cultivation stars in the Star Territory. At that time, you will be able to sense a deeper level of the heavenly way and martial Tao. But when that time comes, it's hard to say." Yang Kai smiled lightly as he looked towards Xia Ningchang meaningfully. Since refining the star source of the star, becoming its star master, and breaking through to the origin-returning realm, Xia Ningchang's aura had significantly improved, and the layer of gray that had always shrouded her body seemed to have lightened significantly. As long as she could continue to break through at this speed, one day she would be able to stand at the peak of the Star Territory. At that time, the entire Tongxian realm would benefit. This matter is of great importance. I ask Yang Shengzhu to allow me to wait a few days. I need to discuss this matter carefully with them." Zhang Yuan frowned and said. Naturally, Yang Kai gently nodded. Immediately, Yang Kai ordered his subordinates to take the monster race and demon race masters away to rest, so they could discuss this matter. There was no need to discuss the human race. 9 Heaven's holy land, their friends and family in the central capital, and even Soaring Heaven sect had all decided to follow Yang Kai into the Star Territory. Of course, there were also some disciples who were unwilling to leave their homeland and wanted to stay behind in their sects, so the human race masters had no choice but to comply. Not everyone had a fearless, adventurous spirit and was willing to gamble their life for an illusory dream. This required great courage and a yearning for higher levels of the martial Tao. However, overall, there weren't many people like this, with each sect accounting for about 30% of the total population. Everyone dispersed as there were still many things that needed to be dealt with. Soon, the hall emptied and Yang Kai walked towards a pair of beautiful twin sisters with a smile on his face. As Yang Kai approached, the breathing of the two women seemed to become slightly faster, as if they were very excited. "Jiaoer, Mayor, long time no see," Yang Kai greeted them with a smile. There had been too many people just now, so he hadn't had time to catch up with the Hu sisters, but now that he had some free time, he he naturally wanted to talk to them. Moreover, they seemed to have been waiting for him here. The two women opposite him smiled lightly and said in unison, "Long time no see. How have you been?" "Good, good." Yang Kai nodded, his brow wrinkling slightly, a little confused. His eyes kept wandering back and forth between the two women, but he couldn't tell which one was Hu Jiao and which one was Hu Mei. This discovery made him scratch his head. After cultivating the twin Qi shared spirit divine art, not only did their slightly different appearances become exactly the same, even their temperaments and life auras were the same. Just standing there, it was as if they were the same person. Moreover, their cultivations had actually reached the second-order Saint Realm. Not the new Saint Realm Great Elder, Su Hui had reported at the beginning. This kind of cultivation speed was a bit terrifying. Yang Kai secretly clicked his tongue. Chapter 1562. Although little senior sister had already broken through to the origin returning realm, and her cultivation was much higher than the Hu sisters, she had obtained a great opportunity to refine a star source, allowing her to achieve this. The Hu sisters definitely didn't have such a heaven-defying opportunity, but in this barren land with thin world energy, they were able to reach this level with their own efforts. It was obvious that their aptitude was extraordinary. Seeing the suspicion on Yang Kai's face, the woman on the left pursed her lips and smiled. "I am Jiao. I am Mei." The woman on the right added. Her voice was soft and extremely pleasant to listen to. The temperament and demeanor of the two seemed to be very different from before, a fusion of the boldness of the older sister and the shyness of the younger sister. Now, they were of one mind, which made them appear even more alike. "If you didn't say it, I really wouldn't have noticed," Yang Kai scratched his head. This somewhat childish action made the two women laugh. Very few people can tell. Hu Jiao pursed her lips and smiled. "Even father often confuses us." Yang Kai nodded gently. Even Hu Man couldn't tell his two daughters apart, so it wasn't strange that he couldn't recognize them. "By the way, you heard what happened just now. Do you want to stay, or we'll go with you?" Before Yang Kai could finish, the two women answered in unison, as if they were telepathic and didn't need to discuss anything. "In that case, you should also prepare. I don't plan to wait too long. I'll set off in half a month." "Okay, we'll go see father first and send a message to master," Hu Jiao said, and immediately left with Hu Mei without delay. However, they seemed a little reluctant to part. After not seeing each other for so many years, they really wanted to talk more with Yang Kai, but when they thought about how they could often see each other in the future, they weren't in a hurry. When they passed by Xia Ningchong, the two women gently nodded, their beautiful eyes bursting with envy. Xia Ningchong could naturally accompany Yang Kai, but they couldn't, "Senior sister. Let me teach you something in this half a month." After everyone left the hall, Yang Kai quickly walked towards Xia Ningchong and pulled her towards the secret chamber. What Yang Kai wanted to impart to Xia Ningchong was naturally the trick of condensing one's own potential and the things to pay attention to. Yang Kai had condensed his Shi with the help of the emperor pressure emitted by the emperor garden, which was a cheap trick. Although the effect was amazing, it was not suitable for Xia Ningchong. However, this kind of understanding, comprehension, and experience was universal. Moreover, he had learned a lot of valuable experience from Qian Tong and the others. Now, he had also taught them to Xia Ningchong. In addition to this, Yang Kai also passed on the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Little senior sister had a special constitution like the sacred spirit medicine body, so she naturally knew how to refine pills and didn't need anyone to teach her. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture was profound and mysterious, so Xia Ningchong could draw useful information from it to improve her alchemy skills. Half a month was neither long nor short. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchong never left the secret chamber. Naturally, during this period, there were some romantic moments, heavenly thunders, earth fire, rain, and clouds. Since Yang Kai set foot on star territory, he had never been close to a woman. Now that he was reunited with such a beautiful woman, he was like a ferocious beast that had just broken free from its cage. Xia Ningchang's complexion was getting better and better, and even her skin gradually became more translucent, as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. After all, beautiful flowers needed to be watered by rain and dew. Half a month later, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchong came out of seclusion together. In just half a month's time, Xia Chong was naturally unable to condense her own shi, but after obtaining the experience from Kai Yang, she was able to understand what shi was. Furthermore, she already had a small understanding of this mysterious power. Now all that was left was herself. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture was effortless for her, and the various techniques and spirit arrays recorded in it often made her eyes light up. Nine Heaven's Holy Land was now crowded with nearly 10,000 people from the human, monster, and demon clans. Among these 10,000 people, there were 2,000 from the Holy Land, 3,000 to 4,000 from the central capital, 1,000 from the monster race, and 2,000 from the demon race. With such a huge number of people gathered here, the scene was extremely quiet. No one was making any noise, not even whispering. Everyone was just quietly waiting for the arrival of Yang Kai. They all wanted to know what method Yang Kai would use to bring so many people into Star's territory at once. With a flash of light, Yang Kai appeared, attracting the attention of over 10,000 people. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Yang Kai gently nodded. "Since everyone is here, let's begin." "Yang Kai, what do you need us to do?" "Just give us the order." Thunder Dragon shouted from below. We will cooperate fully." Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. "It's nothing, just relax and don't resist." Yang Kai smiled lightly, opened his mouth, and spat out a seemingly inconspicuous bead. This bead floated in front of him, attracting everyone's attention. They didn't know what mysteries this bead contained, nor did they know what Yang Kai wanted to do by taking it out at this time. The answer was soon revealed. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, pointed at the bead, and flicked his finger, sending it flying out like an arrow, directly arriving above the place where the 10,000 people had gathered. With a soft pop, the sound of something exploding came from inside the bead, and a mysterious force swept out. Everyone who felt this force felt as if they were being restrained. Out of their trust in Yang Kai, none of them circulated their Saint Chi to resist. Their vision blurred, and when they came back to their senses, they found that they had come to a completely unfamiliar place. This was not Nine Heaven's Holy Land, but the scenery here was beautiful. Moreover, the world energy aura here seemed to be extremely rich, at least 100 times higher than Tongxian realms. This discovery shook everyone's spirits. "Hey, what's that?" A man from the demon race seemed to have discovered a new world and shouted as he looked towards a certain direction. Following his gaze, everyone immediately discovered a long, pitch-black shuttle-shaped object that was more than 100 feet long was quietly suspended in midair. "A starship," Demon Commander Zhang Yuan muttered, a look of horror flashing across his face. Although he had heard from Demon General Meng Ge that Yang Kai had an intact starship, he had never seen it with his own eyes, so he didn't know whether it was true or not. Now that this starship had appeared in front of him, he immediately understood that the news was true. Under the demon capital, there was a similar starship, but that starship was in tatters, and in terms of grade, it wasn't even worthy of carrying the shoes of the one in front of him. Zhang Yuan had some insight and could tell at a glance that this intact starship was extraordinary. What surprised him even more was that there were actually some people standing below the battleship. When these people looked at him and the others, their eyes were filled with surprise as they pointed at them curiously. Zhang Yuan habitually released his divine sense and swept these cultivators' bodies, his face changing dramatically. He found that the cultivation of each of these people far exceeded his own. Although they didn't give him the same sense of oppression as Yang Kai, they were definitely the legendary Saint King realm. "Have we arrived at Star territory? Are these people the cultivator of Star's territory?" A trace of suspicion flashed across Zhang Yuan's heart. Many people had similar thoughts. "Don't be nervous." Yang Kai's voice came from somewhere as his figure flickered, and he appeared in front of the Saint King realm cultivator and explained, "These are my disciples. Greetings, Sect Master." These people, who made all cultivator from Tongxian realm feel unapproachable, quickly saluted Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded before turning to the leader of this group and saying, "Lu Ping, these are my friends and family from my homeland. I will take them back to Shadowed Star, and will stay here for a while. Take good care of them." "Yes." The man named Lu Ping quickly nodded. Yang Kai then walked over to Chu Ling Shao and Ling Tai Su bowed and said, "Martial Ancestor, Grand Master, this is a small sealed world. Although it is not very big, it is enough to accommodate 10,000 people. You will be safe here. When I arrive, I will call you out. This humble one has established High Heaven sect on a place called Shadowed Star, and we'll need the two of you to oversee it. And the journey will probably be a bit long, so it will take some time, perhaps several years. If there is anything you do not understand, you can ask these people. They will cooperate fully. Good. You can go about your business. There is no need to worry about us. Chu-Ling Xiao smiled kindly. The sealed world bead, an Origin King-grade starship, he didn't know how precious it was. If he had known, he would not have been so calm. Then I'll take my leave first. When I have time, I will come to visit you, Yang Kai said before leaving this small sealed world. After Yang Kai left, the man named Lu Ping immediately ran over and asked Ling Tai-su, Chu-Ling Xiao, and the others about their well-being. Just now, he had clearly heard Yang Kai call these two old men martial ancestor and grand master. Although his cultivation was much higher than these two, he did not dare show the slightest neglect. So when facing these two, he had to show the proper etiquette of a junior. Seeing this little brat act so courteously, Chu-Ling Xiao and Ling Tai-su didn't hold back and asked Lu Ping about the situation on Shadowed Star and High Heaven Sect. After learning that High Heaven Sect was now the dominant force on Shadowed Star, it could be said that it dominated all of Shadowed Star. Both of them felt greatly relieved and proud. In just over 30 years, Yang Kai had single-handedly made an entire Shadowed Star submit to him. This was simply not something a human could accomplish. Both of them suddenly had a new understanding of Yang Kai's abilities. Immediately, they began to inquire about more information. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai put it away and swept his divine sense across the empty nine heavens holy land. Putting away the slightest trace of nostalgia in his eyes, he turned to Xia Ning Chong, who was standing nearby, and said, "Senior sister, help me find someone." Chapter 1563. Xia Ning Chong did not enter the sealed world bead. She was now a first-order origin returning realm, so she would not drag Yang Kai down. Moreover, she had just broken through and had a lot to learn, so Yang Kai let her follow him around to make it easier for him to teach her. What's more, it was very pleasing to travel with a beauty. Hearing Yang Kai say this, she immediately asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Li Lao." Yang Kai looked at her. Xia Ning Chong immediately understood, gently nodded, closed her beautiful eyes, and began to investigate. Now that she was the star master of Tong Xian realm and had refined the star's source, she could shuttle back and forth anywhere in the world with a single thought. Here, she was the master. Looking for someone was a piece of cake for her. She used her divine sense to communicate with the star's source of Tong Xian realm. Perceiving the information transmitted back to her by the flowers and trees in the world, distinguishing the traces of the person she was looking for. In less than half a day, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "Found him." Yang Kai's spirit shook as he stepped forward and grabbed Xia Ning Chang's small hand. "Take me to him." Xia Ning Chang gently nodded her head. Extending her jade-like hand, she pointed forward. Immediately, a black vortex appeared in the air, as if it wanted to devour everything. The two of them entered it and disappeared in an instant. On a nameless barren mountain, barren and desolate, a few thatched huts stood at the top of the mountain. No one would have thought that this was actually the place where the famous old man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rue, lived in seclusion. Yang Kai respected Li Lao very much, not only because he was the longest-lived sage in the entire world, having lived for thousands of years with a saint realm cultivation, but also because he had not been stingy with his teachings. When the bone race was recovering, Li Lao had come to Nine Heavens' holy land and used his great reputation to rally the entire human race to help Yang Kai. When he returned to Nine Heavens' holy land this time, Yang Kai didn't find any trace of Li Lao or his apprentice Zhai Yao. Obviously, with Li Lao's temperament, it was impossible for him to stay in one place for too long, which was why he had left Nine Heavens' holy land. Now that Yang Kai was going to star territory again, of course he wanted Li Lao to come with him. "Is this the place?" Xia Ning Chong brought Yang Kai to a barren mountain that was less than 1,000 feet high. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Xia Ning Chong nodded gently. "But I didn't sense Li Lao's aura. Only Brother Zhai's." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He raised his head and looked in front of him. A few simple thatched huts came into view. In front of the thatched cottage, there were also a few medicinal fields. However, they weren't growing spirit grasses and medicines for cultivation, but rather some ordinary herbs. These herbs were very effective in treating ordinary people, but they were completely useless for cultivation. There was one person. In the middle of the medicinal field, this person was tending to the medicinal plants, watering and fertilizing them, repeating monotonous actions with a meticulous expression. Yang Kai stepped forward and walked towards him. "Do you want to see a doctor?" The man who was watering the plants heard movement and didn't raise his head, asking casually, "Brother Zhai, long time no see." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and greeted him. Zhai Yao's movements paused, as if he had realized something, slowly straightening up and looking at Yang Kai. After seeing Yang Kai's face, he couldn't help but grin. He had a mouthful of bright white teeth, and a face that would make any woman jealous. Behind him, the afterglow of the setting sun poured down on his body, sputtering out a golden halo. "This brat is still as handsome as ever." Zhai Yao took 2 steps forward and hugged Yang Kai fiercely. "Brother Yang, when did you come back?" He didn't seem surprised at all, as if he already knew that Yang Kai would return safely. "It's been almost 2 months. Zhai Yao gently nodded, shook off the dirt on his hands, and warmly greeted, "Come, let's drink and chat today." "Okay," Yang Kai readily responded. In front of the thatched cottage, the two sat on the ground. There was no delicious food, but the twinkling stars in the sky and the blowing wind were dishes to go with the wine. Xiaoning Chong sat on the side, holding a wine pot in his hands, pouring wine for Yang Kai and Zhai Yao. In front of the thatched cottage, in the starry sky, there were friends coming from afar. It was very pleasant. "Master passed away more than 20 years ago," Zhai Yao suddenly said without rhyme or reason. Although he had already guessed, when Yang Kai heard this news, his hand that was holding the wine cup still trembled slightly. Zhai Yao grinned. "He passed away peacefully. Master has been around this age for a long time." With the cultivation of the Saint Realm, living for more than 1,000 years was not something that others could do. Li Lao was proficient in pills and used pills to regulate his body, which was why he could live such a long life. "Brother Zhai, my condolences." Yang Kai thought for a long time, but didn't know what to say. Zhai Yao smiled. "Master's legacy is still there. Master lives in my heart." Yang Kai looked at him and also smiled, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. "Brother Yang, why are you looking for Master this time?" Zhai Yao asked. "It's nothing. It's just that I'm going to leave again, and I want Li Lao and Brother Zhai to come with me." "Enter the territory?" Zhai Yao narrowed his eyes. "That's right," Yang Kai nodded. Zhai Yao was silent. After a while, he shook his head and said, "Master raised me and taught me. My kindness is as heavy as a mountain. I can't let him be here alone." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Zhai Yao smiled and said, "Brother Yang, there's no need to say more. I've made up my mind." Seeing that he was so insistent, Yang Kai could only sigh. With wine, he drank until he was drunk. At dawn, Zhai Yao was lying on the ground, snoring. Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chong found a simple grave on the peak of the mountain. After devoutly worshipping it and leaving some cultivation resources for Zhai Yao, they silently said goodbye. "Are we really leaving Brother Zhai there alone?" Xiaoning Chong was still a little worried. "It's his own decision," Yang Kai responded faintly. But Xiaoning Chong seemed to want to say something else. "It's not necessarily a bad thing. When you succeed in your cultivation one day, the world will be revitalized. Whether Brother Zhai leaves or not, it's the same." Xiaoning Chong nodded, indicating that he understood. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Where are we going now?" "The central capital. There should be a shortcut to the territory of the star. We can find someone we both know." Yang Kai smiled slightly. After a while, the two arrived at the free and unfettered territory and entered a place not far from High Heaven Pavilion through the Void Corridor. After the seal set by Great Demon God was lifted, Tongxian Realm and the central capital were connected. The Void Corridor had always existed in the original free and unfettered territory. Yang Kai was no stranger to this. The central capital was the starting point of his life. After arriving, Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and immediately noticed that there were many more people in the original High Heaven Pavilion. He didn't know which family or small sect occupied it, but it seemed quite prosperous. Yang Kai didn't disturb them. Now, the cultivator here was as weak as a child to him. He also didn't go to the central capital. The original central capital 8 great families. The 3 families close to him were all in the sealed world bead. The remaining 5 families were now thriving in the central capital. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. He took his little senior sister with him, flying directly to the ash-gray cloud evil land. Although his little senior sister was the star master of Tongxian realm, in the central capital, she couldn't travel thousands of kilometers in a flash. This place had its own world principles and was a separate world. Yang Kai didn't know how this world was formed, but after witnessing the process of Tongxian realm's birth, prosperity, and decline, he vaguely felt that the central capital should be related to the ancient and powerful cultivator. Perhaps it was one of those masters with heaven-defying cultivation who had created this world. The ash-gray cloud evil land was as chaotic as ever. In the past, there were several great evil kings who governed and suppressed it. Although this land was filled with filth and evil, there were still some rules that needed to be followed. But since those great evil kings died or disappeared, the ash-gray cloud evil land had completely become a chaotic land of evil. There were all kinds of people here, burning, killing, looting, anything could happen. Here, there was no reason to speak of, only those with bigger fists were right. Along the way, all the things the two of them saw and heard were insane and heinous. Yang Kai was able to remain calm, but his little senior sister couldn't help but fiercely teach a few shameless bullies a lesson, calming her anger. Fragrance City, originally a city under the jurisdiction of the beguiling demon Queen Shanqing Luo, was the last pure land in the ash-gray cloud evil land. But since Shanqing Luo disappeared, this last pure land had been polluted, and the city had fallen into darkness and chaos. When passing through this place, Yang Kai naturally couldn't help but reminisce. Back then, he and the Dragon Lady had become acquainted with each other in this land, but after Yang Kai returned from Tongxian realm, he had never seen her again. He had thought that he would never meet Shanqing Luo again in this life. Unexpectedly, during his trip to the Emperor Garden, he had learned of her whereabouts, met her, and fought side by side. Towards this extremely charming enchantress, Kai Yang found it hard to forget her. The place he was going to this time was the Spider Mother's nest. According to Shanqing Luo's personal maid, Biluo, she and Shanqing Luo had accidentally opened the altar in the Spider Mother's nest and were sent directly to Monster Star's territory. Therefore, Yang Kai also wanted to borrow the altar. If he succeeded, not only could he see how the Dragon Lady was doing, but he could also save a lot of time. He didn't want to spend several years on a starship just to travel. The Spider Mother's nest wasn't too far from Fragrance City, only a few tens of thousands of kilometers away. With Yang Kai's current speed, it would only take half a cup of tea's time to arrive. The Spider Mother's nest was as dilapidated as ever. After it collapsed, no one cared about this place anymore. After arriving here, Yang Kai entered the huge spider statue and easily found a strange altar. The altar was only about the height of a person, but it was engraved with many profound and complicated patterns. It looked like a wonderful array, but also like some ancient characters. Yang Kai released his divine sense, but didn't find anything unusual. On the other hand, there were some dark traces left on the altar. This was Shanqing Luo's blood. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.